Chapter 18 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Neale seemed to come into another world, a paradise. His eyes doubted the exquisite azure blue, the fleecy cloud, the golden sunshine. There was a warm, wet cheek pressed close to his, bright chestnut strands of hair over his face, tight little hands clutching his breast. He scarcely breathed while he realized that Allie Lee lived. Then he felt so weak that he could hardly move. "Allie, you're not dead," he whispered. With a start, she raised her head. It was absolutely the face of Allie Lee. "I'm the liveliest girl you ever saw," she replied with a little low laugh of joy. "Allie, then you're actually alive, safe, here!" he exclaimed in wild assurance. "Yes, yes, with you again. Isn't it glorious? But I gave you a shock. You frightened me so, Neale. Are you well?" "I wasn't, but I am now." He trembled as he gazed at her. Yes, it was Allie's face, incomparable, unforgettable. She might have been a little thin and strained, but time and whatever she had endured had only enhanced her loveliness. No harm had befallen her. That was written in the white glow of her face, in the violet eyes, dark and beautiful, with the brave soul shining through their haunting shadows, in the perfect lips, tremulous and tender with love. "Neale, they told me you gave up your work. We're going to the bad," she said with an eloquence of distress changing her voice and expression. "Yes, Allie Lee. I loved you so well that after I lost you I cared for nothing. You gave up." "Allie," he interrupted passionately, "don't talk of me. You haven't kissed me." Allie blushed. "I haven't. That's all you know." "Have you?" "Yes, I have. I have. I was afraid I'd strangle you. I never felt it. I lost all sense of feeling. Kiss me now. Prove you're alive and love me still." And then presently, when Neale caught his breath again, it was to whisper, "Precious Allie, am I alive? Do I love you?" she whispered, her eyes like purple stars, her face flooded with a dark rose color. "I'm forced to believe it. But you must prove it often," he replied. Then he drew her to a seat beside him. "I've had many dreams of you, yet not one like this. How is it you are alive? By what providence? I shall pray to Providence all my life. How do you come to be here? Tell me quick." She leaned close against him. "That's easy," she replied. "Only sometime I want to tell you all everything. Do you remember the 4 ruffians who visited Slingerland's cabin one day when we were all there? Well, they came back one day, the first time Slingerland ever left me alone. They fired the cabin and carried me off. Then they fought among themselves. 2 were killed. I made up my mind to get on a horse and run. Just as I was ready, I spied Indians riding down. I had to shoot the ruffian Frank, but I didn't kill him. Then I got on a horse and tried to ride away. The Indians captured me, took me to their camp. There an Indian girl freed me, led me away at night. I found a trail and walked. Oh, nights and days it seemed. Then I fell in with a caravan. I thought I was saved, but the leader of that caravan turned out to be Durade." "Durade!" echoed Neale, intensely. "Yes, he was traveling east. He treated me well, but threatened me. When we reached the construction camp, somewhere back there, he started his gambling place. One night I escaped. I walked all night, all the next day, and I was about to drop when I found this camp. It was night again. I saw the lights. They took me in. Mrs. Dillon and the other women were so kind, so good to me. I told them very little about myself. I wanted to be hidden here and have them send for you. Then they brought General Lodge, your chief, to see me. He was kind, too. He promised to get you here. It has been a whole terrible week of waiting. But now, Allie," burst out Neale, He never told me a word about you. Never gave me a hint. They sent for me to come back to my job. I could have come a day sooner, the day Campbell found me. Oh, I know they did not find you at once. And I learned yesterday they had located you. That eased my mind. A day more or less, what was that? But they were somehow strange about you. Then Mrs. Dillon told me how the chief had been disappointed in you, how he had needed you, how he must have you back. Good Lord, getting me back would have been easy enough if they had only told me, exclaimed Neale impatiently. Dear, maybe that was just it. I suspect General Lodge cared enough for you to want you to come back to your job for your sake, for his sake, for sake of the railroad and not for me. Aha, breathed Neale softly. I wonder. Allie, how cheap, how little I felt a while ago when he talked to me. I never was so ashamed in my life. He called me. But that's over. You said Durade had you. Allie, that scares me to death. It scares me too, she replied, for I'm in more danger hidden here than when he had me. Oh no, how can that be? He would kill me for running away, she shuddered palely. But while I was with him, obedient, I don't think it would have done me harm. I'm more afraid now than when I was his prisoner. I'll take a bunch of soldiers and go after Durade, said Neale grimly. No, don't do that. Let him alone. Just get me away safely, far out of his reach. But Allie, that's not possible now, declared Neale. I'm certainly not going to lose sight of you. Now I've got you again. And I must go back to work, I promised. I can stay here. Or go along with you to other camps and be careful to veil myself and hide. But that's not safe, not the best plan, protested Neale. Then he gave a start, his face darkened. I'll put Larry King on Durade's trail. Oh no, Neale, don't do that. Please don't do that. Larry would kill him. I rather guess Larry would. And why not? I don't want Durade killed. It would be dreadful. He never hurt me. Let him alone. After all, he seems to be the only father I ever knew. Oh, I don't care for him. I despise him. But let him live. He will soon forget me. He's mad to gamble. This railroad of gold is a rich stake for him. He will not last long, nor will any of his kind. Neale shook his head doubtfully. It doesn't seem wise to me letting him go. Allie, does he use his right name? Durade? No. What does he look like? You described him once to me, but I've forgotten. Allie resolutely refused to tell him, and once more entreated Neale to let well enough alone, to keep her hidden from the mob, and not to seek Durade. He has a bad gang, she added. They might kill you. And do you think I'd ever be able to live longer without you? Whereupon Neale forgot all about Durade and vengeance and everything but the nearness and sweetness of his girl. When shall we get married? He asked presently. This simple question caused Allie to avert her face, and just at that moment there came a knock on the door. Allie made a startled movement. "Come in," called Neale. It was his chief who entered. General Lodge's face wore the smile that softened it. Then it showed surprise. "Neale, you're transfigured." Neale's laugh rang out. "Behold cause even for that," he replied, indicating blushing Allie. "Son, I didn't have to play my trump card to fetch you back to work," said the general. "If you only had!" exclaimed Neale. Allie got up shyly and with difficulty disengaged her hand from Neale's. You must want to talk," she said, and then she fled. "A wonderful girl, Neale. We're all in love with her," said the chief. "She dropped down on us one night, asked for protection and you. She does not talk much. All we know is that she's the girl you saved back in the hills and has been kept a prisoner. Here she hides by day and night. She will not talk, but we know she fears someone." "Yes, indeed she does," replied Neale seriously. And then briefly he told General Lodge Allie's story as related by her. "Well," ejaculated the chief, "if that doesn't beat me. What are you going to do?" "I'll keep her close. Surely she'll be safe here, hidden, with the soldiers about." "Of course, but you can never tell what's going to happen. If she could be gotten to Omaha now." "No, no. replied Neale, almost violently. He could not bear the thought of parting with Allie, now just when he had found her. Then the chief's suggestion had reminded Neale of the possibility of Allie's father materializing, and the idea was attended by a vague dread. "I appreciate how you feel. Don't worry about it, Neale." "What's this snag the engineers are up against?" queried Neale, abruptly changing the subject. "We're stuck. It's an engineering problem that I hope and expect you to solve." "Who ran this survey in the first place?" "It's Baxter's work, with the men he had under him then," replied the chief. "Somebody blundered. His later surveys make over 100 feet grade to the mile. That won't do. We've got to get down to 90 feet. Baxter is stuck. The new surveyor is floundering. Oh, it's bad business. Neale, I don't sleep of nights." "No wonder," returned Neale, and he felt suddenly the fiery grip of his old state of mind toward all the engineering obstacles. "I'm going out to look over the ground. I'll send Baxter and some of the men with you." "No, thanks," replied Neale. "I'd rather take up my job all alone out there." The chief's acquiescence was silent and eloquent. Neale strode outdoors. The color of things, the feel of wind, the sound of men and horses all about him, had remarkably changed, just as he himself had incalculably changed. General Lodge had said, transfigured. He walked down to the construction line and went among the idle men and the strings of cars, the piles of rails and the piles of ties. He seemed to absorb in them again. Then he walked down the loose, unspiked ties to where they ended, and so on along the graded roadbed to the point where his quick eyes recognized the trouble. They swiftly took in what had been done and what had been attempted. How much needless work begun and completed in the building of the railroad. He clambered around in the sand, up and down the ravine, over the rocks, along the stream for half a mile, and it was laborious work. But how good to pant and sweat once more. He retraced his steps. Then he climbed the long slope of the hill. The wind up there blew him a welcome, and the sting and taste of dust were sweet. His step was swift. And then he again loitered with keen, roving glance, studying the lay of the ground. Neale's was the deductive method of arriving at conclusions. Today he was inspired, and at length there blazed suddenly his solution to the problem. Then he gazed over the rolling hills with contemplative and dreamy vision. They were beautiful, strong, changeless, and he divined now how they might have helped him if he had only looked with seeing eyes. Late that afternoon, tired and dusty, he tramped into the big office room. General Lodge was pacing the floor, chewing at his cigar. Baxter sat over blueprint papers, and his face was weary. Colonel Dillon, Campbell, and several other young men were there. Neale saw that his manner of entrance, or the look of him, or both together, struck these men singularly. They laughed. "It was great going back to my job," he exclaimed. Baxter sat up. General Lodge threw away his cigar with an action that suggested a sudden vitalizing of a weary but indomitable spirit. "Did you find the snag we've struck?" asked Baxter. "No," replied Neale. "Aha! Well, I'll have to take you out tomorrow and show you." The chief's keen eyes began to shine as they studied Neale. "No, couldn't find any snag, Baxter, old boy. And the reason is because there's no snag to find." Baxter stared and his worn face reddened. "Boy, something's gone to your head," he retorted. "Well, I should smile, as Larry would say." Baxter pounded the table. "Neale, it's no smiling matter," he said harshly. "You come back here, your eye and mind fresh. But even so, it can't be you make light of this difficulty. You can't. You can't." "But I do," cried Neale, his manner subtly changing. Baxter got up. His shaking hand rustled a paper he held. "I know you of old. You've tormented me often. You're a boy. But here, this thing has stumped me. I've had no one to help. And I'm getting old. This damn railroad's made me old. If you saw a way out, tell me." Baxter faltered. Indeed, he had aged. Neale saw the growth of the great railroad with its problems in the face and voice of the old engineer. Listen, said Neale, swiftly. A half mile down from where you struck your snag, we'll change the course of that stream. We'll change the line, set a compound curve by intersections, and we'll get much less than a 90-foot grade to the mile. Then he turned to General Lodge. Chief, Baxter had so many problems, so much on his mind, that he couldn't think. The work will go on tomorrow. But Neale, you went out without any instrument, protested the chief. I didn't need one. Son, are you sure? This has been a stumper. What you say seems too good to... Am I sure? Cried Neale gaily. Look at Baxter's face. Indeed, one look at the old engineer was confirmation enough. Neale was made much of that night. The chief and his engineers, the officers and their wives, all vied with another in their efforts to celebrate Neale's return to work. The dinner party was merry, yet earnest, too. Baxter made a speech, his fine old face alight with gladness as he extolled youth and genius and the inspiring power of bright eyes. Neale had to answer. His voice was deep and full as he said that Providence had returned him to his work and to a happiness he had believed lost. He denied the genius attributed to him, but not the inspiring power of bright eyes. And he paid a fine tribute to Baxter. Through all this gaiety and earnestness, Allie's lips were mute, and her cheeks flushed and paled by turns. It was an ordeal for her, both confusing and poignant. At last she and Neale got away alone to the cabin room where they had met earlier in the day. They stood at the open window, close together, hands locked, gazing out over the quiet valley. The moon was full, and broad belts of silver light lay in strong contrast to black shadows. The hour was late. The sentries paced their beats. Allie stirred and lifted her face to Neale's. "What they said about you makes me almost as happy as to see you again," she said. "They said? Who? What?" asked Neale, dreamily. "Oh, I heard. I remember. For instance, Mr. Baxter said you had genius." "He was just eulogizing me," replied Neale. "What he said about your bright eyes was more to the point, I think. It's sweet to believe I could inspire you. But I know, and you know, that if I had not been here, you would have seen through the engineering problem just the same. Now be honest." "Yes, I would," replied Neale frankly, though perhaps not so swiftly. "I could see through stone today. And that proves your worth. Your duty, it always has been, to stand by your chief. Oh, I love him. He seems so much younger today. You've encouraged them all. Oh, dear Neale, there's something noble in what you can do for him. Can't you see it?" "Yes, Allie. Indeed I do." "Promise me never to fail him again." "I promise. No matter what happens to me. I'm alive, safe, well, and I'm yours. But something might happen. You can never tell. And I don't refer particularly to Durade and his gang. I mean life and everything is uncertain out here. So promise me, no matter what happens, that you'll stand by your work." "I promise that, too," replied Neale, huskily. "But you frighten me. You fear for yourself." "No, I don't," she protested. "Fate could not be so brutal to take you from me. Anyway, I'll not think of it. Do not, nor will I. I wouldn't have asked you, only this night has shown me your opportunity. I'm so proud, so proud. You'll be great some day." "Well, if you're so proud, if you think I'm so wonderful, why haven't you rewarded me for that little job today?" "Reward you? How?" "How do you suppose?" She was pale, eloquent, grave. But he was low voiced, gay, intense. "Dear Neale, what can I do? I have nothing. So big a thing as you did today. Child, you can kiss me." Allie's sweet gravity changed. She smiled. "I sure can," as Larry used to say. "That's my privilege. But you spoke of a reward. My kisses, they're yours, and as many as the grains of sand out there. But they're not reward." "No? Listen. For just one kiss. If I had to earn it so, I would dig that road bed out there, carry every tie and rail with my bare hands, drive every spike. Neil, you talk like a boy. Something indeed has gone to your head. Yes, indeed it has. It's your face in the moonlight. She hid her blushes for a moment on his breast. I want to be serious, she whispered. I want to thank God for my good fortune, to think of you and your work, the future, and you only want kisses. Well, since your future must be largely made up of kisses, suppose you begin your work right now. Oh, you're teasing. But when you ask of me, whatever you ask, I have no mind, no will. Something drags at me. I feel it now, as I used to when you made me wade the brook. Oh, that's my sweetest memory of you. How it haunted me. They stood silent for a moment. Out in the moon-blanched space the sentries trod monotonously. The coyote yelped sharp and wild. The wind moaned low. Suddenly Neale shook himself as if awakening. Allie, it grows late. We must say good night. Today has been blessed. I'm grateful to the depths of my heart. But I won't let you go until my reward. She raised her face, white and noble in the moonlight. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Neale slept in a tent, and when he was suddenly awakened it was bright daylight. His ears vibrated to a piercing blast. For an instant he could not distinguish the sound, but when it ceased he knew it had been a ringing bugle call. Following that came the voices and movements of excited troopers. He rolled from his blankets to get into boots and coat and rush out. The troopers appeared all around him in hurried, orderly action. Neale asked a soldier what was up. "Redskins, begorra, before breakfast," was the disgusted reply. Neale thought of Allie and his heart contracted. A swift glance on all sides, however, failed to see any evidence of attack on the camp. He espied General Lodge and Colonel Dillon among a group before the engineers' quarters. Neale hurried up. "Morning, Neale," said the chief grimly. "You're back on the job, all right." And Colonel Dillon added, "A little action to celebrate your return, Neale." "What's happened?" queried Neale, shortly. "We just got a telegraph message. Big force Sioux. That's all. The operator says the wire was cut in the middle of the message." "Big force Sioux," repeated Neale. "Between here and Benton?" "Of course. We sent a scout on horseback down along the line. Neale, you'll find guns inside. Help yourself," said General Lodge. "You'll take breakfast with us in the cabin. We don't know what's up yet, but it looks bad for us, having the women here. This cabin's no fort. General, we can have all those railroad ties hustled here and throw up defenses," suggested the officer. "That's a good idea, but the troopers will have to carry them. That work train won't get out here today. It's not likely, but we can use the graders from the camp up the line. Neale, go in and get guns and a bite to eat. I'll have a horse here ready for you. I want you to ride out after those graders." "All right," replied Neale rapidly. "Have you told do the women know yet what's up?" "Yes, and that girl of yours has nerve. Hurry, Neale." Neale rode away on his urgent errand without having seen Allie. His orders had been to run the horse. It was some distance to the next grading camp. How far he did not know. And the possibility of his return being cut off by Indians had quickened Neale into a realization of the grave nature of the situation. He had difficulty climbing up and down the gorge, but once across it, there was the graded roadbed leading straight to the next camp. This roadbed was soft and not easy going for a horse. Neale found better ground along the line, on hard ground, and here he urged the fresh horse to a swift and steady gait. The distance was farther than he had imagined and probably exceeded 10 miles. He rode at a gallop through a wagon train camp, which from its quiet looks was not connected with the work of the railroad, straight on into the midst of 200 or more graders just about to begin the day's work. His advent called a halt to everything. Sharply and briefly Neale communicated the orders given him. Then he wheeled his horse for the return trip. When he galloped through the wagon train camp, several rough-appearing men hailed him curiously. "Indians!" yelled Neale as he swept on. He glanced back once to see a tall, dark-faced man wearing a frock coat speak to the others and then wildly fling out his arms. It was downhill all the way back, and the horse, now thoroughly heated and excited, ran his swiftest. Far down the line Neale saw columns of smoke rolling upward. They appeared farther on than his camp, yet they caused him apprehension. His cheek blanched at the thought that the camp containing Allie Lee might be surrounded by Indians. His fears, however, were groundless, for soon he saw the white tents and the cabins, with the smoke columns rising far below. Neale rode hard into camp from the west, in time to see Dillon's scout galloping hard up from the east. Neale dismounted before the waiting officers to give his report. "Good," replied Dillon. "You've certainly made time. We can figure on those graders in an hour or so?" "Yes, there were horses enough for half the gang," answered Neale. "Now for Anderson's report," muttered the officer. Anderson was the scout. He rode up on a foam-lashed mustang and got off, dark and grimy with dust. His report was that he had been unable to get in touch with any soldiers or laborers along the line, but he had seen enough with his own eyes. Halfway between the camp and Benton, a large force of Sioux had torn up the track, halted and fired the work train. A desperate battle was being fought with the odds against the workmen, for the reason that the train of boxcars was burning. Troops must be rushed to the rescue. Colonel Dillon sent a trooper with orders to saddle the horses. This sent a cold chill through Neale. "General, if the Sioux rounded us up here in this camp, we'd be hard put to it," he said forcibly. "Right you are, Neale. The high slopes and rocks and trees would afford cover. Whoever picked out this location for a camp wasn't thinking of Indians. But we need scarcely expect an attack here." "Suppose we get the women away to the hills," suggested Neale. Anderson shook his head. "They might be worse off. Here you've shelter, water, food, and men coming. That's a big force of Sioux. They'll have lookouts on all the hills." It was decided to leave a detachment of soldiers under Lieutenant Brady, who was to remain in camp until the arrival of the graders, and then follow hard on Colonel Dillon's trail. Besides Allie Lee, there were 5 other women in camp, and they all came out to see the troops ride away. Neale heard Colonel Dillon assure his wife that he did not think there was any danger, but the color failed to return to her face. The other women, excepting Allie, were plainly frightened. Neale found new pride in Allie. She showed little fear of the Sioux. General Lodge rode beside Colonel Dillon at the head of the troops. They left camp on a trot, raising a cloud of dust, and quickly disappeared round the curve of the hill. The troopers who were left behind stacked their guns and sallied out after railroad ties with which to build defenses. Anderson, the scout, rode up the slope to a secluded point from which he was to keep watch. The women were instructed to stay inside the log cabin that adjoined the flimsy quarters of the engineers. Baxter, with his assistants, overhauled the guns and ammunition left, and Neale gathered up all the maps and plans and drawings to put them in a bag close at hand. Time passed swiftly, and in another half hour the graders began to arrive. They came riding in bareback, sometimes 2 on one horse, flourishing their guns, 100 or more red-faced Irishmen spoiling for a fight. Their advent eased Neale's dread. Still a strange feeling weighed upon him, and he could not understand it or shake it. He had no optimism for the moment. He judged it to be over-emotion, a selfish and rather exaggerated fear for Allie's safety. Lieutenant Brady then departed with his soldiers, leaving the noisy laborers to carry ties and erect bulwarks. The Irish, as ever, growled and voiced their complaints at finding work instead of fighting. "Hurry and fetch on, you darn Sioux!" was the cry sent after Brady, and that request voiced the spirit of the gang. In an hour they had piled a fence of railroad ties 6 feet high around the engineers' quarters. This task had scarcely been done when Anderson was discovered riding recklessly down the slope. Baxter threw up his hands. "We're going to have it," he said. "Neale, I'm not so young as I was." Anderson rode in behind the barricade and dismounted. "Sioux!" The graders greeted this information with loud hurrahs. But when Anderson pointed out a large band of Sioux filing down from the hilltop, the enthusiasm was somewhat checked. It was the largest hostile force of Sioux that Neale had ever seen. The sight of the lean, wild figures stirred Neale's blood, and then again sent that cold chill over him. The Indians rode down the higher slope and turned off at the edge of the timber out of rifle range. Here they got off their mustangs and apparently held a council. Neale plainly saw a befeathered chieftain point with long arm. Then the band moved, disintegrated, and presently seemed to have melted into the ground. "Men, we're in for a siege," yelled old Baxter. At this juncture the women came running out, badly frightened. "The Indians! The Indians!" cried Mrs. Dillon. "We saw them behind the cabin, creeping down through the rocks." "Get inside. Stay in the cabin," ordered Baxter. Allie was the last one crowded in. Neale, as he half forced her inside, was struck with a sudden wild change in her expression. "There! There!" she whispered, trying to point. Just then rifle shots and the spattering of bullets made quick work urgent. "Go get inside the log walls," said Neale, as he shoved Allie in. Excitement prevailed among the graders. They began to run under cover of the enclosure, and some began to shoot aimlessly. "Anderson, take some men. Go to the back of the cabin," shouted Baxter. The scout called for men to follow him and ran out. So many of the graders essayed to follow that they blocked the narrow opening between the enclosure and house. Suddenly one of them in the rear sheered round so that he looked at Neale. It was but a momentary glance, but Neale sensed recognition there. Then the man was gone, and Neale sustained a strange surprise. That face had been familiar, but he could not recall where he had ever seen it. The red, leering, evil visage, with its prominent, hard features, grew more vivid in memory as Neale's mind revolved closer to discovery. "Inside with you, Neale," yelled Baxter. Baxter and Neale, with the 4 young engineers, took to the several rooms of the log cabin, where each selected an aperture between the logs or a window through which to fire upon the Indians. But Neale soon ascertained that there was nothing to shoot at. Outside of some white puffs of smoke rising from behind rocks on the slope, there was absolutely not a sign of an Indian. The graders were firing, but Neale believed they would have done better to save their powder. Bullets pattered against the logs. Now and then a laden pellet sang through a window to thud into the wall. Neale shut the heavy door leading from the cabin into the engineers' quarters, for bullets were ripped through from one side to the other of this canvas and clapboard structure. Then Neale passed from room to room searching for Allie. 2 of the engineers were kneeling at a chink between the logs, aiming and firing in great excitement. Campbell had sustained a slight wound and looked white with rage and fear. Baxter was peeping behind the rude jamb of a window. "Nothing to shoot at, boy," he said in exasperation. "Wait, listen to that bunch of Irish shoot. They're wasting powder. We've plenty of ammunition. Let 'em shoot. They may not hit any redskins, but they'll scare 'em." "We can hold out here if the troopers hurry back," said Neale. "Sure, but maybe they're hard at it, too. I've no hope this is the same bunch of Sioux that held up the work train." "Neither have I, and if the troops don't get here before dark." Neale halted, and Baxter shook his gray head. "That would be bad," he said. "But we've squeezed out of narrow places before, building this U.P.R." Neale found the women in the large room between the corner of the walls and a huge stone fireplace. They were quiet. Allie leaped at sight of Neale. Her hands trembled as she grasped him. "Neale," she whispered, "I saw Fresno." "Who's he?" queried Neale, blankly. "He's one of Durade's gang." "No!" exclaimed Neale. He drew Allie aside. "You're scared." "I never forget Fresno," she replied, positively. He was one of the 4 ruffians who burned Slingerland's cabin and made off with me." Then Neale shook with a violent start. He grasped Allie tight. "I saw him, too, just before I came in. I saw one of the men that visited us at Slingerland's. Big, hulking fellow, red, ugly face, bad look. That's Fresno. He and the gang must have been camped with those graders you brought in. Oh, I'm more afraid of Fresno's gang than of the Indians. But, Allie, they don't know you're here. You're safe. The troops will be back soon and drive these Indians away." Allie clung to Neale, and again he felt something of the terror these ruffians had inspired in her. He reassured her, assuming a confidence he was far from feeling, and cautioned her to stay in that protected corner. Then he went into the other room to his station. It angered Neale and alarmed him that another peril perhaps menaced Allie, and he prayed for the return of the troops. The day passed swiftly, with intense watchfulness on the part of the defenders and in a waiting game on the part of the besiegers. They kept up a desultory firing all afternoon, and then a reckless grader running from post to post drew a volley from the Sioux, and likewise something that looked like an Indian would call forth shots from the defenses. But there was no real fighting. It developed that the Sioux were waiting for night. A fiery arrow, speeding from a bow in the twilight, left a curve of sparks in the air, like a falling rocket. It appeared to be a signal for demoniacal yells on all sides. Rifle shots ceased to come from the slopes. As darkness fell, gleams of little fires shot up from all around. The Sioux were preparing to shoot volleys of burning arrows down into the camp. Anderson hurried in to consult with Baxter. "We're surrounded," he said tersely. "The redskins are going to try burning us out. We're in a mighty tight place." "What's to be done?" asked Baxter. Anderson shook his head. On the instant there was a dull spat of an object striking the roof over their heads. This sound was followed by a long, shrill yell. "That was a burning arrow," declared Anderson. The men, as of one accord, ran out through the engineers' quarters to the open. It was now dark. Little fires dotted the hillsides. A dull red speck, like an ember, showed over the roof, darkened and disappeared. Then a streak of fire shot out from the black slope and sped on clear over the camp. "Sooner or later they'll make a go of that," muttered Anderson. Neale heard the scout's horse that had been left there in the enclosure. "Anderson, suppose I jump your horse. It's dark as pitch. I could run through, reach the troops. I'll take a chance." "Had that idea myself," replied Anderson. "But it seemed to me if them troopers wasn't having hell they'd have been here long ago. I'm looking for them every minute. They'll come. And we got to fight fire now till they get here." "But there's no fire yet," said Baxter. "There will be," replied Anderson. "But maybe we can put it out as fast as they started. Plenty of water here and it's dark. What I'm afraid of is that they'll fire the tents out there and then it'll be light as day. We can't risk climbing over the roofs." "Neale, go inside. Call the boys out," said Baxter. Neale had to feel his way through the rooms. He called to his comrades and then to the women to keep up their courage, that surely the troops would soon return. When he went out again, the air appeared full of fiery streaks. Shouts of the graders defiantly answered the yells of the savages. Showers of sparks were dropping upon the camp. The Sioux had ceased shooting their rifles for the present, and judging from their yells, they had crawled down closer under the cover of night. Presently a bright light flared up inside of the enclosure. One of the tents had caught fire. The Indians yelled triumphantly. Neale and his companions crouched back in the shadow. The burning tent set fire to the tent adjoining. They blazed up like paper, lighting the camp and slopes, but not an Indian was visible. They stopped yelling. Then Neale heard the thudding of arrows. Almost at once the roof of the engineers' quarters, which was merely strips of canvas over a wooden frame, burst into flames. In a single moment the roof of the cabin was blazing. More tents ignited, flared up, and the scene became almost as light as day. Rifles again began to crack. The crafty Indians poured a hail of bullets into the enclosure and the walls of the buildings. Still not an Indian was visible for the defenders to shoot at. Anderson, Neale, and Baxter were in grim consultation. They agreed on the scout's dictum. "Reckon the game's up. Hustle the women out." Neale crawled along the enclosure to the opening. On that side of the buildings there was a dark shadow, but it was lifting. He ran along the wall and he heard the whistle of bullets. Back of the cabin the Indians appeared to have gathered in force. Neale got to the corner and peered round. The blazing tents lighted up this end. He saw the graders break and run, some on his side of the cabin, some on the other, while others crowded into the door and window. Neale ran back to the window on the dark side of the cabin. He clambered in. A door to this room was open, and through it Neale saw the roof of the engineers' quarters blazing. He heard the women screaming. Evidently they too were running out of the enclosure. Neale hurried into the room where he had left Allie. He called. There was no answer, but a growing roar outside apparently drowned his voice. It was dark in this room. He felt along the wall, the fireplace, the corner. Allie was not there. The room was empty. His hands, groping low along the floor, came in contact with the bag he had left in Allie's charge. It contained the papers he had taken the precaution to save. Probably in her flight to escape from the burning cabin she had dropped it, but that was not like Allie. She would have clung to the bag while strength and sense were hers. Perhaps she had gotten out of the cabin. Neale searched again, growing more and more aware of the strife outside. He heard the crackling of wood over his head. Evidently the cabin was burning like tinder. There were men in the back room, fighting, yelling, crowding. Neale could see only dim, burly forms and the flashes of guns. Smoke floated thickly there. Someone on the inside or outside was beating out the door with an axe. He decided quickly that whatever Allie might have done, she would not have gone into that room. He retraced his steps, groping, feeling everywhere in the dark. Suddenly the crackling, the shots, the yells ceased or were drowned in a volume of greater sound. Neale ran to the window. The flare from the burning tents was dying down, but into the edge of the circle of light he saw loom a line of horsemen. "Troopers!" he cried joyfully. A great black pressing weight seemed lifted off his mind. The troops would soon rout that band of sneaking Sioux. Neale ran to the back room, where above the din outside he made himself heard. But for all he could see or hear, his tidings of rescue did not at once affect the men there. Then he forgot them and the fire outside in his search for Allie. The cabin was on fire, and he did not mean to leave it until he was absolutely sure she was not hidden or lying in a faint in some corner. And he had not made sure of that until the burning roof began to fall in. Then he leaped out the window and ran back to the enclosure. The blaze here was no longer bright, but Neale could see distinctly. Some of the piles of ties were burning. The heat had begun to drive the men out. Troopers were everywhere, and it appeared the rattle of rifles was receding up the valley. The Sioux had retreated. Here Neale continued his search for Allie. He found Mrs. Dillon and her companions, but Allie was not with them. All he could learn from the frightened women was that Allie had been in their company when they started to run from the cabin. They had not seen her since. Still Neale did not despair, though his heart sank. Allie was hiding somewhere. Frantically he searched the enclosure, questioned every man he met, rushed back to the burning cabin where the fire drove him out. But there was no trace of Allie. Then the conviction of calamity settled upon him. While the cabin burned and the troopers and graders watched, Neale now searched for the face of the man he had recognized, the ruffian Allie called Fresno. This search was likewise fruitless. The following hours were a hideous, slow nightmare for Neale. He had left one hope that daylight would disclose Allie somewhere. Day eventually dawned. It disclosed many facts. The Sioux had departed, and if they had suffered any loss there was no evidence of it. The engineers' quarters, cabin, and tents had burned to the ground. Utensils, bedding, food, grain, tools, and instruments, everything of value, except the papers Neale had saved, had gone up in smoke. The troopers who had rescued the work train must now depend upon that train for new supplies. Many of the graders had been wounded, some seriously, but none fatally. 9 of them were missing, as was Allie Lee. The blow was terrible for Neale, yet he did not sink under it. He did not consider the opinion of his sympathetic friends that Allie had wildly run out of the burning cabin to fall into the hands of the Sioux. He returned with the graders to their camp, and it was no surprise to him to find the wagon train that had tarried near gone in the night. He trailed that wagon train to the next camp, where on the busy road he lost the wheel tracks. Next day he rode horseback all the way in to Benton. But all his hunting and questioning availed nothing. Gloom, heart sickness, and despair surged in upon him, but he did not think of giving up. He remembered all Allie had told him. Those fiends had gotten her again. He believed now all that she had said, and there was something of hope in the thought that if Durade had found her again, she would at least not be at the mercy of ruffians like Fresno. But this was a forlorn hope. Still it upheld Neale and determined him to seek her during the time in which his work did not occupy him. And thus it came about that Neale plodded through his work along the line during the day, and late in the afternoon rode back with the laborers to Benton. If Allie Lee lived, she must be in Benton. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Neale took up lodgings with his friend Larry. He did not at first tell the cowboy about his recovery of Allie Lee and then her loss for the second time. And when finally he could not delay the revelation any longer, he regretted that he had been compelled to tell. Larry took the news hard. He inclined to the idea that she had fallen again into the hands of the Indians. Nevertheless, he showed himself terribly bitter against men of the Fresno stamp, and in fact against all the outlaw, ruffianly, desperado class so numerous in Benton. Neale begged Larry to be cautious, to go slow, to ferret out things, and so help him instead of making it harder to locate Allie through his impetuosity. "Pard, I reckon Allie's done for," said Larry, gloomily. No, Larry, I feel she's alive, well. If she were dead or well, wouldn't I know?" protested Neale. But Larry was not convinced. He had seen the hard side of border life. He knew the odds against Allie. "Reckon I'll look for that Fresno," he said. And deeper than before he plunged into Benton's wild life. One evening Neale, on returning from work to his lodgings, found the cowboy there. In the dim light Larry looked strange. He had his gun belt in his hands. Neale turned up the lamp. "Hello, Red. What's the matter?" "You look pale and sick," said Neale. "They wanted to throw me out of that dance hall," said Larry. "Which one?" "Stanton's." "Well, did they?" inquired Neale. "Well, I reckon not. I walked. And some night I'll sure clean out that hall." Neale did not know what to make of Larry's appearance. The cowboy seemed to be relaxing. His lips that had been tight began to quiver and his hand shook. Then he swung the heavy gun belt with somber and serious air, as if he were undecided about leaving it off even when about to go to bed. "Red, you've thrown a gun!" exclaimed Neale. Larry glanced at him and Neale sustained a shock. "Sure," drawled Larry. "By Heaven, I knew you would," declared Neale, excitedly, and he clenched his fist. "Did you kill someone?" "Pard, I reckon he's daid," mused the cowboy. "I didn't look to see. First gun I've throwed for long. It'll come back now, sure in hell." "What'll come back?" queried Neale. Larry did not answer this. "Who'd you shoot?" Neale went on. "Pard, I reckon it ain't my way to gab a lot," replied Larry. "But you'll tell me," insisted Neale, passionately. He jerked the gun and belt from Larry and threw them on the bed. "All right," drawled Larry, taking a deep breath. "I went into Stanton's hall the other night and a pretty girl made eyes at me. Wal, I shore asked her to dance. I reckon we'd been good pards if we'd been let alone. But there's a heap of fellers runnin' her, and some of them didn't cotton to me."
One they call Cordy. He sure did get offensive. He's the four-flush, loud kind. I didn't want to make any trouble for the girl Ruby, that's her name, so I was mighty good-natured. I dropped in Stanton's today. Ruby spotted me first, and she asked me to dance. Sure, I'm no dandy dancer, but I tried to learn. We was getting along powerful nice when in comes Cordy, hopping mad. He had a feller with him, and both had been trifling with red liquor. You oughter seen the crowd get back. Made me think Cordy and his pard had blowed a lot round here and got a rep. Well, I knowed there was bluff, just mean, ugly four-flushers. Sure they didn't and couldn't know nothing of me. I reckon I was only that long-legged, red-headed galoot from Texas. Anyhow, I was made to understand it might get hot, sudden like, if I didn't clear out. I left it to the girls, and some of them girls was full of hell. Ruby just stood there scornful and sassy, with her head leaning to one side, her eyes half shut, and a little smile on her face. I'd call her more'n hell. A nice girl gone wrong. Them kind sure is dangerous. Well, she says, "Reddy, are you going to let them run you out of here? They haven't any strings on me." So I slapped Cordy's face and told him to shut up. He let out a roar and got wild with his hands, like them four-flush fellers do who wants to look real bad. I says, pretty sharp like, "Don't make any moves now." And the darn fool went for his gun. Well, I caught his hand, twisted the gun away from him, poked him in the ribs with it, and then shoved it back in his belt. He was crazy, but pretty pale and surprised. Sure, I acted sudden like. Then I says, "My festive gent, if you think of that move again, you'll be stiff before you start it." Guess he believed me.
Larry paused in his narrative, wiped his face, and moistened his lips. Evidently he was considerably shaken.
Well, go on,
said Neale, impatiently.
"That was all right so far as it went," resumed Larry. "But the pard of Cordy's, he was half drunk and a big brag anyhow, he took up Cordy's quarrel. He hollered so he stopped the music and drove most everybody out of the hall. They was peeping in at the door, but Ruby stayed. There's a game kid. I'm going to see her tomorrow."
"You are not," declared Neale. "Hurry up. Finish your story."
Well, the big bloke swaggered all over me, and I seen right off that he didn't have sense enough to be turned. Then I got cold. I always used to. He says, "Are you going to keep away from Ruby?" And I says, very polite, "I reckon not." Then he throws himself in shape, like he meant to leap over a horse, and hollers, "Pull your gun." I asked, very innocent, "What for, stranger?" And he bawls for the crowd, "'Cause I'm going to bore you, and I never kill a man till he goes for his gun." To that I replies, most considerate, "But it ain't fair. You'd better get the first shot." Then the feller hollers, "Redhead." That settled him. I leaps over quick, slugged him one, left-handed. He staggered, but he didn't fall. Then he straightens up and goes for his gun.
Larry halted again. He looked as if he had been insulted, and a bitter irony set upon his lips.
I seen when he dropped that he never got his hand to his gun at all, just as I'd reckoned. Well, what made me sick was that my bullet went through him and then some of them thin walls and hit a girl in another house. She's bad hurt. They ought to have walls that would stop a bullet.
Neale heard the same narrative from the lips of Ancliffe, and it differed only in the essential details of the cowboy's consummate coolness. Ancliffe, who was an eyewitness of the encounter, declared that drink or passion or bravado had no part in determining Larry's conduct. Ancliffe talked at length about the cowboy. Evidently he had been struck with Larry's singular manner and look and action. Ancliffe had all an Englishman's intelligent observing powers, and the conclusion he drew was that Larry had reacted to a situation familiar to him. Neale took more credence in what Slingerland had told him at Medicine Bow. That night Huff and then many other acquaintances halted Neale to gossip about Larry Red King. The cowboy had been recognized by Texans visiting Benton. They were cattle barons, and they did not speak freely of King until ready to depart from the town. Larry's right name was Fisher. He had a brother, a famous Texas outlaw called King Fisher. Larry had always been Red Fisher, and when he left Texas he was on the way to becoming as famous as his brother. Texas had never been too hot for Red until he killed a sheriff. He was a born gunfighter and was well known on all the ranches from the Panhandle to the Rio Grande. He had many friends. He was a great horseman, a fine cowman. He had never been notorious for bad habits or ugly temper. Only he had an inch to throw a gun, and he was unlucky in always running into trouble. Trouble gravitated to him. His red head was a target for abuse, and he was sensitive and dangerous because of that very thing. Texas, the land of gunfighters, had seen few who were equal to him in cool serve and keen eye and swift hand. Neale did not tell Larry what he had heard. The cowboy changed subtly, but not in his attitude toward Neale. Benton and its wildness might have been his proper setting. So many rough and bad men, inspired by the time and place, essayed to be equal to Benton. But they lasted a day and were forgotten. The great compliment paid to Larry King was the change in the attitude of this wild camp. He had been one among many, a stranger. The time came when the dance halls grew quiet as he entered, and the gambling hells suspended their games. His fame increased as from lip to lip his story passed, always gaining something. Jealousy, hatred, and fear grew with his fame. It was hinted that he was always seeking some man or men from California. He had been known to question new arrivals. "Might you all happen to be from California? Have you ever heard of an outfit that made off with a girl out here in the hills?" Neale, not altogether in the interest of his search for Allie, became a friend and companion of Place Hough. Ancliffe sought him also, and he was often in the haunts of these men. They did not take so readily to Larry King. The cowboy had become a sort of nervous factor in any community. His presence was not conducive to a comfortable hour. For Larry, though he still drawled his talk and sauntered around, looked the name the Texan visitors had left him. His flashing blue eyes, cold and intent and hard in his flaming red face, his blazing red hair, his stalking form, and his gun swinging low, these characteristics were so striking as to make his presence always felt. Beauty Stanton insisted the cowboy had ruined her business and that she had a terror of him. But Neale doubted the former statement. All business, good and bad, grew in Benton. It was strange that as this attractive and notorious woman conceived a terror of Larry, she formed an infatuation for Neale. He would have been blind to it but for the dry humor of Place Hough and the amiable indifference of Ancliffe, who had anticipated a rival in Neale. Their talk, like most talk, drifted through Neale's ears. What did he care? Both Hough and Ancliffe began to loom large to Neale. They wasted every day, every hour, and yet, underneath the one's cold, passionate pursuit of gold, and the other's serene and gentle quest for effacement, there was something finer left of other years. Benton was full of gamblers and broken men who had once been gentlemen. Neale met them often, gambled with them, watched them. He measured them all. They had given life up, but within him there was a continual struggle. He swore to himself, as he had to Larry, that life was hopeless without Allie Lee, yet there was never a sleeping or waking hour that he gave up hope. The excitement and allurement of the dance halls, though he admitted their power, were impossible for him, and he frequented them as he went everywhere else, only in search of a possible clue. Gambling, then, seemed the only excuse open to him for his presence in Benton's sordid halls, and he had to bear as best he could the baseness of his associates. Of course, women had free run of all the places in Benton. At first Neale was flirted with and importuned. Then he was scorned. Then he was left alone. Finally, as time went on, always courteous, ever considerate of the women who happened in his way, but blind and cold to the meanness of their looks and words, he was at last respected and admired. There was always a game in the big gambling place, and in fact the greatest stakes were played for by gamblers like Hough, pitted against each other. But most of the time was reserved for the fleecing of the builders of the U.P.R., the wage earners whose gold was the universal lure and the magnet. Neale won money in these games in which he played with Place Hough. His winnings were scattered or lost in games where he was outpointed or cheated. One day a number of Eastern capitalists visited Benton. The fame of the town drew crowds of the curious and greedy, and many of these transient visitors wanted to have their fling at the gambling hells and dancing halls. There was a contagion in the wildness that affected even the selfish. It would be something to remember and boast of when Benton with its wild life should be a thing of the past. Place Hough met old acquaintances among some St. Louis visitors who were out to see the road and Benton, and perhaps to find investments. And he assured them that their visit would not be memorable unless he relieved them of their surplus cash. So a game with big stakes was begun. Neale with Hough and 5 of the visitors made up the table. Eastern visitors worked upon Neale's mood, but he did not betray it. He was always afraid he would come face to face with some of the directors whom he did not care to meet in such surroundings. And so, while gambling, he seldom looked up from his cards. The crowd came and went, but he never saw it. This big game attracted watchers. The visitors were noisy. They drank a good deal. They lost with an equanimity that excited interest, even in Benton. The luck for Neale seesawed back and forth. Then he lost steadily, until he had to borrow from Hough. About this time Beauty Stanton, with Ruby and another woman, entered the room, and were at once attracted by the game, to the evident pleasure of the visitors. And then unexpectedly Larry Red King stalked in and lounged forward, cool, easy, careless, his cigarette half smoked, his blue eyes keen. "Hey, is that him?" whispered one of the visitors, indicating Larry. "That's Red," replied Hough. "I hope he's not looking for one of you gentlemen." They laughed, but not spontaneously. "I've seen his like in Dodge City," said one. "Ask him to sit in the game," said another. "No, Red's a card sharp," replied Hough. "And I'd hate to see him catch one of you pulling a crooked deal." They lapsed back into the intricacies and fascination of poker. Neale, however, found the game unable to hold his undivided attention. Larry was there, looking and watching, and he made Neale's blood run cold. The girl Ruby stood close at hand, with her half-closed eyes, mysterious and sweet, upon him, and Beauty Stanton came up behind him. "Neale, I'll bring you luck," she said, and put her hand on his shoulder. Neale's luck did change. Fortune faced about abruptly, with its fickle inconsistency, and Neale had a run of cards that piled the gold and bills before him and brought a crowd 10 deep around the table. When the game broke up, Neale had won $3,000. "See, I brought you luck," whispered Beauty Stanton in his ear, and across the table Ruby smiled hauntingly and mockingly. Neale waved the crowd toward the bar. Only the women and Larry refused the invitation. Ruby gravitated irresistibly toward the cowboy. "Aren't you connected with the road?" inquired one of the visitors, drinking next to Neale. "Yes," replied Neale. "Saw you in Omaha at the office of the company. My name's Blair. I sell supplies to Commissioner Lee. He has growing interests along the road." Neale's lips closed and he set down his empty glass. Excusing himself, he went back to the group he had left. Larry sat on the edge of the table. Ruby stood close to him and she was talking. Stanton and the other woman had taken chairs. "Well, I reckon you made a rake off," drawled Larry as Neale came up. "Lend me some money, pard." Neale glanced at Larry and from him to the girl. She dropped her eyes. Ruby, do you like Larry?" he queried. "Sure do," replied the girl. "Reddy, do you like Ruby?" went on Neale. Beauty Stanton smiled her interest. The other woman came back from nowhere to watch Neale. Larry regarded his friend in mild surprise.
"I reckon it was a turrible case of love at first sight," he drawled.
"I'll call your bluff," flashed Neale. "I've just won $3,000. I'll give it to you. Will you take it and leave Benton? Go back? No, go west? Begin life over again?" "Together, you mean?" exclaimed Beauty Stanton, as she rose with a glow on her faded face. No need to wonder why she had been named Beauty. "Yes, together," replied Neale, in swift steadiness. "You've started bad, but you're young. It's never too late. With this money you can buy a ranch. Begin all over again."
"Pard, haven't you seen too much red liquor?" drawled Larry.
The girl shook her head. "Too late," she said softly.
"Why?"
"Larry's bad, but he's honest. I'm both bad and dishonest." "Ruby, I wouldn't call you dishonest," returned Neale, bluntly. "Bad, yes, and wild, but if you had a chance." "No," she said. "You're both slated for hell. What's the sense of it?" "I don't see that you're slated for heaven," retorted Ruby.
"Well, I shore say echo," drawled Larry as he rolled a cigarette. "Pard, you're drunk this here minute."
"I'm not drunk. I appeal to you, Miss Stanton," protested Neale. "You certainly are not drunk," she replied. "You're just..."
"Crazy,"
interrupted Ruby. They laughed. "Maybe I do have queer impulses," replied Neale, as he felt his face grow white. "Every once in a while I see a flash of I don't know what. I could do something big, even now, if my heart wasn't dead." "Mine's in its grave," said Ruby bitterly. "Come, Stanton, let's get out of here. Find me men who talk of drink and women." Neale deliberately reached out and stopped her as she turned away. He faced her. "You're no four flush," he said. "You're game. You mean to play this out to a finish. But you're no maggot like the most. You can think. You're afraid to talk to me. I'm afraid of no man. But you're a fool a sky pilot. The thing is, it's not too late." "It is too late," she cried with trembling lips. Neale saw and felt his dominance over her. "It is never too late," he responded with all his force. "I can prove that." She looked at him mutely. The ghost of another girl stood there instead of the wild Ruby of Benton.
"Pard, you're drunk shore."
ejaculated Larry as he towered over them and gave his belt a hitch. The cowboy sensed events. "I've annoyed you more than once," said Neale. "This is the last. So tell me the truth. Could I take you away from this life?" "Take me? How, man?" "I don't know. But somehow. I'll hold it as worthy to save a girl like you any girl from hell. But how?" she faltered. The bitterness, the irony, the wrong done by her life was not manifest now. "You refused my plan with Larry. Come, let me find a home for you with good people." "My God, he's not in earnest," gasped the girl to her women friends. "I am in earnest," said Neale. Then the tension of the girl relaxed. Her face showed a rebirth of soul. "I can't accept," she replied. If she thanked him, it was with a look. Assuredly her eyes had never before held that gaze for Neale. Then she left the room, and presently Stanton's companion followed her. But Beauty Stanton remained. She appeared amazed, even dismayed. Larry lighted his cigarette.
"Shore I'd call that a square kid," he said. "Neale, if you get any drunker you'll lose all that money."
"I'll lose it anyhow," replied Neale, absent-mindedly.
"Well, stake me right here and now."
At that Neale generously and still absent-mindedly delivered to Larry a handful of gold and notes that he did not count.
"Hell, I ain't no bank," protested the cowboy.
Huff and Ancliffe joined them, and with amusement watched Larry try to find pockets enough for his small fortune. "Easy come, easy go in Benton," said the gambler with a smile. Then his glance, alighting upon the quiet Stanton, grew a little puzzled. "Beauty, what ails you?" he asked. She was pale and her expressive eyes were fixed upon Neale. Huff's words startled her. "What ails me? Place, I've had a forgetful moment, a happy one, and I'm deathly sick." Ancliffe stared in surprise. He took her literally. Beauty Stanton looked at Neale again. "Will you come to see me?" she asked with sweet directness. "Thank you, no," replied Neale. He was annoyed. She had asked him that before, and he had coldly but courteously repelled what he thought were her advances. This time he was scarcely courteous. The woman flushed. She appeared about to make a quick and passionate reply, in anger and wounded pride, but she controlled the impulse. She left the room with Ancliffe. "Neale, do you know Stanton is infatuated with you?" asked Hough thoughtfully. "Nonsense," replied Neale. "She is, though. These women can't fool me. I told you days ago I suspected that. Now I'll gamble on it. And you know how I play my cards." "She saw me win a pile of money," said Neale, with scorn. "I bet you can't make her take $1 of it. Any amount you want and any odds." Neale would not accept the wager. What was he talking about anyway? What was this drift of things? His mind did not seem clear. Perhaps he had drunk too much. The eyes of both Ruby and Beauty Stanton troubled him. What had he done to these women? "Neale, you're more than usually excited today," observed Hough. "Probably was a run of luck. And then you spouted to the women." Neale confessed his offer to Ruby and Larry, and then his own impulse. "Ruby called me a fool, crazy, a sky pilot. Maybe I am." "Sky pilot? Well, the little devil," laughed Hough. "I'll gamble she called you that before you declared yourself." "Before, yes. I tell you, Hough, I have crazy impulses. They've grown on me out here. They burst like lightning out of a clear sky. I would have done just that thing for Ruby. Mad, you say? Why, man, she's not hopeless. There was something deep behind that impulse, strange, not understandable. I'm at the mercy of every hour I spend here. Benton has gotten into my blood, and I see how Benton is a product of this great advance of progress, of civilization. The U.P.R. We're only atoms in a force no one can understand. Look at Reddy King. That cowboy was set, fixed like stone in his character. But Benton has called to the worst and wildest in him. He'll do something terrible. Mark what I say. We'll all do something terrible. You too, Place Huff, with all your cold, implacable control. The moment will come, born out of this abnormal time. I can't explain, but I feel. There's a workshop in this hell of Benton, invisible, monstrous, and nameless. Nameless like the new graves dug every day out here on the desert. How few of the honest toilers dream of the spirit that is working on them. That Irishman, Shane, think of him. He fought while his brains oozed from a hole in his head. I saw, but I didn't know then. I wanted to take his place. He said no, he wasn't hurt, and Casey would laugh at him. Aye, Casey would have laughed. They're men. There are thousands of them. The U.P.R. goes on. It can't be stopped. It has the momentum of a great nation, pushing it on from behind. And I who have lost all I cared for, and you who are a drone among the bees, and Ruby and Stanton with their kind, poor creatures sucked into the vortex. Yes, and that mob of leeches. Why, we are all so stung by that nameless spirit that we are stirred beyond ourselves and dare both height and depth of impossible things. "You must be drunk," said Pace gravely. "And yet what you say hits me hard. I'm a gambler. But sometimes there are moments when I might be less or more. There's a mystery in the air. This Benton is a chaos. Those hairy toilers of the rails. I've watched them hammer and lift and dig and fight. By day they sweat and they bleed. They sing and joke and quarrel and go on with the work. By night they're seized by the furies.
They fight among themselves while being plundered and murdered by Benton's wolves. Heroic by day, hellish by night. And so, spirit of what? They set the pace. Next afternoon, when parasitic Benton awoke, it found the girl Ruby dead in her bed. Her door had been forced. She had not been murdered. She had destroyed much of the contents of a trunk. She had dressed herself in simple garments that no one in Benton had ever seen. It did not appear what means she had employed to take her life. She was only one of many. More than one girl of Benton's throng had sought the same short road and cheated life of further pain. When Neale heard about it upon his return to Benton late that afternoon, Ruby was in her grave. It suited him to walk out in the twilight and stand a while in the silence beside the bare sandy mound. No stone, no mark. Another nameless grave. She had been a child once, with dancing eyes and smiles, loved by someone surely, and perhaps mourned by someone living. The low hum of Benton's awakening night was borne faintly on the wind. The sand seeped, the coyotes wailed, and yet there was silence. Twilight lingered. Out on the desert the shadows deepened. By some chance the grave of the Scarlet Woman adjoined that of a laborer who had been killed by a blast. Neale remembered the spot. He had walked out there before. A morbid fascination often drew him to view that ever increasing row of nameless graves. As the workman had given his life to the road, so had the woman. Neale saw a significance in the parallel. Neale returned to the town, troubled in mind. He remembered the last look Ruby had given him. Had he awakened conscience in her? Upon questioning Hough, he learned that Ruby had absented herself from the dancing hall and had denied herself to all that last night of her life. There was to be one more incident relating to this poor girl before Benton in its mad rush should forget her. Neale divined the tragedy before it came to pass, but he was as powerless to prevent it as any other spectator in Beauty Stanton's hall. Larry King reacted in his own peculiar way to the news of Ruby's suicide and the rumored cause. He stalked into that dancing hall, where his voice stopped the music and the dancers. "Come out here!" he shouted to the pale Cordy. And King spun the man into the center of the hall, where he called him every vile name known to the camp, scorned and slapped him and insulted him, shamed him before that breathless crowd, goaded him at last into a desperate reaching for his gun, and killed him as he drew it. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Benton slowed and quieted down a few days before payday to get ready for the great rush. Only the saloons and dance halls and gambling hells were active, and even here the difference was manifest. The railroad yard was the busiest place in the town, for every train brought huge loads of food, merchandise, and liquor, the transporting of which taxed the teamsters to their utmost. The day just before payday saw the beginning of a singular cycle of change. Gangs of laborers rode in on the work trains from the grading camps and the camps at the head of the rails, now miles west of Benton. A rest of several days inevitably followed the visit of the pay car. It was difficult to keep enough men at work to feed and water the teams, and there would have been sorry protection from the Indians had not the troops been on duty. Paydays were not off days for the soldiers. Steady streams of men flowed toward Benton from east and west, and that night the hum of Benton was merry, subdued, waiting. Bright and early the town with its added thousands awoke. The morning was clear, rosy, fresh. On the desert the colors changed from soft gray to red, and the whirls of dust, riding the wind, resembled little clouds radiant with sunset hues.
Silence and solitude and unbroken level reigned outside in infinite contrast to the seething town. Benton resembled an ant heap at break of day. A thousand songs arose, crude and coarse and loud, but full of joy. Payday and vacation were at hand. Then drill, my Paddies, drill, drill, my heroes, drill, drill all day, no sugar in your tea, working on the UP Railway. Casey was one Irish trooper of thousands who varied the song and tune to suit his taste. The content alone they all held. Drill. They were laborers who could turn into regiments at a word. They shaved their stubby beards and donned their best, a bronzed, sturdy, cheery army of wild boys. The curse rested but lightly upon their broad shoulders. Strangely enough, the morning began without the gusty wind so common at that latitude, and the 6 inches of powdery white dust did not rise. The wind, too, waited. The powers of heaven smiled in the clear, quiet morning, but the powers of hell waited. For the hours to come, the night and the darkness. At 9 o'clock a mob of 5,000 men had congregated around the station, most of them out in the open, on the desert side of the track. They were waiting for the pay train to arrive. This hour was the only orderly one that Benton ever saw. There were laughter, profanity, play, a continuous hum. But compared to Benton's usual turmoil, it was pleasant. The workmen talked in groups and, like all crowds of men sober and unexcited, they were given largely to badinage and idle talk. "What was it I owed you, Mike?" asked a strapping grader. Mike scratched his head. "Were it $30 this time?" "It were," replied the other. "Mike, you have a memory." A big negro pushed out his huge jaw and blustered at his fellows. "I's a gwine to bust that yaller nigger's haid," he declared. "Bill, he's your friend. Cool down, man, cool down," replied a comrade. A teamster was writing a letter in lead pencil, using a board over his knees. "Jim, you going to send money home?" queried a fellow laborer. "I'm that, and first thing when I get my pay," was the reply. "Reminds me I owe for this suit I'm wearing. I'll drop in and settle." A group of spikers held forth on a little bank above the railroad track, at a point where a few weeks before they had fastened those very rails with lusty blows. "Well, boys, I think I see the smoke of our pay dirt, way down the line," said one. "Buddy, your eyes are poor," replied another. "Yep, she's coming," said another. "'Bout time, for I haven't 2 bits to my name." "Boys, no bucking the tiger for me today," declared Bandy. He was laughed at by all except one quiet comrade gazed thoughtfully eastward, back over the vast and rolling country. This man was thinking of home, of wife and little girl, of what payday meant for them. Bandy gave him a friendly slap on the shoulder. "Frank, you got drunk and laid out all night last payday." Frank remembered, but he did not say what he had forgotten that last payday. A long and gradual slope led from Benton down across the barren desert toward Medicine Bow. The railroad track split it and narrowed to a mere thread upon the horizon. The crowd of watching, waiting men saw smoke rise over that horizon line in a dark, flat, creeping object. Through the big throng ran a restless murmur. The train was in sight. It might have been a harbinger of evil, for subtle change, nervous, impatient, brooding, visited that multitude. A slow movement closed up the disintegrated crowd, and a current of men worked forward to encounter resistance and opposing currents. They had begun to crowd for advantageous positions closer to the pay car so as to be the first in line. A fight started somewhere, full of loud curses and dull blows. And then a jostling mass tried the temper of the slow marching men. Some boss yelled an order from a boxcar and he was hooted. There was no order. When the train whistled for Benton, a hoarse and sustained shout ran through the mob, not from all lips, nor from any massed group, but taken up from man to man, a strange sound, the first note of calling Benton. The train arrived. Troops alighting preserved order near the pay car, and out of the dense mob a slow stream of men flowed into the car at one end and out again at the other. Bates, a giant digger and a bully, was the first man in the line, the first to get his little share of the fortunes in gold passing out of the car that day. Long before half of that mob had received its pay, Bates lay dead upon a sanded floor, killed in a drunken brawl. And the Irishman Mike had received his $30. And the big Negro had broken the head of his friend. And the teamster had forgotten to send money home. And his comrade had neglected to settle for the suit of clothes he was wearing. And Bandy, for all his vows, had gone straight for bucking the tiger. And Frank, who had gotten drunk last payday, had been mindful of wife and little girl far away and had done his duty. As the spirit of the gangs changed with the coming of the gold, so did that of the day. The wind began to blow, the dust began to fly, the sand began to burn, and the freshness and serenity of the morning passed. Main Street in Benton became black streaked with men, white sheeted with dust. There was a whining whistle in the wind as it swooped down. It complained, it threatened, it strengthened. And from the heating desert it blew in stiflingly hot. A steady tramp, tramp, tramp rattled the loosed boards as the army marched down upon Benton. It moved slowly, the first heave of a great mass getting under way. Stores and shops, restaurants and hotels and saloons took toll from these first comers. Benton swallowed up the builders as fast as they marched from the pay train. It had an insatiable maw. The bands played martial airs, and soldiers who had lived through the rebellion felt the thrill and the quick step and the call of other days. Toward afternoon Benton began to hurry. The hour was approaching when crowded halls and tents must make room for fresh and unspent gangs. The swarms of men still marched up the street. Benton was gay and noisy and busy then. White shirts and blue and red plaid held their brightness despite the dust. Gaudily dressed women passed in and out of the halls. All was excitement, movement, color, merriment, and dust and wind and heat. The crowds moved on because they were pushed on. Music, laughter, shuffling feet and clinking glass, a steady tramp, voices low and voices loud, the hoarse brawl of the barker, all these varying elements merged into a roar that started with a merry note and swelled to a nameless din. The sun set, the twilight fell, the wind went down, the dust settled, and night mantled Benton. The roar of the day became subdued. It resembled the purr of a gorging hyena. The yellow and glaring torches, the bright lamps, the dim, pale lights behind tent walls, all accentuated the blackness of the night and filled space with shadows like specters. Benton's streets were full of drunken men, staggering back along the road upon which they had marched in. No woman now showed herself. The darkness seemed a cloak, cruel yet pitiful. It hid the flight of a man running from fear. It softened the sounds of brawling and deadened the pistol shot. Under its cover soldiers slunk away, sobered and ashamed, and murderous bandits waited in ambush, and brawny porters dragged men by the heels, and young gamblers in the flush of success hurried to new games, and broken wanderers sought some place to rest, and a long line of the vicious, of mixed dialect and of different colors, filed down in the dark to the tents of lust. Life indoors that night in Benton was monstrous, wonderful, and hideous. Every saloon was packed and every dive and room filled with a hoarse, violent mob of furious men, furious with mirth, furious with drink, furious with wildness, insane and lecherous, spilling gold and blood. The gold that did not flow over the bars went into the greedy hands of the cold, swift gamblers and into the clutching fingers of wild-eyed women. The big gambling hell had extra lights, extra attendants, extra tables, and there round the great glittering, mirror-blazing bar struggled and laughed and shouted a drink-sodden mass of humanity. And all through the rest of the big room groups and knots of men stood and sat around tables, intent, absorbed, obsessed, listening with strained ears, watching with wild eyes, reaching with shaking hands, only to gasp and throw down their cards and push rolls of gold toward cold-faced gamblers with a muttered curse. This was the night of golden harvest for the black-garbed, steel-nerved, cold-eyed card sharps. They knew the brevity of time and of hour and of life. In the dancing halls there was a maddening whirl, an immense and incredible hilarity, a wild fling of unleashed burly men, an honest drunken spree. But there was also the hideous red-eyed drunkenness that did not spring from drink, the unveiled passion, the brazen lure, the raw, corrupt, and terrible presence of bad women in absolute license at a wild and baneful hour. That was the last payday Beauty Stanton's dancing hall ever saw. Likewise, it was to be the last she should ever see. In the madness of that night there was written finality, the end. Benton had reached its greatest, wildest, blackest, vilest, but not its deadliest. That must come later, as an aftermath, but the height or the depth was reached. The scene at midnight was unreal, livid, medieval. Dance of cannibals, dance of sun worshipers, dance of Apaches on the warpath, dance of cliff dwellers wild over the massacre of a dreaded foe. Only these orgies might have been comparable to that whirl of gold and lust in Beauty Stanton's parlors. Benton seemed breathing hard, laboring under its load of evil, dancing toward its close. Night wore on and the hour of dawn approached. The lamps were dead, the tents were dark, the music was stilled, and the low, soft roar was but a hollow mockery of its earlier strength. Like specters, men staggered slowly and wanderingly through the gray streets. Gray ghost. All was gray. A vacant laugh pealed out and a strident curse, and then again the low murmur prevailed. Benton was going to rest. Weary, drunken, spent nature sought oblivion on disordered beds, on hard floors, and in dusty corners. An immense and hovering shadow held the tents and halls and streets. Through this opaque gloom the silent and the mumbling revelers reeled along. Louder voices broke the spell only for an instant. Death lay in the middle of the main street, in the dust, and no passing man halted. It lay as well down the side streets, in sandy ditches, and on tent floors, and behind the bar of the gambling hell, and in the corner of Beauty Stanton's parlor. Likewise, death had its counterpart in hundreds of prostrate men who lay in drunken stupor, asleep, insensible to the dust in their faces. No one answered the low moans of the man who, stabbed and robbed, had crawled so far and could crawl no farther. But the dawn would not stay back in order to hide Benton's hideousness. The gray lifted out of the streets, the shadows lightened, the east kindled, and the sweet, soft freshness of a desert dawn came in on the gentle breeze. And when the sun arose, splendid and golden with its promise and beauty, it shone upon a ghastly, silent, motionless, sleeping Benton. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Allie Lee, again a prisoner in the clutches of Durade, the days in Benton had been mysterious, the nights dreadful. In fear and trembling she listened with throbbing ears to footsteps and low voices, ceaseless, as of a passing army, and a strange muffled roar, rising and swelling and dying. Durade's caravan had entered Benton in the dark. Allie had gotten an impression of wind and dust, lights and many noisy, hurried men, and a crowded jumble of tents. She had lived in the back room of a canvas house. A door opened into a little yard, fenced high with many planks, over and through which she could not see. Here she had been allowed to walk. She had seen Durade once, the morning after Fresno and his gang had brought her to Benton, when he had said that meals would be sent her and that she must stay there until he had secured better quarters. He threatened to kill her if he caught her in another attempt to escape. Allie might have scaled the high fence, but she was more afraid of the unknown peril outside than she was of him. She listened to the mysterious life of Benton, wondering and fearful. And through the hours there came to her the nameless certainty of something tremendous and terrible that was to happen to her. But spirit and hope were unquenchable. Not prayer, nor reason, nor ignorance was the source of her sustained and inexplicable courage. A star shone over her destiny, or a good angel hovered near. She sensed in a vague and perplexing way that she must be the center of a mysterious cycle of events. The hours were fraught with strain and suspense, yet they passed fleetingly. A glorious and saving moment was coming, a meeting that would be as terrible as sweet. Benton held her lover Neale and her friend Larry. They were searching for her. She felt their nearness. It was that which kept her alive. She knew the truth with her heart, and while she thrilled at the sound of every step, she also shuddered. For there was Durade with his desperadoes. Blood would be spilled. Somewhere, somehow, that meeting would come. Neale would rush to her. And the cowboy. Allie remembered the red blaze of his face, the singular, piercing blue of his eye, his cool, easy, careless air, his drawling speech, and underneath all his lazy gentleness, a deadliness of blood and iron. So Allie Lee listened to all sounds, particularly to all footsteps, waiting for that one which was to make her heart stand still. Someone had entered the room adjoining hers and was now fumbling at the rude door which had always been barred from the other side. It opened. Stitt, the mute who attended and guarded her, appeared carrying bundles. Entering, he deposited these upon Allie's bed. Then he made signs for her to change from the garb she wore to the clothes contained in the bundles. Further, he gave her to understand that she was to hurry, that she was to be taken away. With that he went out, shutting and barring the door after him. Allie's hand shook as she opened the packages. That very hour might bring her freedom. She was surprised to find a complete outfit of woman's apparel, well made and of fine material. Benton, then, had stores and women. Hurriedly she made the change, which was very welcome. The dress did not fit her as well as it might have done, but the bonnet and cloak were satisfactory, as were also the little boots. She found a long, dark veil, and wondered if she was expected to put that on. A knocking at the door preceded a call. "Allie, are you ready?" "Yes," she replied. The door opened. Durade entered. He appeared thinner than she had ever seen him, with more white in or beneath his olive complexion, and there were marks of strain and of passion on his face. Allie knew he labored under some strong, suppressed excitement. More and more he seemed to lose something of his old character, of the stately Spanish manner. "Put that veil on," he said. "I'm not ready for Benton to see you." "Are you taking me away?" she asked. "Only down the street. I've a new place," he replied. "Come. Stitt will bring your things." Allie could not see very well through the heavy veil and she stumbled over the rude threshold. Durade took hold of her arm and presently led her out into the light. The air was hot, windy, dusty. The street was full of hurrying and lounging men. Allie heard different snatches of speech as she and Durade went on. Some stared and leered at her, at which time Durade's hold tightened on her arm and his step quickened. She was certain no one looked at Durade. Some man jostled her, another pinched her arm. Her ears tingled with unfamiliar and coarse speech. They walked through heavy sand and dust, then along a boardwalk to turn aside before what was apparently a new brick structure. But a closer view proved it to be only painted wood. The place rang hollow with a sound of hammers. It looked well, but did not feel stable underfoot. Durade led her through two large hall-like rooms into a small one, lighted and newly furnished. "The best Benton afforded," said Durade, waving his hand. "You'll be comfortable. There are books, newspapers. Here's a door opening into a little room. It's dark, but there's water, towel, soap, and you've a mirror. Allie, this is luxury to what you had to put up with." "It is, indeed," she replied, removing her veil and then the cloak and bonnet. "But am I to be shut up here?" "Yes. Sometimes at night early I'll take you out to walk. But Benton is..." "What?" she asked as he paused. "Benton will not last long," he finished, with a shrug of his shoulders. "There'll be another one of these towns out along the line. We'll go there and then to Omaha." More than once he had hinted at going on eastward. "I'll find your mother some day," he added darkly. "If I didn't believe that I'd do differently by you." "Why?" "I want her to see you as good as she left you. Then are you ever going to tell me how she gave me the slip?" "She's dead, I told you." "Allie, that's a lie. She's hiding in some trapper's cabin or among the Indians. I should have hunted all over that country where you met my caravan. But the scouts feared the Sioux. The Sioux! We had to run, so I never got the truth of your strange appearance on that trail." Allie had learned that reiteration of the fact of her mother's death only convinced Durade the more that she must be living. While he had this hope, she was safe as long as she obeyed him. A dark and sinister meaning lay covert in his words. She doubted not that he had the nature and the power to use her in order to be revenged upon her mother. That passion and gambling appeared to be all for which he lived. Suddenly he seized her fiercely in his arms. "You're the picture of her." Then slowly he released her, and the corded red of his neck subsided. His action had been that of a man robbed of all he loved, who remembered in a fury of violent longing, hate and despair what he had lost in life. Allie was left alone. She gazed around the room that she expected to be her prison for an indefinite length of time. Walls and ceiling were sections locking together, and in some places she could see through the cracks. One side opened upon a tent wall, the other into another room, the small glass windows upon a house of canvas. When Allie put her hand against any part of her room, she found that it swayed and creaked. She understood then that this house had been made in sections, transported to Benton by train, and hurriedly thrown together. She looked next at the newspapers. How strange to read news of the building of the U.P.R. The name of General Lodge, chief engineer, made Allie tremble. He had predicted a fine future for Warren Neale. She read that General Lodge now had a special train, and that he contemplated an inspection trip out as far as the rails were laid. She read that the Pacific Construction Company was reputed to be crossing the Sierra Nevada, and that there were 10,000 Chinamen at work on the road, that the day when East and West were to meet was sure to come. Eagerly she searched, her heart thumping, for the name of Neale, but she did not find it. She read in one paper that the Sioux were active along the line between Medicine Bow and Kearney. Every day the workmen would sight a band of Indians, and growing accustomed to the sight, they would become careless, and so many lost their lives. A massacre had occurred out on the western end of the road where the construction gangs were working. Day after day the Sioux had prowled around without attacking until the hardy and restless laborers lost fear and caution. Then one day a grading gang working a mile from the troops was set upon by a band of swiftly riding warriors, and before they could raise a gun in defense, were killed and scalped in their tracks. Allie read on. She devoured the news. Manifestly, the world was awakening to the reality of the great railroad. How glad Neale must be! Always he had believed in the greatness and the reality of the U.P.R. Somewhere along that line he was working. Perhaps every night he rode into Benton. Her emotions overwhelmed her as she thought of him so near, and for a moment she could not see the print. Neale would never again believe she was dead. And indeed she did live. She breathed. She was well, strong, palpitating. She was sitting here in Benton, reading about the building of the railroad. She wondered, with a pang, what her disappearance would mean to Neale. He had said his life would be over if he lost her again. She shivered. Suddenly her eye rested on printed letters, familiar and startling. Allison Lee! Allison Lee! She breathed very low. My father! And she read that Allison Lee, commissioner of the U.P.R. and contractor for big jobs along the line, would shortly leave his home in Council Bluffs to meet some of the directors in New York City in the interests of the railroad. If Durade and he ever meet, she whispered. And in that portent she saw loom on the gambler's horizon another cloud. In his egotism and passion and despair, he was risking more than he knew. He could not hope to keep her a prisoner for very long. Allie felt again the gathering surety of an approaching climax. My danger is he may harm me, use me for his gambling lure, or kill me, she murmured. And her prevision of salvation contended with the dark menace of the hour. But, as always, she rose above hopelessness. Her thoughts were interrupted by the entrance of the mute, Stitt, who brought her a few effects left at the former place, and then a tray holding her dinner. That day passed swiftly. Darkness came, bringing a strange augmentation of the sounds with which Allie had become familiar. She did not use her lamp, for she had become accustomed to being without one, and she seemed to be afraid of a light. Only a dim, pale glow came in at her window. But the roar of Benton, that grew as night fell. She had heard something similar in the gold camps of California and in the grading camps where Durade had lingered. This was at once the same and yet vastly different. She lay listening and thinking. The low roar was that of human beings, and any one of its many constituents seemed difficult to distinguish. Voices, footsteps, movement, music, mirth, dancing, clink of gold and glasses, the high, shrill laugh of a woman, the low, vacant laugh of a man, sudden gust of dust-laden wind sweeping overhead, all these blended in the mysterious sound that voiced the strife and agony of Benton. For hours it kept her awake, and when she did fall asleep it was so late in the night that upon awakening next day she thought it must be noon or later. That day passed and another night came. It brought a change in that the house she was in became alive and roaring. Durade had gotten his establishment under way. Allie lay in sleepless suspense. Rough, noisy, thick-voiced men appeared to be close to her in one of the rooms adjoining hers and outside in the tents. The room, however, into which hers opened was not entered. Dawn had come before Allie fell asleep. Thus days passed, during which she saw only the attendant, Stitt, And Allie began to feel a strain that she believed would be even harder on her than direct contact with Benton life. While she was shut up there, what chance had she of ever seeing Neale or Larry, even if they were in Benton? Durade had said he would take her outside occasionally, but she had not seen him. Restlessness and gloom began to weigh upon her, and she was in continual conflict with herself. She began to think of disobeying Durade. Something would happen to him sooner or later, and in that event, what was she to do? Why not try and escape? Whatever the evil of Benton, it was possible that she might not fall into bad hands. Anything would be better than her confinement here, with no sight of the sun, with no one to speak to, with nothing to do but brood and fight her fancies and doubts and listen to that ceaseless, soft, mysterious din. Allie believed she could not long bear that. Now and then occurred a change in her mind which frightened her. It was a regurgitation of the old tide of somber horror which had submerged her after the murder of her mother. She was working herself into a frenzied state when unexpectedly Durade came to her room. At first glance she hardly knew him. He looked thin and worn. His eyes glittered, his hands shook, and the strange radiance that emanated from him when his passion for gambling had been crowned with success shone stronger than Allie had ever seen it. "Allie, the time's come," he said. He seemed to be looking back into the past. "What time?" she asked. "For you to do for me as your mother did before you." I don't understand." "Make yourself beautiful." "Beautiful? How?" Allie had an inkling of what he meant, but all her mind repudiated the horrible suggestion. Durade laughed. He had indeed changed. He seemed a weaker man. Benton was acting powerfully upon him. "How little vanity you have! Allie, you are beautiful, now or at any time. You'll be so when you're old or dead. I mean for you to show more of your beauty. Let down your hair. Braid it a little. Put on a white waist. Open it at the neck. You remember how your mother did." Allie stared at him, slowly paling. She could not speak. It had come. The crisis that she had dreaded. "You look like a ghost!" Durade exclaimed. "Like she did years ago when I told her this same thing the first time." "You mean to use me as you used her," faltered Allie. "Yes, but you needn't be afraid or sick. I'll pick the men who are to see you. You'll only be looked at. I'll always be with you." "What am I to do?" "Be ready in the afternoon when I call you." "I know now why my mother hated you," burst out Allie. For the first time she hated him and felt the stronger for it. "She'll pay for that hate, and so will you," he replied passionately. His physical action seemed involuntary, a shrinking as if from a stab. Then followed swift violence. He struck Allie across the mouth with his open hand, a hard blow, almost knocking her down. "Don't let me hear that from you again," he continued furiously. With that he left the room, closing but not barring the door. Allie put her hand to her lips. They were bleeding. She tasted her own warm and salty blood. Then there was born in her something that burned and throbbed and swelled and drove out all her vacillations. That blow was what she had needed. There was a certainty now as to her peril, just as there was imperious call for her to help herself and to save herself. "Neale or Larry will visit Durade's," she soliloquized, with her pulses beating fast. "And if they do not come, someone else will. Some man I can trust." Therefore she welcomed Durade's ultimatum. She paid more heed to the brushing and arranging of her hair and to her appearance than ever before in her life. The white of her throat and neck mantled red as she exposed them, intentionally, for the gaze of men. Her beauty would be used as had been her mother's, but there would be some one who would understand, some one to pity and help her. She had not long to meditate and wait. She heard the heavy steps and voices of men entering the room next to hers. Presently Durade called her. With a beating heart Allie rose and pushed open the door. From that moment there never would be any more monotony for her, nor peace, nor safety. Yet she was glad, and faced the room bravely, for Neale or Larry might be there. Durade had furnished this larger place luxuriously, and evidently intended to use it for a private gambling den, where he would bring picked gamesters. Allie saw about 8 or 10 men who resembled miners or laborers. Durade led her to a table that had been placed under some shelves which were littered with bottles and glasses. He gave her instructions what to do when called upon, saying that Stitt would help her. Then motioning her to a chair, he went back to the men. It was difficult for her to raise her eyes, and she could not at once do so. "Durade, who's the girl?" asked a man. The gambler vouchsafed for reply only a mysterious smile. "Bet she's from California," said another. "They bloom like that out there." "Now, ain't she your daughter?" queried a third. But Durade chose to be mysterious. In that he left his guests license for covert glances, without the certainty which would permit of brutal boldness. They gathered around a table to play faro. Then Durade called for drinks. This startled Allie, and she hastened to comply with his demand. When she lifted her eyes and met the glances of these men, she had a strange feeling that somehow recalled the California days. Her legs were weak under her. A hot anger labored under her breast. She had to drag her reluctant feet across the room. Her spirits sank and then leaped. It whispered that looks and words and touches could only hurt and shame her for this hour of her evil plight. They must rouse her resistance and cunning wit. It was a fact that she was helpless for the present, but she still lived, and her love was infinite. Fresno was there, throwing dice with 2 soldiers. To his ugliness had been added something that had robbed his face of the bronze tinge of outdoor life and had given it red and swollen lines and shades of beastly greed. Benton had made a bad man worse. Mull was there, heavier than when he had ruled the grading camp, sodden with drink, thick-lipped and red-cheeked, burly, brutal, and still showing in every action and loud word the bully. He was whirling a wheel and rolling a ball and calling out in his heavy voice. With him was a little shallow-faced man like a wolf, with sneaky, downcast eyes and restless hands. He answered to the name of Andy. These 2 were engaged in fleecing several blue-shirted, half-drunken spikers. Durade was playing faro with 4 other men, or at least there were that number seated with him. One, whose back was turned toward Allie, wore black and looked and seemed different from the others. He did not talk nor drink. Evidently his winning aggravated Durade. Presently Durade addressed the man as Jones. Then there were several others standing around, dividing their attention between Allie and the gamblers. The door opened occasionally, and each time a different man entered, held a moment's whispered conversation with Durade, and then went out. These men were of the same villainous aspect that characterized Fresno. Durade had surrounded himself with lieutenants and comrades who might be counted upon to do anything. Allie was not long in gathering this fact, nor that there were subtle signs of suspicion among the gamesters. Most of them had gotten under the influence of drink that Durade kept ordering. Evidently he furnished this liquor free and with a purpose. The afternoon's play ended shortly. So far as Allie could see, Jones, the man in black, a pale, thin-lipped, cold-eyed gambler, was the only guest to win. Durade's manner was not pleasant while he paid over his debts. Durade always had been a poor loser. "Jones, you'll sit in to morrow," said Durade. "Maybe," replied the other. "Why not? You're a winner," retorted Durade, hot-headed in an instant. "Winners are choosers," returned Jones with an enigmatic smile. His hard, cold eyes shifted to Allie and seemed to pierce her, then went back to Durade and Mull and Fresno. Plain it was to Allie with her woman's intuition, that if Jones returned it would not be because he trusted that trio. Durade apparently made an effort to swallow his resentment, but the gambling pallor of his face had never been more marked. He went out with Jones, and the others slowly followed. Fresno approached Allie. "Hello, girlie. You sure look prettier than in that buckskin outfit," he leered. Allie got up, ready for flight or defense. Durade had forgotten her. Fresno saw her glance at the door. "He's going to the bad," he went on, with his big hand indicating the door. "Benton's too hot for his kind. He'll not get up some fine morning, and you're better cotton to me. You ain't his kin, and he hates you and you hate him. I seen that. I'm no fool. I'm sort of gone, aren't you? I wish I hadn't fetched you back to him." "Fresno, I'll tell Durade," replied Allie, forcing her lips to be firm. If she expected to intimidate him, she was disappointed. Fresno leered wisely. "You'd better not, for I'll kill him, and then you'll be a sweet little chunk of meat among a lot of wolves." He laughed and his large frame lurched closer. He wore a heavy gun and a knife in his belt. Also there protruded the butt of a pistol from the inside of his open vest. Allie felt the heat from his huge body, and she smelled the whiskey upon him and sensed the base, faithless, malignant animalism of the desperado. Assuredly, if he had any fear, it was not of Durade. "I'm sort of gone on you myself," repeated Fresno. "And Durade's a greaser. He's running a crooked game. All these games are crooked. But Benton won't stand for a polite greaser who talks sweet and gambles crooked. Maybe no one's told you what this place Benton is." "I haven't heard. Tell me," replied Allie. She might learn from anyone. Fresno appeared at fault for speech. "Benton's a beehive," he replied presently. "And when the bees come home with their honey, why the red ants and scorpions and centipedes and rattlesnakes get busy. I've seen some places in my time, but Benton beats them all. Say, I'll sneak you out at nights to see what's going on, and I'll treat you handsome. I'm sort of..." The entrance of Durade cut short Fresno's further speech. "What are you saying to her?" demanded Durade in anger. "I was just telling her about what a place Benton is," replied Fresno. "Allie, is that true?" queried Durade sharply. "Yes," she replied. "Fresno, I did not like your looks." "Boss, if you don't like them, you know what you can do," rejoined Fresno impudently, and he lounged out of the room. "Allie, these men are all bad," said Durade. "You must avoid them when my back's turned. I cannot run my place without them, so I'm compelled to endure much." Allie's attendant came in with her supper, and she went to her room. Thus began Allie's life as an unwilling and innocent accomplice of Durade in his retrogression from the status of a gambler to that of a criminal. In California he had played the game, diamond cut diamond, but he had broken. His hope, spirit, luck, nerve were gone. The bottle and Benton had almost destroyed his skill at professional gambling. The days passed swiftly. Every afternoon Durade introduced a new company to his private den. Few ever came twice. In this there was a grain of hope, for if all the men in Benton or out on the road could only pass through Durade's hall, the time would come when she would meet Neale or Larry. She lived for that. She was constantly on the lookout for a man she could trust with her story. Honest faced laborers were not wanting in the stream of visitors Durade ushered into her presence. But either they were drunk or obsessed by gambling, or she found no opportunity to make her appeal. These afternoons grew to be hideous for Allie. She had been subjected to every possible attention, annoyance, indignity, and insult outside of direct violence. She could only shut her eyes and ears and lips. Fresno found many opportunities to approach her, sometimes in Durade's presence, the gambler being blind to all but the cards and gold. At such times Allie wished she was sightless and deaf and feelingless. But after she was safely in her room again, she told herself nothing had happened. She was still the same as she had always been, and sleep obliterated quickly what she had suffered. Every day was one nearer to that fateful and approaching moment. And when that moment did come, what would all this horror amount to? It would fade, be as nothing. She would not let words and eyes harm her. They were not tangible. They had no substance for her. They made her sick with rage and revolt at the moment, but they had no power, no taint, no endurance. They were evil passing winds. As she saw Durade's retrogression, so she saw the changes in all about him. His winnings were large, and his strange passion for play increased with them. The free gold that enriched Fresno and Mull and Andy only augmented their native ferocity. There were also Durade's other helpers, Black, his swarthy doorkeeper, a pallid fellow called Days, who always glanced behind him, and Grist, a short, lame, bullet-headed, silent man, all of them under the spell of the green cloth. With Durade's success had come the craze for bigger stakes, and these could only be played for with other gamblers. So the black-frocked, cold-faced sharps became frequent visitors at Durade's. Jones, the professional, won on that second visit, a fatal winning for him. Allie saw the giant Fresno suddenly fling himself upon Jones and bear him to the floor. Then Allie fled to her room, but she heard curses, a shot, a groan, Durade's loud voice proclaiming that the gambler had cheated, and then the scraping of a heavy body being dragged out. This murder horrified Allie, yet sharpened her senses. Providence had protected her. Durade had grown rich, wild, vain, mad to pit himself against the coolest and most skillful gamblers in Benton, and therefore his end was imminent. Allie lay in the dark, listening to Benton's strange wailing roar, sad yet hideous, and out of what she had seen and heard, and from the mournful message on the night wind, she realized how closely associated were gold and evil and men, and how inevitably they must lead to lawlessness and to bloodshed and to death. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Neale conceived an idea that he was in line for the long looked for promotion. Neither the chief nor Baxter gave any suggestion of a hint of such possibility, but more and more as the work rapidly progressed, Neale had been entrusted with important inspections. Long since he had discovered his talent for difficult engineering problems, and with experience had come confidence in his powers. He had been sent from place to place, in each case with favorable results. General Lodge consulted him, Baxter relied upon him, the young engineers learned from him. And when Baxter and his assistants were sent on ahead into the hills, Neale had an enormous amount of work on his hands. Still, he usually managed to get back to Benton at night. Whereupon he became a seeker, a searcher. He believed there was not a tent or a hut or a store or a hall in the town that he had not visited. But he found no clue of Allie. He never encountered the well-remembered face of the bandit Fresno. He saw more than one Spaniard and many Mexicans, not one of whom could have been the gambler Durade. But Benton was too full, too changeful, too secret to be thoroughly searched in little time. Neale bore his burden, although it grew heavier each day, and his growing work on the railroad was his salvation. One morning he went to the telegraph station, expecting orders from General Lodge. He found the chief's special train at the station, headed east. "Neale, I'm off for Omaha."
said Lodge. "Big powwow. The directors roaring again."
What about? Queried Neale, always alive to interest of that nature.
Cost of the construction. What else? Neil, there are two kinds of men building the UPR. Men who see the meaning of the great work and men who see only the gold in it.
And they conflict. That's what you mean?
Exactly. We've been years on the job now, and the nearer the meeting of rails from west to east, the harder become the problems. Henney is played out, Boone is ill, and Baxter won't last much longer. If I were not an old soldier, I'd be done up now.
Chief, I can only see success, replied Neale with spirit.
Assuredly. We see with the same eyes, said General Lodge, smiling. Neale, I have a job for you that will make you gray-headed.
Hardly that, returned Neale, laughing.
You remember the survey we made out here in the hills for Number 10 Bridge, made over 2 years ago?
I'm not likely to forget it.
Well, the rails are within 20 miles of Number 10. They'll be there presently, and no piers to cross on.
How's that?
I don't know. The reports came in only last night. It's a queer document. Here it is. Study it at your leisure. It seems a big force of men have been working there for months. Piers have been put in only to sink.
Sink! Ejaculated Neale. Whew! That's a stupor. Chief, the survey's mine. I'll never forget how I worked on it.
Could you have made a mistake?
Of course, replied Neale readily. But I'd never believe that unless I saw it. A tough job it was, but just the kind of work I eat up.
Well, you can go out and eat up some more.
That means I'll have to camp out there. I can't get back to Benton.
No, you can't. Isn't that just as well?
Queried the chief with his keen, dark glance on Neale.
Son, I've heard your name coupled with gamblers and that Stanton woman.
No doubt. I know them. I've been seeking some trace of Allie.
You still hope to find her? You still imagine some of this riffraff Benton gang made off with her?
Yes.
Son, it's scarcely possible,
said Lodge earnestly.
Anderson claims the Sioux got her. We're all inclined to that. Oh, it's hard, Neale. Love and life are only atoms under the iron heel of the UPR. It's too late now. You can't forget. No, but you must not risk your life, your opportunities, your reputation.
Neale turned away his face for a moment and was silent. An engine whistled. A bell began to ring. Some train official called to General Lodge. The chief held up his hand for a little more delay.
"I'm off," he said rapidly. "Neale, you'll go out to Number 10 and take charge."
That surprised and thrilled Neale into eagerness. "Who are the engineers?"
"Blake and Coffee. I don't know them. Henney sent them out from Omaha. They're well recommended, but that's no matter. Something is wrong. You're to have full charge of engineers, bosses, masons. In fact, I've sent word out to that effect."
"Who's the contractor?" asked Neale.
"I don't know. But whoever he is, he's made a pile of money out of this job. And the job's not done. That's what galls me."
"Well, Chief, it will be done," said Neale, sharp with determination.
"Good. Neale, I'll start east with another load off my shoulders. And, son, if you throw up a bridge so there'll be no delay, something temporary for the rails and the work train, and then plan piers right for Number 10, well, you'll hear from it. That's all."
They shook hands.
"I may be gone a week or a month, I can't tell," went on the chief. "But when I do come, I'll probably have a trainload of directors, commissioners, stockholders."
"Bring them on," said Neale. "Maybe if they saw more of what we're up against, they wouldn't holler so."
"Right. Remember, you're full charge and that I trust you implicitly. Good bye and good luck."
The chief boarded his train as it began to move. Neale watched it leave the station, and with a swelling heart he realized that he had been placed high, that his premonition of advancement had not been without warrant. The work train was backing into the station and would depart westward in short order. Neale hurried to his lodgings to pack his few belongings. Larry was lying on his cot, fully dressed and asleep. Neale shook him. "Wake up, you lazy son of a gun!" shouted Neale. Larry opened his eyes. "Well, what's wrong? Is it last night or tomorrow?" "Larry, I'm off. Got charge of a big job." "Is that all?" drawled Larry, sleepily. "Why, I sure always knowed you'd be chief engineer some day." "Pard, sit up," said Neale, unsteadily. "Will you stay sober and watch and listen for some news of Allie till I come back to Benton?"
"Neale, are you still dreaming?" asked Larry, incredulously.
"Will you do that much for me?"
"Sure."
"Thank you, old friend. Good bye now. I've got to rustle." He left Larry sitting on his cot, staring at nothing. On the way to the station Neale encountered the gambler, Place Hough, who, despite his nocturnal habits, was an early riser. In the excitement of the hour Neale gave way to an impulse. Briefly he told Hough about Allie, her disappearance and probable hidden presence in Benton, and he asked the gambler to keep his eyes and ears open. Hough seemed both surprised and pleased with the confidence, and he said he would go out of his way to help Neale. Neale had to run to catch the train. A brawny Irishman extended a red-sleeved arm to help him up. "Up with ye! Door!" Neale found himself with bag and rifle and blanket sprawling on the gravel-covered floor of a flat car. Casey, the old lineman, grinned at him over the familiar short black pipe.
"Begorra, it's me old friend Neale."
"It sure is. How are you, Casey?"
"Pretty good for an old soldier. And it's news I hear yous, me boy."
"What news?"
"Sure you've had a boost. General Lodge hisself were telling Grady, the boss, that yous has been given charge of number 10.
"Yes, that's correct."
"I'm done glad to hear it," declared the Irishman. "But yous have a hell of a job in that number 10."
"So I've been told. What do you know about it, Casey?"
"Sure it ain't much. A friend of mine was mixing mortar over there, and he says when the crick was dry it had a bottom, but when wet it sure had none."
"Then I've got a job on my hands," replied Neale, grimly. Those days it took the work train several hours to reach the end of the rails. Neale rode by some places with a profound satisfaction in the certainty that but for him the track would not yet have been spiked there. Construction was climbing fast into the hills. He wondered when and where would be the long looked for meeting of the rails connecting east and west. Word had drifted over the mountains that the Pacific division of the construction was already in Utah. At the camp Colonel Dillon offered Neale an escort of troopers out to number 10, but Neale decided he could make better time alone. There had been no late sign of the Indians in that locality, and he knew both the road and the trail. Early next morning, mounted on a fast horse, he set out. It was a melancholy ride. Several times he had been over that ground, once traveling west with Larry, full of ardor and joy at the prospect of soon seeing Allie Lee, and again on the return in despair at the loss of her. He rode the 20 miles in 3 hours. The camp of dirty tents was clustered in a hot valley surrounded by hills sparsely fringed with trees. Neale noted the timber as a lucky augury of his enterprise. It was an idle camp full of lolling laborers. As Neale dismounted, a Mexican came forward. "Look after the horse," said Neale, and taking his luggage, he made for a big tent with a fly extended in front. Several men sat on camp chairs round a table. One of them got up and stepped out. "Where's Blake and Coffee?" inquired Neale.
"I'm Blake," was the reply. "And there's Coffee. Are you Mr. Neale?"
"Yes."
"Coffee, here's our new boss," called
Blake, as he took part of Neale's baggage. Coffee appeared to be a sunburnt, middle-aged man, rather bluff and hearty in his greeting. The younger engineer, Blake, was a tanned, thin-faced individual with a shifty gaze and constrained manner. The third fellow they introduced as a lineman named Somers. Neale had not anticipated a cordial reception and felt disposed to be generous. "Have you got quarters for me here?" he inquired.
"Sure. There's lots of room and a cot," replied Coffee.
They carried Neale's effects into the tent. It was large and spare, containing table and lamp, boxes for seats, several cots, and bags. "It's hot. Got any drinking water?" asked Neale, taking off his coat. Next he opened his bag to take things out, then drank thirstily of the water offered him. He did not care much for this part of his new task. These engineers might be sincere and competent, but he had been sent on to judge their work, and the situation was not pleasant. Neale had observed many engineers come and go during his experience on the road, and that fact, together with the authority given him and his loyalty to the chief, gave him cause for worry. He hoped and he was ready to believe that these engineers had done their best on an extremely knotty problem. "We got Lodge's telegram last night," said Coffee. "Kind of sudden. It jarred us." "No doubt. I'm sorry. What was the message?" "Lodge never wastes words," replied the engineer shortly. But he did not vouchsafe the information for which Neale had asked. Neale threw his notebook upon the dusty table and sitting down on a box he looked up at the men. Both engineers were studying him intently, almost eagerly, Neale imagined. "Number 10's a tough nut to crack, huh?" he inquired. "We've been here 3 months," replied Blake. "Wait till you see that quicksand hole," added Coffee. Quicksand! It was a dry, solid stream bed when I ran the line through here and drew the plans for Number 10, declared Neale. Coffee and Blake stared blankly at him. So did the lineman Somers. "You? Did you draw the plans we've been working on?" asked Coffee. "Yes, I did," answered Neale slowly. It struck him that Blake had paled slightly. Neale sustained a slight shock of surprise and antagonism. He bent over his notebook, opening it to a clean page. Fighting his first impressions, he decided they had arisen from the manifest dismay of the engineers and their consciousness of the blunder. "Let's get down to notes," Neale went on, taking up his pencil. "You've been here 3 months?" "Yes." "With what force?" 200 men on and off." "Who's the gang boss?" "Colohan. He's had some of the biggest contracts along the line." Neale was about to inquire the name of the contractor, but he refrained, governed by one of his peculiar impulses. "Anybody working when you got here?" he went on. "Yes. Masons had been cutting stone for 6 weeks." "What's been done?" Coffee laughed harshly. "We got the 3 piers in, good and solid on dry bottom. Then along comes the rain and our work melts into the quicksand. Since then we've been trying to do it over." "But why did this happen in the first place?" Coffee spread wide his arms. "Ask me something easy. Why was the bottom dry and solid? Why did it rain? Why did solid earth turn into quicksand?" Neale slapped the notebook shut and rose to his feet. "Gentlemen, that is not the talk of engineers," he said deliberately. "The hell you say! What is it then?" burst out Coffee, his face flushing redder. "I'll inform you later," replied Neale, turning to the lineman. "Somers, tell this gang boss Colohan I want to see him." Then Neale left the tent. He had started to walk away when he heard Blake speak in a fierce undertone. "Didn't I tell you we're up against it?" And Coffee growled a reply Neale could not understand, but the tone of it was conclusive. These men had made a serious blunder and were blaming each other, hating each other for it. Neale was conscious of anger. This section of line came under his survey, and he had been proud to be given such important and difficult work. Incompetent or careless engineers had bungled Number 10. Neale strode on among the idle and sleeping laborers, between the tents, and then past the blacksmith shop and the feed corrals down to the river. A shallow stream of muddy water came murmuring down from the hills. It covered the wide bed that Neale remembered had been a dry sand and gravel waste. On each side the abutment piers had been undermined and washed out. Not a stone remained in sight. The banks were hollowed inward and shafts of heavy boards were sliding down. In the middle of the stream stood a cofferdam in course of building, and near it another that had collapsed. These frameworks almost hid the tip of the middle pier, which had evidently slid over and was sinking on its side. There was no telling what had been sunk in that hole. All the surroundings, the tons of stone, cut and uncut, the piles of muddy lumber, the platforms and rafts, the crevices in the worn shores up and down both sides, all attested to the long weeks of fruitless labor and to the engulfing mystery of that shallow, murmuring stream. Neale returned thoughtfully to camp. Blake and Coffee were sitting under the fly in company with a stalwart Irishman.
Fine sinkhole you picked out for number 10, don't you think?
Queried Blake. Neale eyed his interrogator with somewhat of a penetrating glance. Blake did not meet that gaze frankly.
Yes, it's a sinkhole, all right, and no mistake, replied Neale. It's just what I calculated when I ran the plans. Did you follow those plans?
Blake appeared about to reply when Coffee cut him short.
Certainly we did, he snapped. Then where are the breakwaters? Asked Neale sharply. Breakwaters? Ejaculated Coffee.
His surprise was sincere.
Yes, breakwaters, retorted Neale. I drew plans for breakwaters to be built upstream so that in high water the rapid current would be directed equally between the piers and not against them. Oh, yes. Why, we must have got it mixed, replied Coffee. Thought they were to be built last. Wasn't that it, Blake?
Sure, replied his colleague, but his tone lacked something.
Ah, I see, said Neale slowly.
Then the big Irishman got up to extend a huge hand.
I'm Colohan,
he boomed. Neale liked the bronzed, rough face, good-natured and intelligent, and he was aware of a shrewd pair of gray eyes taking his measure. Why these men seemed to want to look through Neale might have been natural enough, but somehow it struck him strangely. He had come there to help them, not to discharge them. Colohan, however, did not rouse Neale's antagonism as the others had done.
Colohan, are you sick of this job?
Queried Neale after greeting the boss.
Yes and no, replied Colohan.
You want to quit then? Went on Neale bluntly. The Irishman evidently took this curt query as a forward of the coming dismissal. He looked shamed, crestfallen, at a loss to reply.
Don't misunderstand me, continued Neale. I'm not going to fire you, but if you're sick of the job, you can quit. I'll boss the gang myself. The rails will be here in 10 days, and I'm going to have a trestle over that hole so the rails can cross. No holding up the work at this stage of the game.
There's near 5,000 men in the gangs back along the line, coming fast.
They've all got just one idea, success. The UPR is going through. Soon out here the rails will meet. Colohan, make it a matter of your preference. Will you stick? You bet, he replied heartily. A ruddy glow emanated from his face. Neale was quick to sense that this Irishman, like Casey, had an honest love for the railroad, whatever he might feel for the labor. Get on the job, then, ordered Neale cheerily. We'll hustle while there's daylight. We'll have that trestle ready when the rails get here.
Coffee laughed scornfully.
Neale, that sounds fine, but it's impossible until the trains get here with piles and timbers and iron and other stuff. We meant to run up a trestle then.
I dare say, replied Neale, but the UPR did not start that way and never would finish that way.
Well, you'll have your troubles,
declared Coffee. Troubles? Do you imagine I'm going to think of myself? Retorted Neale. These fellows were beginning to get on his nerves. Coffee grew sullen. Blake shifted uneasily from foot to foot. Colohan beamed upon Neale.
Come on with them orders, he said.
Right. Send men up to the hills to cut and trim trees for piles and beams. Find a way to make one for horses to snake down these timbers. Haul that pile driver down to the river and set it up. Have the engineers start up steam and try out. Look the blacksmith shop over and see if there's iron enough. If not, telegraph Benton for more. And send wagons back to the end of the rails. That's all for this time, Colohan.
All right, Chief,
replied the boss, and he saluted. Then he turned sneeringly to Blake and Coffee.
Did you hear them orders? I'm not taking none from you again. They're from the chief.
Colohan's manner or tone or the word chief amazed Coffee. He looked nasty.
Go on and work then, you big Irish Paddy, he said violently. Your Chief Blarney doesn't fool us. You're only working to get on the right side of your new boss. Let me tell you, you're in this number 10 deal as deep as we are." It had developed that there was hatred between these men. Colohan's face turned fiery red, and looming over Coffee, he looked the quick-tempered and dangerous nature of his class. "Coffee, I'm saying this to your face right now. I ain't deep in this number 10 deal. I obeyed orders, and damn strange ones, some of 'em." Neale intervened and perhaps prevented a clash. "Don't quarrel, men. Sure, there's bound to be a little friction for a day or so, but we'll soon get to working." Callahan strode away without another word. His brawny shoulders were expressive of a doubt. "Get me my plans for number 10 construction," said Neale pleasantly, for he meant to do his share of making the best of it. Blake brought the plans and spread them out on the table. "Will you both go over them with me?" inquired Neale. "What's the use?" returned Coffee disgustingly. "Neale, you're thick-headed." "Yes, I guess so," rejoined Neale constrainedly. "That's why General Lodge sent me up here, over your clear heads." No retort was forthcoming from the two disgruntled engineers. Neale went into the tent and drew a seat up to the table. He wanted to be alone, to study his plans, to think about the whole matter. He found his old figures and drawings as absorbing as a good story. Still there came breaks in his attention. Blake walked into the tent several times, as if to speak, and each time he retired silently. Again some messenger brought a telegram to one of the engineers outside, and it must have caused the whispered colloquy that followed. Finally they went away, and Neale, getting to work in earnest, was not disturbed until called for supper. Neale ate at a mess table with the laborers and enjoyed his meal. The Paddies always took to him. One thing he gathered early was the fact that number 10 bridge was a joke with the men. This sobered Neale, and he left the cheery, bantering company for a quiet walk alone. It was twilight down in the valley, while still daylight up on the hilltops. A faint glow remained from the sunset, but it faded as Neale looked. He walked a goodly distance from camp so as to be out of earshot. The cool night air was pleasant after the hot day. It fanned his face, and the silence, the darkness, the stars calmed him. A lonely wolf mourned from the heights, and the long wail brought to mind Slingerland's cabin. Then it was only a quick step to memory of Allie Lee, and Neale drifted from the perplexities and problems of his new responsibility to haunting memories, hopes, doubts, fears. When he returned to the tent, he espied a folded paper on the table in the yellow lamplight. It was a telegram addressed to him. It said that back salaries and retention of engineers were at his discretion, and was signed Lodge. This message nonplussed Neale. The chief must mean that Blake and Coffee would not be paid for past work nor kept for future work unless Neale decided otherwise. While he was puzzling over this message, the engineers came in. "Say, what do you make of this?" demanded Neale, and he shoved the telegram across the table toward them. Both men read it. Coffee threw his coat over his cot and then lit his pipe. "What I make of that is, I lose 3 months' back pay, $900, he replied, puffing a cloud of smoke. "And I lose 600, supplemented Blake. Neale leaned back and gazed up at his subordinates. He felt a subtle change in them. They had arrived at some momentous decision. "But this message reads at my discretion," said Neale. "It's a plain surprise to me. I've no intention of making you lose your back pay or firing you either." "You'll probably do both, unless we can get together," asserted Coffee. "Well, can't we get together?" "That remains to be seen," was the enigmatic reply. "I'll need you both," went on Neale, thoughtfully. "We've a big job. We've got to put a force of men on the piers while they're building the trestle. Maybe I'll fall down myself. Heavens, I've made blunders myself. I can't condemn you fellows. I'm willing to call off all talk about past performances and begin over again." Neale felt that this proposition should have put another light on the question.
that it should have been received appreciatively, if not enthusiastically, but he was somewhat taken aback by the fact that it was not. "Ahem. Well, we'll talk it over tomorrow," yawned Coffee. Neale made no more overtures, busied himself with his notes for an hour, and then sought his cot. Next morning, bright and early, Neale went down to the river to make his close inspection of what had been done toward building Number 10. From Colohan he had ascertained the number of shafts and cofferdams sunk. From the masons he learned the amount of stone cut to patterns. And he was not only amazed and astounded, but overwhelmed and incensed beyond expression. The labor had been prodigious. Hundreds of tons of material had been sunk there, and that meant that hundreds of thousands of dollars also had been sunk. Upon investigation, Neale found that although many cribbings had been sunk for the piers, they had never been put deep enough, and there were cofferdams that did not dam at all, useless, senseless wastes of time and material, not to say wages. His plans called for 50 30-foot piles driven to bedrock, which, according to the evacuations he had had made at the time of survey, was 40 feet below the surface. Not a pile had been driven. There had been no solid base for any of the cribbings, no foundations for the piers. At the discovery the blood burned hot in Neale's face and neck. No blunder, no incompetence, no misreading of my plans, but a rotten, deliberate deal. Work done over and over again. Oh, I see it all now. General Lodge knew it without ever coming here. The same old story. That black stain, that dishonor on the great work. Graft! Graft! He clambered out of the wet and muddy hole and up the bank. Then he saw Blake sauntering across the flat toward him. Neale sat down abruptly to hide his face and fury, giving himself the task of scraping mud from his boots. When Blake got there, Neale had himself fairly well in hand. "Hello, Neale," said Blake, suavely. "Collected some mud, I see. It's sure a dirty job." "Yes, it's been dirty in more ways than mud, I guess," replied Neale. The instant his voice sounded in his ears, it unleashed his temper. "Sure, it's been a pile of money, dirty government money, sunk in there," rejoined Blake. He spoke with assurance that surprised Neale in a desire to see how far he would go. "Blake, it's an ill wind that blows nobody good." A moment of silence passed before Blake spoke again. "Sure, and it'll blow you good, too," he said, breathing hard. "Every man has his price," replied Neale, lightly. Then he felt a big, soft roll of bills stuffed into his hand. He took it, trembling all over. He wanted to spring erect, to fling that bribe in its giver's face, but he could control himself a moment longer. "Blake, who's the contractor on this job?" he queried rapidly. "Don't you know?" "I don't." "Well, we supposed you knew. It's Lee." Neale started as if he had received a stab. The name hurt him in one way and was a shock in another. "Allison Lee, the commissioner?" he asked thickly. "Sure. Oh, we're in right, Neale," replied Blake with a laugh of relief. Swift as an Indian and as savagely, Neale sprang up. He threw the roll of bills into Blake's face. "You try to bribe me? Me?" burst out Neale, passionately. "You think I'll take your dirty money, cover up your crooked job? Why, you sneak, you thief, you dog!" He knocked Blake down. "Hold on, Neale!" gasped Blake. He raised himself on his elbow, half stunned. "Pick up that money," ordered Neale, and he threatened Blake again. "Hurry! Now march for camp." Neale walked the young engineer into the presence of his superior. Coffee sat at his table under the fly with Somers and another man. Colohan appeared on the moment, and there were excited comments from others nearby. Coffee stood up, his face turned yellow, his lips snarled. "Coffee, here's your side partner," called Neale, and his voice was biting. "I've got you both dead to rights, you liars. You never even tried to work on my plans for Number 10. "Neale, what in hell do you suppose we're out here for?" demanded Coffee harshly. "They're all getting a slice of this money. There's barrels of it.
The directors of the road are crooked. They play both ends against the middle. They borrow money from the government and then pay it out to themselves. You're one of these dreamers. You're large as Peck, but you can't scare me."
"Coffee, if there was any law out here for stealing, you'd go to jail," declared Neale.
"You're a thief, same as this pup who tried to bribe me. You're worse. You've held up the line. You've ordered your rotten work done over and over again. This is treachery to General Lodge, to Henney, who sent you out here. And to me, there's no name low enough. I surveyed the line through here. I drew the plans for number 10. And I'm going to prove you both cheats. You and your contractor." "Neale, there's more than us in the deal," said Coffee sullenly.
Colohan strode close, big and formidable.
"If you mean me, you're a liar," he declared. "And don't say it."
Coffee was plainly intimidated, and Colohan turned to Neale.
"Boss, I swear I wasn't in on this deal. Lately I guessed it was all wrong, but all I could do was obey orders." "Neale, you can't prove anything," sneered Coffee. "If you have any sense, you'll shut up. I tell you this is only a little deal. I'm on the inside. I know financiers, commissioners, congressmen, and senators. And I told you before the directors are all in on this UPR pickings. You're a fool, maybe, but I'm no thief," retorted Neale. "Shut up, will you?" shouted Coffee, who plainly did not take kindly to that epithet before the gathering crowd. "I'm no thief. Men get shot out here for saying less than that."
Neale laughed. He read Coffee's mind. That worthy responding to the wildness of the time and place meant to cover his tracks one way or another. And Neale had not lived long with Larry Red King for nothing. "Coffee, you are a thief," declared Neale, striding forward. "The worst kind, because you stole without risk. You can't be punished. But I'll carry this deal higher than you." And quick as a flash, Neale snatched some telegrams from Coffee's vest pocket. The act infuriated Coffee. His face went purple.
"Hand 'em back!"
he yelled, his arms swinging back to his hip. "I'll bet there's a telegram here from Lee, and I'm entitled to keep it," responded Neale, coolly and slowly. Then, as Coffee furiously jammed his hand back for his gun, Neale struck him. Coffee fell with the overturned table out in the sand. His gun dropped as he dropped. Neale was there, light and quick. He snatched up the gun. "Coffee, you and Blake are to understand you're fired," said Neale. "Fired off the job and out of the camp, just as you are." 15 days later, the work train crossed number 10 on a trestle, and the construction progressed with new impetus. Not many days later, a train of different character crept slowly, foot by foot, over that temporary bridge. It carried passenger coaches, a private car containing the directors of the railroad, and General Lodge's special car. The engine was decorated with flags, and the engineer whistled a piercing blast as he rolled out upon the structure. Number 10 had been the last big obstacle. As fortune would have it, Neale happened on the moment to be standing in a significant and thrilling position, for himself and for all who saw him. And that happened to be in the middle of the stream opposite the trestle, on the masonry of the middle pier, now 2 feet above the copper dam. He was as wet and muddy as the laborers with him. Engineers, firemen, brakemen, and passengers cheered him. For Neale the moment was unexpected and simply heart-swelling. Never in his life had he felt so proud. And yet, stinging among these sudden sweet emotions was a nameless pang. Presently Neale espied General Lodge leaning out of a window of his car. He was waving. Neale pointed at his feet, at the solid masonry, and then, circling his mouth with his hands, he yelled with all his might. "Bedrock!" His chief yelled back, "You're a soldier!" That, perhaps in the excitement and joy of the moment, was the greatest praise the army officer could render. Nothing could have pleased Neale more. The train passed over the trestle and on out of sight. Upon its return, about the middle of the afternoon, it stopped in camp. A messenger came with word for Neale to report at once to the directors. He hurried to his tent to secure his papers, and then, wet and muddy, he entered the private car of the directors. It contained only 4 men, General Lodge and Warburton, Rogers and Rudd. All except the tall, white-haired Warburton were comfortable in shirt sleeves, smoking with a table between them. The instant Neale entered their presence, he divined that he faced a big moment in his life. The chief's manner, like Larry King's when there was something in the wind, seemed quiet, easy, potential. His searching glance held warmth and a gleam that thrilled Neale. But he was ceremonious, not permitting himself his old familiarity before these dignitaries of the great railroad. "Gentlemen, you remember Mr. Neale," said Lodge. They were cordial, pleasant. Warburton vigorously shook Neale's hand and leaned back, after the manner of matured men, to look Neale over. "Young man, I'm glad to meet you again," he declared in his big voice. "Remember him? Well, I do, though he's thinner, older." "Small wonder," interposed the chief. "He's been doing a man's work. Neale, back there in Omaha, you got sore. You quit us," went on Warburton reprovingly. "That was bad business. I cottoned to you, and I might have but no matter. You're with us again." "Mr. Warburton, I'm ashamed of that," replied Neale hastily. "But I was hot-headed. Am so still, I fear." "So am I. So's Lodge. So's any man worth a damn," replied the director. "Mr. Neale, you look cool enough now," observed Rogers, smiling. "Wish I was as wet and cool as you are. It's hot in this desert." Warburton took off his frock coat. "You gentlemen aren't going to have any of the best of me. And now, Neale, tell us things." Neale looked at his papers and then at his chief. "For instance," said Lodge, "tell us about Blake and Coffee." "Haven't you seen them? Heard from them?" inquired Neale. "No. Henney has not either. And they were his men. Gentlemen, I'm afraid I lost my head in regard to them."
"Explain, please," said Warburton. "We will judge your conduct."
It was a rather difficult moment for Neale, because his actions regarding the 2 engineers now appeared to have been the result of violent temper rather than a dignified exercise of authority. But then, as he remembered Blake's offer and Coffey's threat, the heat thrilled along his nerves, and that stirred him to forceful expression. "I drove them both out of this camp." "Why?" queried Warburton sharply. "Blake tried to bribe me, and Coffee—" "One at a time," interrupted Warburton, and he thrust a strong hand through his hair, ruffling it. He began to scent battle. "What did Blake try to bribe you to do?" "He didn't say, but he meant me to cover their tracks." "So? And what'd Coffee do?" "He tried to pull a gun on me." "Why? Be explicit, please." "Well, he threatened me, and I laughed at him, called him names." "What names?" "Quite a lot, if I remember. The one he objected to was thief. I repeated that and snatched some telegrams from his pocket. He tried to draw his gun on me, and then I drove them both out of the camp. They got through safely, for they were seen in Benton." "Sure, it appears to me you lost your head to good purpose," said Warburton. "Now, just what were the tracks they wanted you to cover?" "I drew the original plans for number 10. They had not followed them. To be exact, they did not drive piles to hold the cribbings for the piers. They did not go deep enough. They sank shafts. They built cofferdams. They put in piers over and over again. There was 40 feet of quicksand under all their work, and of course it slipped and sank." Warburton slowly got up. He was growing purple in the face. His hair seemed rising. He doubled a huge fist. "Over and over again!" he roared furiously. "Over and over again! Lodge, do you hear that?" "Yes. Sounds kind of familiar to me," replied the chief with one of his rare smiles. He was beyond rage now. He saw the end. He alone, perhaps, had realized the nature of that great work, and that smile had been sad as well as triumphant. Warburton stamped up and down the car aisle. Manifestly he wanted to smash something or to take out his anger upon his comrades. That was not the quick rage of a moment. It seemed the bursting into flame of a smoldering fire. He used language more suited to one of Benton's dance halls than the private car of the directors of the Union Pacific Railroad. Once he stooped over Lodge, pounded the table. $300,000 sunk in that quicksand hole, he thundered. Over and over again. That's what galls me. Work done over and over. Unnecessary. Worse than useless. All for dirty gold. Not for the railroad, but for gold. God, what a band of robbers we dealt with. Lodge, why in hell didn't you send Neale out here at the start? A shadow lay dark in the chief's lined face. Why had he not done a million other things? Why, indeed? He did not answer the irate director. $300,000 sunk in that hole for nothing, shouted Warburton in a final explosion. The other two directors laughed. Pooh, exclaimed Rogers softly. What's that? A drop in the bucket. Consult your notebook, Warburton, and that speech cooled the fighting director. It contained volumes. It evidently struck home. Warburton growled. He mopped his red face. He fell into a seat. Lodge, excuse me, he said apologetically. What our fine young friend here told me was like someone stepping on my gouty foot. I've been maybe a little too zealous, too exacting. Then I'm old and testy. What does it matter? How could it have been prevented? Alas, it's black like that hideous Benton. But we're coming out into the light. Lodge, didn't you tell me this number 10 bridge was the last obstacle? I did. The rails will go down now fast and straight till they meet out there in Utah. Soon. Warburton became composed. The red died out of his face. He looked at Neale. Young man, can you put the permanent piers in that sinkhole? Yes, they are started on bed rock, replied Neale. Bed rock, he repeated, and remained gazing at Neale fixedly. Then he turned to Lodge. Do you remember that wild redhead cowboy, Neale's friend, when he said, I reckon that's a boot all? I'll never forget him. Lodge, say we have Lee and his friend Senator Dunn come in and get it over, and that'll be a boot all. Thank heaven, replied the chief fervently. He called to his porter, but as no one replied, General Lodge rose and went into the next car. Neale had experienced a disturbing sensation in his breast. Lee, Allison Lee, the mere name made him shake. He could not understand, but he felt there was more reason for its effect on him than his relation to Allison Lee as a contractor. Somewhere there was a man named Lee who was Allie's father, and Neale knew he would meet him someday. Then when the chief walked back into the car with several frock-coated individuals, Neale did recognize in the pale face of one a resemblance to the girl he loved. There were no greetings. This situation had no formalities. Warburton faced them, and he seemed neither cold nor hot. Mr. Lee, as the director of the road, I have to inform you that following the reports of our engineer here, your present contracts are void and you will not get any more. A white radiance of rage swiftly transformed Allison Lee. His eyes seemed to blaze purple out of his white face, and Neale knew him to be Allie's father, saw the beauty and fire of her eyes in his. Warburton, you'll reconsider. I've great influence. To hell with your influence, retorted Warburton, the lion in him rising. The builders, the directors, the owners of the UPR are right here in this car. Do you understand that? Do you demand that I call a spade a spade? I've been appointed by Congress. I will, Congress or no Congress, you'll never rebuild a foot of this railroad, thundered Warburton. He stood there glaring, final, assured. For the sake of your government connections, let us say, let well enough alone. This upstart boy of an engineer, burst out Lee in furious resentment. Who is he? How dare he accuse or report against me?
Mr. Lee, your name has never been mentioned by him," replied the director. Lee struggled for self-control. "But Warburton, it's preposterous," he protested. "This wild boy, this associate of desperadoes, his report, whatever it is, absurd. Absurd as opposed to my position. A cub surveyor, slick with tongue and figures, to be thrown in my face. It's outrageous. I'll have him." Warburton held up a hand that impelled Lee to silence. In that gesture Neale read what stirred him to his soul. It was coming. He saw it again in General Lodge's fleeting rare smile. He held his breath. The old pang throbbed in his breast. "Lee, pray let me enlighten you and Senator Dunn," said Warburton, sonorously, "and terminate this awkward interview. When the last spike is driven out here, presently, Mr. Neale will be chief engineer of maintenance of way of the Union Pacific Railroad." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. So for Neale the wonderful dream had come to pass, and but for the memory that made all hours of life bitter, his cup of joy would have been full. He made his headquarters in Benton, and spent his days riding east or west over the line, taking up the great responsibility he had long trained for, the maintaining of the perfect condition of the railroad. Toward the end of the month Neale was summoned to Omaha. The message had been signed Warburton. Upon arriving at the terminus of the road, Neale found a marvelous change, even in the short time since he had been there. Omaha had become a city. It developed that Warburton had been called back to New York, leaving word for Neale to wait for orders. Neale availed himself of this period to acquaint himself with the men whom he would deal with in the future. Among them, in the roar of the railroad shops and the bustle of the city, he lost, perhaps temporarily, that haunting sense of pain and gloom. Despite himself, the deference shown him was flattering, and his old habit of making friends reasserted itself. His place was assured now. There were rumors in the air of branch lines for the Union Pacific. He was consulted for advice, importuned for positions, invited here and there, so that the days in Omaha were both profitable and pleasurable. Then came a telegram from Warburton calling him to Washington, D.C. It took more than 2 days to get there, and the time dragged slowly for Neale. It seemed to him that his importance grew as he traveled, a fact which was amusing to him. All this resembled a dream. When he reached the hotel designated in the telegram, it was to receive a warm greeting from Warburton. "It's a long trip to make for nothing," said the director, "and that's what it amounts to now. I thought I'd need you to answer a few questions for me, but you'll not be questioned officially, and so you'd better keep a closed mouth. We've raised the money. The completion of the UPR is assured." Neale could only conjecture what those questions might have been, for the director offered no explanation, and this circumstance recalled to mind his former impression of the complexity of the financial and political end of the construction. Warburton took him to dinner and later to a club and introduced him to many men. For this alone Neale was glad that he had been summoned to the capital. He met senators, congressmen, and other government officials, and many politicians and prominent men, all of whom, he was surprised to note, were well informed regarding the Union Pacific. He talked with them, but answered questions guardedly. And he listened to discussions and talks covering every phase of the work, from the Credit Mobilier to the Chinese coolies that were advancing from the west to meet the Paddies of his own division. How strange to realize that the great railroad had its nucleus, its impetus, and its completion in such a center as this. Here were the frock-coated, soft-voiced, cigar-smoking gentlemen
among whom Warburton and his directors had swung the colossal enterprise. What a vast difference between these men and the builders! With the handsome white-haired Warburton and his associates, as they smoked their rich cigars and drank their wine, Neale contrasted Casey and McDermott and many another burly spiker or teamster out on the line. Each class was necessary to this task. These Easterners talked of money, of gold, as a grade foreman might have talked of gravel. They smoked and conversed at ease, laughing at sallies, gossiping over what was a tragedy west of North Platte. And about them was an air of luxury, of power, of importance, and a singular grace that Neale felt rather than saw. Strangest of all to him was the glimpse he got into the labyrinthine plot built around the stock, the finance, the gold that was constructing the road. He was an engineer with a deductive habit of mind, but he would never be able to trace the intricacy of this monumental aggregation of deals. Yet he was hugely interested. Much of the scorn and disgust he had felt out on the line for the mercenaries connected with the work he forgot here among these frock-coated gentlemen. An hour later Neale accompanied Warburton to the station where the director was to board a train for his return to New York.
"You'll start back tomorrow," said Warburton. "I'll see you soon. I hope out there in Utah where the last spike is to be driven. That will be the day, the hour. It will be celebrated all over the United States."
Neale returned to his hotel, trying to make out the vital thing that had come to him on this hurried and apparently useless journey. His mind seemed in a whirl. Yet as he pondered, there gradually loomed up the reflection that in the eastern or constructive end of the great plan there were the same spirits of evil and mystery as existed in the western or building end. Here big men were interested, involved. Out there bigger men sweat and burned and aged and died. The difference was that these toilers gave all for an ideal, while the directors and their partners thought only of money, of profits. Neale restrained what might have been contempt, but he thought that if these financiers could have seen the life of the diggers and spikers as he knew it, they might be actuated by a nobler motive. Before he dropped to sleep that night, he concluded that his trip to Washington and the recognition accorded him by Warburton's circle had fixed a new desire in his heart to heave some more rails and drive some more spikes for the railroad he loved so well. To him the work had been something for which he had striven with all his might and for which he had risked his life. Not only had his brain been given to the creation, but his muscles had ached from the actual physical toil attendant upon this biggest of big jobs. When Neale at last reached Benton, it was night. Benton and night, and he had forgotten. A mob of men surged down and up on the train. Neale had extreme difficulty in getting off at all. But the excitement, the hurry, the discordant and hoarse medley of many voices were unusual at that hour around the station, even for strenuous Benton. All these men were carrying baggage. Neale shouted questions into the passing ears, until at length some fellow heard and yelled a reply. "Last night of Benton." He understood then. The great and vile construction camp had reached the end of its career. It was being torn down, moved away, depopulated. There was an exodus. In another 48 hours all that had been Benton, with its accumulated life and gold and toil, would be incorporated in another and a greater and a last camp. Roaring City. The contrast to the beautiful Washington, the check to his half-dreaming memory of what he had experienced there, the sudden plunge into this dim-lighted, sordid, and roaring hell, all brought about in Neale a revulsion of feeling. And with the sinking of his spirit there returned the old haunting pangs, the memory of Allie Lee, the despairing doubts of life or death for her. Beyond the camp loomed the dim hills, mystical, secretive, and unchangeable. If she were out there among them, dead or alive, to know it would be a blessed relief. It was this horror of Benton that he feared. He walked the street, up and down, until the hour was late and he was tired. All the halls and saloons were blazing in full blast. Once he heard low, hoarse cries and pistol shots, and then again quick, dull, booming guns. How strange they should make him shiver, but all seemed strange. From these sounds he turned away, not knowing what to do or where to go, since sleep or rest was impossible. Finally he went into a gambling den and found a welcome among players whose faces he knew. It was Benton's last night, and there was something in the air, menacing, terrible. Neale gave himself up to the spirit of the hour and the game. He had almost forgotten himself when a white, jeweled hand flashed over his shoulder to touch it softly. He heard his name whispered. Looking up, he saw the flushed and singularly radiant face of Beauty Stanton. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The afternoon and night of payday in Benton, during which Allie Lee was barred in her room, were hideous, sleepless, dreadful hours. Her ears were filled with Benton's roar, whispers and wails and laughs, thick shouts of drunken men, the cold voices of gamblers, clink of gold and clink of glasses, a ceaseless tramp and shuffle of boots, pistol shots muffled and far away, pistol shots ringing and near at hand, the angry hum of brawling men, and strangest of all this dreadful roar were the high-pitched, piercing voices of women, in songs without soul, in laughter without mirth, in cries wild and terrible and mournful. Allie lay in the dark, praying for the dawn, shuddering at this strife of sound, fearful that any moment the violence of Benton would burst through the flimsy walls of her room to destroy her. But the roar swelled and subsided and died away. The darkness gave way to gray light and then dawn. The sun arose, the wind began to blow. Now Benton slept, the sleep of sheer exhaustion. Her mirror told Allie the horror of that night. Her face was white. Her eyes were haunted by terrors, with great dark shadows beneath. She could not hold her hands steady. Late that afternoon there were stirrings and sounds in Durade's hall. The place had awakened. Presently Durade himself brought her food and drink. He looked haggard, worn, yet radiant. He did not seem to note Allie's condition or appearance. "That deaf and dumb fool who waited on you is gone," said Durade. "Yesterday was payday in Benton. Many are gone. Allie, I won $50,000 in gold." "Isn't that enough?" she asked. He did not hear her, but went on talking of his winnings of gold, of games, and of big stakes coming. His lips trembled, his eyes glittered, his fingers clawed at the air. For Allie it was a relief when Durade left her. He had almost reached the apex of his fortunes and the inevitable end. Allie realized that if she were ever to lift a hand to save herself, she must do so at once. This was a fixed and desperate thought in her mind when Durade called her to her work. Allie always entered that private den of Durade's with eyes cast down. She had been scorched too often by the glances of men. As she went in this time she felt the presence of gamblers, but they were quieter than those to whom she had become accustomed. Durade ordered her to fetch drinks. Then he went on talking, rapidly, in excitement, elated, boastful, almost gay. Allie did not look up. As she carried the tray to the large table, she heard a man whisper low, "By Jove, Huff, that's the girl." Then she heard a slight, quick intake of breath and the exclamation, "Good God!" Both voices thrilled Allie. The former seemed the low, well-modulated, refined, and drawling speech of an Englishman. The latter was keen, quick, soft, and full of genuine emotion. Allie returned to her chair by the sideboard before she ventured to look up. Durade was playing cards with four men, three of whom were black-garbed after the manner of professional gamblers. The other player wore gray and a hat of unusual shape with wide, loose cloth band. He removed his hat as he caught Allie's glance, and she associated the act with the fact of her presence. She thought this must be the man whose voice had proclaimed him English. He had a fair face, lined and shadowed and dissipated, with tired blue eyes and a blond mustache that failed to altogether hide a well-shaped mouth. It was the kindest and saddest face Allie had ever seen there. She read its story. In her extremity she had acquired a melancholy wisdom in the judgment of the faces of the men drifting through Durade's hall. What Allie had heard in this Englishman's voice she saw in his features. He did not look at her again. He played cards wearily, carelessly, indifferently, with his mind plainly on something else. "Ancliffe, how many cards?" called one of the black-garbed men. The Englishman threw down his cards. "None," he said. The game was interrupted by a commotion in the adjoining room, which was the public gambling hall of Durade's establishment. "Another fight!" exclaimed Durade impatiently. "And only Mull and Fresno showed up today." Harsh voices and heavy stamps were followed by a pistol shot. Durade hurriedly arose. "Gentlemen, excuse me," he said, and went out. One of the gamblers also left the room, and another crossed it to peep through the door. This left the Englishman sitting at the table with the last gambler, whose back was turned toward Allie. She saw the Englishman lean forward to speak. Then the gambler arose, and turning, came directly toward her. "My name is Place Huff," he said, speaking rapidly and low. "I'm a gambler, but a gentleman. I've heard strange rumors about you, and now I see for myself. Are you Allie Lee?" Allie's heart seemed to come to her throat. She shook all over and she gazed with piercing intensity at the man. When he had arisen from the table he had appeared the same black-garbed, hard-faced gambler as any of the others, but looked at closely he was different. Underneath the cold, expressionless face worked something mobile and soft. His eyes were of crystal clearness and remarkable for penetrating power. They shone with wonder, curiosity, sympathy. Allie instinctively trusted the voice and then consciously trusted the man. "Oh, sir, I'm distressed, ill from fright," she faltered. "If I only dared." "You dare tell me," he interrupted swiftly. "Be quick. Are you here willingly with this man?" "Oh, no." "What then?" "Oh, sir, you do not think I knew you were good, innocent, the moment I laid eyes on you. Who are you?" "Allie Lee. My father's Allison Lee." "Oh!" The gambler whistled softly, and turning, glanced at the door, then beckoned Ancliffe. The Englishman arose. In the adjoining rooms sounds of strife were abating. "Ancliffe, this girl is Allie Lee, daughter of Allison Lee, a big man on the U.P.R. Something terribly wrong here," and he whispered to Ancliffe. Allie became aware of the Englishman's scrutiny, doubtful, sad, yet kind and curious. Indeed, these men had heard of her. "Hough, you must be mistaken," he said. Allie felt a sudden rush of emotion. Her opportunity had come. "I'm Allie Lee. My mother ran off from Durade to California. He used her as a lure to draw men to his gambling hells, as he uses me now. 2 years ago we escaped, started east with a caravan. The Indians attacked us. I crawled under a rock, escaped the massacre. Never mind all your story," interrupted Hough. "We haven't time for that. I believe you. You're held a close prisoner?" "Oh, yes, locked and barred. I never get out. I've been threatened so that until now I feared to tell anyone. But Durade, he's going mad. I can bear it no longer." "Miss Lee, you shall not bear it," declared Ancliffe. "We'll take you out of here." "How?" queried Hough shortly. Ancliffe was for walking right out with her, but Huff shook his head. "Listen," began Allie hurriedly. "He would kill me the instant I tried to escape. He loved my mother. He does not believe she's dead. He lives only to be revenged upon her. He has a desperate gang here. Fresno, Mull, Stitt, Black, Grist, Days, a greaser called Mex, and others. All the worst of bad men. You cannot get me out of here alive except by some trick."
How about bringing in the troops?
"Durade would kill me the first thing.
Could we steal you out at night?"
I don't see how. They're awake all night. I'm barred in, watched. Better work on Durade's weakness. Gold. He's mad for gold. When the fever's on him, he might gamble me away or sell me for gold." Huff's cold eyes shone like fire in ice. He opened his lips to speak, then quickly motioned Ancliffe back to the table. They had just seated themselves when the two gamblers returned, followed by Durade. He was rubbing his hands in satisfaction.
What was the fuss about?
Queried Huff, tipping the ashes off his cigar.
Some drunks after money they had lost.
"And they got thrown out for their pains?" inquired Ancliffe.
Yes, Mull and Fresno are out there now."
The game was taken up again. Allie sensed a different note in it. The gambler Huff now faced her in his position at the table, and behind every card he played there seemed to be intense purpose and tremendous force. Ancliffe soon left the game, but he appeared fascinated where formerly he had been indifferent. Soon it developed that Huff, by his spirit and skill, was driving his opponents, inciting their passion for play, working upon their feelings. Durade seemed the weakest gambler, though he had the best luck. Good luck balanced his excited play. The two other gamblers pitted themselves against Huff. The shadows of evening had begun to darken the room when Durade called for lights. A slim, slow-eyed, pantherish moving Mexican came in to execute the order. He wore a belt with a knife in it and looked like a brigand. When he had lighted the lamps, he approached Durade and spoke in Spanish. Durade replied in the same tongue. Then the Mexican went out. One of the gamblers lost and arose from the table.
"Gentlemen, may I go out for more money and return to the game?" he asked.
"Certainly," replied Huff. Durade assented with bad grace. The game went on and grew in interest. Probably the Mexican had reported the fact of its possibilities, or perhaps Durade had sent out word of some nature. For one by one his villainous lieutenants came in, stepping softly, gleaming eyed. "Durade, have you stopped play outside?" queried Huff.
"Supper time. Not much going on,"
replied Mull. Huff watched the speaker with keen coolness.
"I did not address you," he said.
Durade, catching the drift, came out of his absorption of play long enough to say that with a big game at hand he did not want to risk any interruption. He spoke frankly, but he did not look sincere. Presently the second gambler announced that he would consider it a favor to be allowed to go out and borrow money. Then he left hurriedly. Durade and Huff played alone, and the luck seesawed from one to the other until both the other players returned. They did not come alone. Two more black-frocked, black-sombreroed, cold-faced individuals accompanied them.
"May we sit in?"
they asked.
"With pleasure,"
replied Huff. Durade frowned, and the glow left his face. Though the luck was still with him, it was evident that he did not favor added numbers. Yet the man's sensitiveness to any change immediately manifested itself when he won the first large stake. His radiance returned and also his vanity. Huff interrupted the game by striking the table with his hand. The sound seemed hard, metallic, yet his hand was empty. Any attentive observer would have become aware that Huff had a gun up his sleeve, but Durade did not catch the significance.
"I object to that man leaning over the table,"
said Huff, and he pointed to the lounging Fresno.
"Is that so?"
leered the ugly giant. He looked bold and vicious.
"Do not address me,"
ordered Huff. Fresno backed away silently from the cold-faced gambler.
"Don't mind him, Huff," protested Durade. "They're all excited." Big stakes always work them up.
Send them out so we can play without annoyance. No, replied Durade sharply. They can watch the game. Ancliffe, called Huff just as sharply, fetch some of my friends to watch this game. Don't forget Neale and Larry King. Allie, who was watching and listening with strained faculties, nearly fainted at the sudden mention of her lover Neale and her friend Larry. She went blind for a second. The room turned round and round. She thought her heart would burst with joy. The Englishman hurried out. Durade looked up with a passionate and wolfish swiftness. "What do you mean?" "I want some of my friends to watch the game," replied Huff. "But I don't allow that red-headed cowboy gunfighter to come into my place. That is regrettable, for you will make an exception this time. Durade, you don't stand well in Benton. I do." The Spaniard's eyes glittered. "You insinuate, Senor—" "Yes," interposed Huff, and his cold, deliberate voice dominated the explosive Durade. "Do you remember a gambler named Jones? He was shot in this room. If I should happen to be shot here in the same way, you and your gang would not last long in Benton." Durade's face grew livid with rage and fear. In that moment the mask was off. The nature of the Spaniard stood forth. Another manifest fact was that Durade had not before matched himself against a gambler of Huff's caliber. "Well, are you only a bluff, or do we go on with the game?" inquired Huff. Durade choked back his rage and signified with a motion of his hand that play should be resumed. Allie fastened her eyes upon the door. She was in a tumult of emotion. Despite that, her mind revolved wild and intermittent ideas as to the risk of letting Neale see and recognize her there. Yet her joy was so overpowering that she believed if he entered the door she would rush to him and trust in God to save her, in God and Reddy King. She remembered the cowboy, and a thrill linked all her emotions. Durade and his gang would face a terrible reckoning if Reddy King ever entered to see her there. Moments passed. The gambling went on. The players spoke low. The spectators were silent. Discordant sounds from outside disturbed the quiet. Allie stared fixedly at the door. Presently it opened. Ancliffe entered with several men, all quick in movement, alert of eye. But Neale and Larry King were not among them. Allie's heart sank like lead. The revulsion of feeling, the disappointment, was sickening. She saw Ancliffe shake his head, and divined in the action that he had not been able to find the friends Hough wanted particularly. Then Allie felt the incredible strangeness of being glad that Neale was not to find her there, that Larry was not to throw his guns on Durade's crowd. There might be a chance of her being liberated without violence. This reaction left her weak and dazed for a while. Still she heard the low voices of the gamesters, the slap of cards and clink of gold. Her wits had gone from her ever since the mention of Neale. She floundered in a whirl of thoughts and fears until gradually she recovered self-possession. Whatever instinct or love or spirit had guided her had done so rightly. She had felt Neale's presence in Benton. It was stingingly sweet to realize that. Her heart swelled with pangs of fullest measure. Surely he again believed her dead. Soon he would come upon her, face to face, somewhere. He would learn she was alive, unharmed, true to him with all her soul. Indians, renegade Spaniards, Benton with its terrors, a host of evil men, not these nor anything else could keep her from Neale forever. She had believed that always, but never as now, in the clearness of this beautiful spiritual insight. Behind her belief was something unfathomable and great. Not the movement of progress as typified by those men who had dreamed of the railroad, nor the spirit of the unconquerable engineers as typified by Neale, nor the wildness of wild youth like Larry King, nor the heroic labor and simplicity and sacrifice of common men, nor the inconceivable passion of these gamblers for gold. nor the mystery hidden in the mad laughter of these fallen women, strange and sad on the night wind. Not any of these things, nor all of them, wonderful and incalculable as they were, loomed so great as the spirit that upheld Allie Lee. When she raised her head again, the gambling scene had changed. Only three men played, Hough, Durade, and another. And even as Allie looked, this third player threw his cards into the deck and with silent gesture rose from the table to take a position with the other black-garbed gamblers standing behind Hough. The blackness of their attire contrasted strongly with the whiteness of their faces. They had lost gold, which fact meant little to them. But there was something big and significant in their presence behind Hough. Gamblers leagued against a crooked gambling hell. Durade had lost a fortune, yet not all his fortune. He seemed a haggard, flaming-eyed wreck of the once debonair Durade. His hair was wet and disheveled. His collar was open. His hand wavered. Blood trickled down from his lower lip. He saw nothing except the gold, the cards, and that steel-nerved, gray-faced, implacable Hough. Behind him lined up his gang, nervous, strained, frenzied, with eyes on the gold, hate-filled, murderous eyes. Allie slipped into her room, leaving the door ajar so she could peep out, and there she paced the floor, waiting, listening for what she dared not watch. The gambler Hough would win all that Durade had, and then stake it against her. That was what Allie believed. She had no doubts of Hough's winning her, too, but she doubted if he could take her away. There would be a fight, and if there was a fight, then that must be the end of Durade. For this gambler Hough, with his unshakable nerve, his piercing eyes, his wonderful white hands, swift as light, he would at the slightest provocation kill Durade. Suddenly Allie was arrested by a loud, long suspiration, a heave of heavy breaths in the room of the gamblers. A chair scraped, noisily breaking the silence, which instantly clamped down again. "Durade, you're done." It was the cold, ringing voice of Hough. Allie ran to the door, peeked through the crack. Durade sat there like a wild beast bound. Hough stood erect over a huge golden pile on the table. The others seemed stiff in their tracks. "There's a fortune here," went on Hough, indicating the gold. "All I had, all our gentlemen opponents had, all you had. I've won it all." Durade's eyes seemed glued to that dully glistening heap. He could not even look up at the coldly passionate Hough. "All! All!" echoed Durade. Then Hough, like a striking hawk, bent down toward the Spaniard. "Durade, have you anything more to bet?" Durade was the only man who moved. Slowly he arose, shaking in every limb, and not till he became erect did he unrivet his eyes from that yellow heap on the table. "Senor, do you mock me?" he gasped hoarsely. "I offer you my winnings, all, for the girl you have here." "Are you crazy?" ejaculated the Spaniard. "Certainly. But hurry. Do you accept?" "Senor, I would not sell that girl for all the gold of the Indies," replied Durade instantly. No vacillation, no indecision in him here. Hough's offer held no lure for this Spaniard, who had committed many crimes for gold. "But you'll gamble her," asserted Hough. And now indeed his words were mockable. In one splendid gesture he swept his winnings into the middle of the table, and the gold gave out a ringing clash. As a gambler he read the soul of his opponent. Durade's jaw worked convulsively as if he had difficulty in holding it firm enough for utterance. What he would not sell for any price he would risk on a gambler's strange faith in chance. "All my winnings against this girl," went on Hough relentlessly. Scorn and a taunting dare and an insidious persuasion mingled with the passion of his offer. He knew how to inflame. Durade as a gambler was a weakling in the grasp of a giant. "Come, do you accept?" Durade's body leaped as if an irresistible current had been shot into it.
Si, senor.
He cried with power and joy in his voice. In that moment, no doubt the greatest in his life of gambling, he unconsciously went back to the use of his mother tongue. Actuated by one impulse, Hough and Durade sat down at the table. The others crowded around. Fresno lurched close, with a wicked gleam in his eyes. "I was on to Hough," he said to his nearest ally. "It's a girl he's after." The gamblers cut the cards for who should deal. Hough won. For him victory seemed to exist in the suspense of the very silence, in the charged atmosphere of the room. He began to shuffle the cards. His hands were white, shapely, perfect like a woman's, and yet not beautiful. The spirit, the power, the ruthless nature in them had no relation to beauty. How marvelously swift they moved, too swift for the gaze to follow. And the incomparable dexterity with which he manipulated the cards gave forth the suggestion as to what he could do with them. In those gleaming hands, in the flying cards, in the whole intenseness of the gambler, there showed the power and the intent to win. The crooked Durade had met his match, a match who toyed with him. If there were an element of chance in this short game, it was that of the uncertainty of life, not of Durade's chance to win. He had no chance. No eye, no hand could have justly detected Hough in the slightest deviation from honesty. Yet all about the man in that tense moment proved what a gambler really was. Durade called in a whisper for 2 cards, and he received them with trembling fingers. Terrible hope and exultation transformed his face. "I'll take 3," said Hough calmly. With deliberate care and slowness, in strange contrast to his former motions, he took, one by one, 3 cards from the deck. Then he looked at them, and just as calmly dropped all his cards, face up, on the table, disclosing what he knew to be an unbeatable hand. Durade stared. A thick cry escaped him. Swiftly Hough arose. "Durade, I've won." Then he turned to his friends. "Gentlemen, please pocket this gold." With that he stepped to Allie's door. He saw her peering out. "Come, Miss Lee," he said. Allie stepped out, trembling and unsteady on her feet. The Spaniard now seemed compelled to look up from the gold Hough's comrades were pocketing. When he saw Allie, another slow and remarkable transformation came over him. At first he started slightly at Hough's hand on Allie's arm. The radiance of his strange passion for gold, that had put a leaping glory into his haggard face, faded into a dark and mounting surprise. A blaze burned away the shadows. His eyes betrayed an unsupportable sense of loss and the spirit that repudiated it. For a single instant he was magnificent, and perhaps in that instant race and blood spoke. Then with bewildering suddenness, surely with the suddenness of a memory, he became a black, dripping-faced victim of unutterable and unquenchable hate. Allie recoiled in the divination that Durade saw her mother in her. No memory, no love, no gold, no wager could ever thwart the Spaniard. "Senor, you tricked me," he whispered. "I beat you at your own game," said Hough. "My friends and your men heard the stake, saw the game. Senor, I would not bet that girl for any stake."
You've lost her. Let me warn you, Durade. Be careful once in your life. You're welcome to what gold is left there.
Durade shoved back the gold so fiercely that he upset the table and its contents jangled on the floor. The spill and the crash of a scattered fortune released Durade's men from their motionless suspense. They began to pick up the coins. The Spaniard was halted by the gleam of a derringer in Hough's hand. Hissing like a snake, Durade stood still, momentarily held back by a fear that quickly gave place to insane rage. "Shoot him!" said Ancliffe with a coolness which proved his foresight. One of Huff's men swung a cane, smashing a lamp. Then with like swift action he broke the other lamp, instantly plunging the room into darkness. This appeared to be the signal for Durade's men to break loose into a mad scramble for the gold. Durade began to scream and rush forward. Allie felt herself drawn backward along the wall through her door. It was not so dark in there. She distinguished Hough and Ancliffe. The latter closed the door. Hough whispered to Allie, though the din in the other room made such caution needless. "Can we get out this way?" he asked. "There's a window," replied Allie. "Ancliffe, open it and get her out. I'll stop Durade if he comes in. Hurry." While the Englishman opened the window, Hough stood in front of the door with both arms extended. Allie could just see his tall form in the pale gloom. Pandemonium had begun in the other room, with Durade screaming for lights, and his men yelling and fighting for the gold, and Hough's friends struggling to get out. But they did not follow Hough into this room, and evidently must have thought he had escaped through the other door. "Come," said Ancliffe, touching Allie. He helped her get out and followed laboriously. Then he softly called to Hough. The gambler let himself down, swiftly and noiselessly. "Now what?" he muttered. They appeared to be in a narrow alley between a house of boards and a house of canvas. Excited voices sounded inside this canvas structure and evidently alarmed Hough. For with a motion he enjoined silence and led Allie through the dark passage out into a gloomy square surrounded by low, dark structures. Ancliffe followed close behind. The night was dark with no stars showing. A cool wind blew in Allie's face, refreshing her after her long confinement. Hough began groping forward. This square had a rough board floor and a skeleton framework. It had been a house of canvas. Some of the partitions were still standing. "Look for a door, any place to get out," whispered Hough to Ancliffe as they came to the opposite side of this square space. Hough, with Allie close at his heels, went to the right while Ancliffe went to the left. Hough went so far, then muttering, drew Allie back again to the point whence they had started. Ancliffe was there. "No place. All boarded up tight," he whispered. "Same on this side. We'll have to listen," exclaimed Ancliffe, holding up his hand. There appeared to be noise all around, but mostly on the other side of the looming canvas house, behind which was the alleyway that led to Durade's hall. Gleams of light flashed through the gloom. Durade's high, quick voice mingled with hoarser and deeper tones. Someone in the canvas house was talking to Durade, who apparently must have been in Allie's room and at her window. "See here, greaser, we ain't harboring any of your outfit. We'll plug the first gent we see," called a surly voice. Durade's staccato tones succeeded it. "Did you see them?" "We heard them getting out the winder." Durade's voice rose high in Spanish curses. Then he called, "Fresno, Mull, take men, go around the street. They can't get away. You, Mex, get down there with the gang." Lower voices answered, questioning, eager but indistinct. "Kill him! Bring her back, and you can have the gold," shouted Durade. Following that came the heavy tramp of boots and the low roar of angry men. Hough leaned toward Ancliffe. "They've got us pinned in." "Yes, but it's pretty dark here, and they'll be slow. You watch while I tear a hole through somewhere," replied Ancliffe. He was perfectly cool and might have been speaking of some casual incident. He extinguished his cigarette, dropped it, and then put on his gloves. Hough loomed tall and dark. His face showed pale in the shadow. He stood with his elbows stiff against his sides, a derringer in each hand. "I wish I had heavier guns," he said. Allie's thrill of emotion spent itself in a shudder of realization. Calmly and chivalrously these two strangers had taken a stand against her enemies, and with a few cool words and actions had accepted whatever might betide. "I must tell you. Oh, I must," she whispered, with her hand on Hough's arm. "I heard you send for Neale and Larry King. It made my heart stop. Neale! Laura Neale is my sweetheart. See, I wear his ring. Reddy King is my dearest friend, my brother." Hough bent low to peer into Allie's face to see her ring. Then he turned to Ancliffe. "How things work out.
I always suspected what was wrong with Neil. Now I know after seeing his girl." "By Jove!" exclaimed Ancliffe. "Well, I'll block Durade's gang. Will you save the girl?" "Assuredly," answered the imperturbable Englishman. "Where shall I take her?" "Where can she be safe? The troop camp?" "No, too far." "Ah, take her to Stanton. Tell Stanton the truth. Stanton will hide her. Then find Neale and King." Hough turned to Allie. "I'm glad you spoke about Neale," he said, and there was a curious softness in his voice. "I owe him a great deal. I like him. Ancliffe will get you out of here and safely back to Neale." Allie knew somehow, from something in his tone, his presence, that he would never leave this gloomy enclosure. She heard Ancliffe ripping a board off the wall or fence, and that sound seemed alarmingly loud. The voices no longer were heard behind the canvas house. The wind whipped through the bare framework. Somewhere at a distance were music and revelry. Benton's night roar had begun. Over all seemed to hang a menacing and ponderous darkness. Suddenly a light appeared moving slowly from the most obscure corner of the square, perhaps 50 paces distant. Hough drew Allie close to Ancliffe. "Get behind me," he whispered. A sharp ripping and splitting of wood told of Ancliffe's progress. Also it located the fugitives for Durade's gang. The light vanished. Quick voices rasped out. Then stealthy feet padded over the boards. Allie saw, or imagined she saw, gliding forms black against the pale gloom. She was so close to Ancliffe that he touched her as he worked. Turning, she beheld a ray of light through an aperture he had made. Suddenly the gloom split to a reddish flare. It revealed dark forms. A gun cracked. Allie heard the heavy thud of a bullet against the wall. Then Hough shot. His derringer made a small, spiteful report. It was followed by a cry, a groan. Other guns cracked. Bullets pattered on the wood. Allie heard the spat of lead striking Hough. It had a sickening sound. He moved as if from a blow. A volley followed and Allie saw the bright flashes. All about her bullets were whistling and thudding. She knew with a keen horror every time Hough was struck. Hoarse yells and strangling cries mixed with the diminishing shots. Then Ancliffe grasped her and pushed her through the vent he had made. Allie crawled backward and she could see Hough still standing in front. It seemed that he swayed. Then as she rose, further view was cut off. Although she had not looked around, she was aware of a dimly lighted storeroom. Outside the shots had ceased. She heard something heavy fall suddenly. Then a patter of quick, light footsteps. Ancliffe essayed to get through the opening feet first. It was a tight squeeze, or else someone held him back. There came a crashing of wood. Ancliffe's body whirled in the aperture and he struggled violently. Allie heard hissing, sibilant Spanish utterances. She stood petrified, certain that Durade had attacked Ancliffe. Suddenly the Englishman crashed through, drawing a supple, twisting, slender man with him. He held this man by the throat with one hand and by the wrist with the other. Allie recognized Durade's Mexican ally. He gripped a knife and the blade was bloody. Once inside, where Ancliffe could move, he handled the Mexican with deliberate and remorseless ease. Allie saw him twist and break the arm which held the knife. Not that sight, but the eyes of the Mexican made Allie close her own. When she opened them at a touch, Ancliffe stood beside her, and the Mexican lay quivering. Ancliffe held the bloody knife. He hid it under his coat. "Come," he said. His voice seemed thin. "But Hough, we must." Ancliffe's strange gesture froze Allie's lips. She followed him, clung close to him. There were voices near, and persons. All seemed to fall back before the Englishman. He strode on. Indeed, his movements appeared unnatural. They went down a low stairway, out into the dark. Lights were there to the right, and hurrying forms. Ancliffe ran with her in the other direction. Only dim, pale lamps shone through the tents. Down this side street it was quiet and dark. Allie stumbled, would have fallen but for Ancliffe. Yet sometimes he stumbled too.
He turned a corner and proceeded rapidly toward bright lights. The houses loomed big. Down that way many people passed to and fro. Allie's senses recognized a new sound, a confusion of music, dancing, hilarity, all distinct, near at hand. She could scarcely keep up with Ancliffe. He did not speak nor look to right or left. At the corner of a large house, a long structure which sent out gleams of light, Ancliffe opened a door and pulled Allie into a hallway, dark near at hand, but brilliant at the other end. He drew her along this passage, striding slower now, and unsteadily. He turned into another hall lighted by lamps. Music and gaiety seemed to sweep stunningly into Allie's face. But Allie saw only one person there, a negress. As Ancliffe halted, the negress rose from her seat. She was frightened. "Call Stanton, quick!" he panted. He thrust gold at her. "Tell no one else." Then he opened the door, pushed Allie into a handsomely furnished parlor, and, closing the door, staggered to a couch, upon which he fell. His face wore a singular look, remarkable for its whiteness. All its weary, careless indifference had vanished. As he lay back, his hands loosed their hold on his coat and fell away, all bloody. The knife slid to the floor. A crimson froth flecked his lips. "Oh, heavens! You were stabbed!" gasped Allie, sinking to her knees. "If Stanton doesn't come in time, tell her what happened. Ask her to fetch Neale to you," he said. He spoke with extreme difficulty and a fluttering toll of blood in his throat. Allie could not speak. She could not pray. But her sight and her perception were abnormally keen. Ancliffe's strange, clear gaze rested upon her, and it seemed to Allie that he smiled, not with lips or face, but in spirit. How strange and beautiful! Then Allie heard a rush of silk at the door. It opened, closed. A woman of fair face, bare of arm and neck, glittering with diamonds, swept into the parlor. She had great, dark blue eyes full of shadows, and they flashed from Ancliffe to Allie and back again. "What happened? You're pale as death." "Ancliffe! Your hands! Your breast! My God!" She bent over him. "Stanton, I've been cut up and Huff is dead." "Oh, this horrible Benton!" cried the woman. "Don't faint. Hear me. Remember we were curious about a girl. Durade had it at his place. This is she, Allie Lee. She's innocent. Durade held her for revenge. He had loved and hated her mother. Huff won all Durade's gold, and then the girl. Have you had to fight? Stanton, Miss Allie Lee's Neale's sweetheart. He believes her dead. You hide her. Bring Neale to her." Quickly she replied. "I promise you, Ancliffe. I promise." "How strange what you tell, but not strange for Benton. Ancliffe, speak to me. Oh, he's going." With her first words a subtle change passed over Ancliffe. It was the release of his will. His whole body sank. Under the intense whiteness of his face a cold gray shade began to creep. His last conscious instant spent itself in the strange gaze Allie had felt before. And now she had a vague perception that in some way it expressed a blessing and a deliverance. The instant the beautiful light turned inward, as if to illuminate the darkness of his soul, she divined what he had once been, his ruin, his secret and eternal remorse, and the chance to die that had made him great. So forgetful of the other beside her, Allie Lee watched Ancliffe, sustained by a nameless spirit, feeling with tragic pity her duty as a woman, to pray for him, to stay beside him, that he might not be alone when he died. And while she watched, with the fading of that singular radiance, there returned to his face a slow, careless weariness. "He's gone," murmured Stanton, rising. A dignity had come to her. "Dead. And we knew nothing of him, not his real name or his place. But even Benton could not keep him from dying like an English gentleman. She took Allie by the hand, led her out of the parlor and across the hall into her bedroom. Then she faced Allie, wonderingly, with all a woman's sympathy, and something else that Allie sensed as a sweet and poignant wistfulness. "Are you Neale's sweetheart?" she asked very low. "Oh, please find him for me," sobbed Allie. The tenderness in this woman's voice and look and touch was what Allie needed more than anything, and it made her a trembling child. How strangely, hesitatingly, with closing eyes, this woman reached to fold her in gentle arms. What a tumult Allie felt throbbing in the full breast where she laid her head. "Allie Lee, and he thinks you dead," she murmured brokenly. "I will bring him to you." When she released Allie, years and shadows no longer showed in her face. Her eyes were tear wet and darkening. Her lips were tremulous. At that moment there was something beautiful and terrible about her. But Allie could not understand. "You stay here," she said. "Be very quiet. I will bring Neale." Opening the door, she paused on the threshold to glance down the hall first and then back at Allie. Her smile was beautiful. She closed the door and locked it. Allie heard the soft swish of silk dying away. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beauty Stanton threw a cloak over her bare shoulders and hurriedly leaving the house by the side entrance, she stood a moment, breathless and excited, in the dark and windy street. She had no idea why she halted there, for she wanted to run. But the instant she got out into the cool night air, a check came to action and thought. Strange sensations poured in upon her. The darkness, lonesome and weird, the wailing wind with its weight of dust, the roar of Benton's main thoroughfare, and the low, strange murmur, neither musical nor mirthful, behind her, from that huge hall she called her home. Stranger even than these emotions were the swelling and aching of her heart, the glow and quiver of her flesh, thrill on thrill, deep, like bursting pangs of joy never before experienced, the physical sense of a touch, inexplicable in its power. On her bare breast a place seemed to flush and throb and glow. "Ah!" murmured Beauty Stanton. "That girl laid her face here, over my heart. What was I to do?" she murmured. "Oh, yes, to find her sweetheart, Neale." Then she set off rapidly. But if she had possessed wings or the speed of the wind, she could not have kept pace with her thoughts. She turned the corner of the main street and glided among the hurrying throng. Men stood in groups, talking excitedly. She gathered that there had been fights. More than once she was addressed familiarly, but she did not hear what was said. The wide street seemed strange, dark, dismal, the lights yellow and flaring, the wind burdened, the dark tide of humanity, raw, wild, animal, unstable. Above the lights and the throngs hovered a shadow, not the mantle of night, nor the dark desert sky. Her steps took familiar ground, yet she seemed not to know this Benton. "Once I was like Allie Lee," she whispered. "Not so many years ago." And the dark tide of men, the hurry and din, the wind and dust, the flickering lights, all retreated, spectral like, to the background of a mind returned to youth, hope, love, home. She saw herself at 18. Yes, Beauty Stanton, even then, possessed of a beauty that was her ruin. At school, the favorite of a host of boys and girls. At home, where the stately oaks were hung with silver moss and the old colonial house rang with songs of sister and sport of brother, where a sweet-faced, gentle-voiced mother, ah, mother! And at that word the dark tide of men seemed to rise and swell at her, to trample her sacred memory as inevitably and brutally as it had used her body. Only the piercing pang of that memory remained for Beauty Stanton. She was a part of Benton. She was treading the loose boardwalk of the great and vile construction camp. She might draw back from leer and touch, but none the less was she there, a piece of this dark, bold, obscure life. She was a cog in the wheel, a grain of dust in the whirlwind, a morsel of flesh and blood for the hungry maw of a wild and passing monster of progress. Her hurried steps carried her on with her errand. Neale! She knew where to find him. Often she had watched him play, always regretfully, conscious that he did not fit there. His indifference had baffled her as it had piqued her professional vanity. Men had never been indifferent to her. She had seen them fight for her mocking smiles. But Neale! He had been stone to her charm, yet kind, gracious, deferential. Always she had felt strangely shamed when he stood bareheaded before her. Beauty Stanton had foregone respect. Yet respect was what she yearned for. The instincts of her girlhood, surviving, made a whited sepulchre of her present life. She could not bear Neale's indifference, and she had failed to change it. Her infatuation, born of that hot bed of Benton life, had beaten and burned itself to destruction against a higher and better love, the only love of her womanhood. She would have slaved for him, but he had passed her by, absorbed with his own secret, working toward some fateful destiny, lost, perhaps like all the others there. And now she learned that the mystery of him, his secret, was the same old agony of love that sent so many on endless, restless roads. Allie Lee, and he believed her dead. After all the bitterness, life had moments of sweetest joy. Fate was being a little kind to her. Beauty Stanton. It would be from her lips Neale would hear that Allie Lee was alive, innocent, unharmed, faithful to him, waiting for him. Beauty Stanton's soul seemed to soar with the realization of how that news would uplift Neale, craze him with happiness, change his life, save him. He was going to hear the blessed tidings from a woman whom he had scorned. Always afterward, then, he would think of Beauty Stanton with a grateful heart. She was to be the instrument of his salvation. Huff and Ancliffe had died to save Allie Lee from the vile clutch of Benton. But to Beauty Stanton, the woman of ill fame, had been given the power. She gloried in it. Allie Lee was safely hidden in her house. Those tigers of Durade's, on the scent of gold, would tear down all places in Benton before they would dare to attack her house. The iniquity of her establishment furnished a haven for the body and life and soul of innocent Allie Lee. Beauty Stanton marveled at the strange ways of life. If she could have prayed, if she had ever dared to hope for some splendid beauty, some atonement to soften the dark, grim ending of her dark career, it would not have been for so much as fate had now dealt to her. She was overwhelmed with her opportunity. All at once she reached the end of the street. On each side the wall of lighted tents and houses ceased. Had she missed her way, gone down a side street to the edge of the desert? No. The rows of lights behind assured her this was the main street. Yet she was far from the railroad station. The crowds of men hurried by, as always. Before her reached a leveled space, dimly lighted, full of moving objects and noises of hammers and wagons and harsh voices. Then suddenly she remembered. Benton was being evacuated. Tents and houses were being taken down and loaded on trains to be hauled to the next construction camp. Benton's day was done. This was the last night. She had forgotten that the proprietor of her hall, from whom she rented it, had told her that early on the morrow he would take it down, section by section, load it on the train, and put it together again for her in the next town. In 48 hours Benton would be a waste place of board floors, naked frames, debris and sand, ready to be reclaimed by the desert. It would be gone like a hideous nightmare, and no man would believe what had happened there. The gambling hell where she had expected to find Neale had vanished in a few hours, as if by magic. Beauty Stanton retraced her steps. She would find Neale in one of the other places, the big tent, perhaps. This hall was unusually crowded, and the scene had a number of men, though not the women and the hilarity and the gold that was characteristic of payday in Benton. All the tables in the gambling room were occupied. Beauty Stanton stepped into this crowded room, her golden head uncovered, white and rapt and strangely dark-eyed, with all the beauty of her girlhood returned, and added to it that of a woman transformed, supreme in her crowning hour. As a bad woman, infatuated and piqued, she had failed to allure Neale to baseness. Now, as a good woman, with pure motives, she would win his friendship, his eternal gratitude. Stanton had always been a target for eyes, yet never as now, when she drew every gaze like a dazing light in a dark room. As soon as she saw Neale, she forgot everyone else in that hall. He was gambling. He did not look up. His brow was somber and dark. She approached, stood behind him. Some of the players spoke to her familiarly, as was her bitter due. Then Neale turned apparently to bow with his old courtesy. Thrill on thrill coursed over her. Always he had shown her respect, deference. Her heart was full. She had never before enjoyed a moment like this. She was about to separate him from the baneful and pernicious life of the camps, to tender him a gift of unutterable happiness, to give all of him back to the work of the great railroad. She put a trembling hand on his shoulder, bent over him. "Neale, come with me," she whispered. He shook his head. "Yes, yes," she returned, her voice thrilling with emotion. Wearily, with patient annoyance, he laid down his cards and looked up. His dark eyes held faint surprise and something that she thought might be pity. "Miss Stanton, pardon me, but please understand. No." Then he turned and, picking up his cards, resumed the game. Beauty Stanton suffered a sudden, vague check. It was as if a cold thought was trying to enter a warm and glowing mind. She found speech difficult. She could not get off the track of her emotional flight. Her woman's wit, tact, knowledge of men would not operate. "Neale, come with me," she cried brokenly. "There's..." Some man laughed coarsely. That did not mean anything to Stanton until she saw how it affected Neale. His face flushed red and his hands clenched the cards. "Say, Neale," spoke up this brutal gamester with a sneer. "Never mind us. Go along with your lady friend. You're ahead of the game, as I reckon she sees." Neale threw the cards in the man's face. Then rising, he bent over to slap him so violently as to knock him off his chair. The crash stilled the room. Every man turned to watch. Neale stood up, his right arm down menacingly. The gambler arose, cursing, but made no move to draw a weapon. Beauty Stanton could not, to save her life, speak the words she wanted to say. Something impeding, totally unexpected, seemed to have arisen. "Neale, come with me," was all she could say. "No!" he declared vehemently, with a gesture of disgust and anger. That, following the coarse implication of the gambler, conveyed to Stanton what all these men imagined. The fools! The fools! A hot, vibrating change occurred in her emotion, but she controlled it. Neale turned his back upon her. The crowd saw, and many laughed. Stanton felt the sting of her pride, the leap of her blood. She was misunderstood, but what was that to her? As Neale stepped away, she caught his arm, held him while she tried to get close to him so she could whisper. He shook her off. His face was black with anger. He held up one hand in a gesture that any woman would have understood and hated. It acted powerfully upon Beauty Stanton. Neale believed she was importuning him. To him her look, whisper, touch had meant only the same as to these coarse human animals gaping and grinning as they listened. The sweetest and best and most exalted moment she had ever known was being made bitter as gall, sickening, hateful. She must speak openly. She must make him understand. "Allie Lee at my house!" burst out Stanton. And then, as if struck by lightning, she grew cold, stiff-lipped. The change in Neale was swift, terrible. Not comprehension, but passion transformed him into a gray-faced man, amazed, furious, agonized, acting in seeming righteous and passionate repudiation of a sacrilege. His voice hurled out a hideous name, the one epithet that could inflame and burn and curl Beauty Stanton's soul into hellish revolt. Gray as ashes, fire-eyed, he appeared about to kill her. He struck her hard across the mouth. "Don't breathe that name!" Beauty Stanton's fear suddenly broke. Blindly she ran out into the street. She fell once, jostled against a rail. The lights blurred. The street seemed wavering. The noise about her filtered through deadened ears. The stalking figures before her were indistinct and unreal. "He struck me. He called me," she gasped. And the exaltation of the last hour vanished as if it had never been. All the passion of her stained and evil years leaped into ascendancy. "Hell! Hell! I'll have him knifed. I'll see him die. I'll wet my hands in his blood. I'll spit in his face as he dies." So she gasped out, staggering along the street toward her house. There's no flame of hate so sudden and terrible and intense as that of the lost woman. Beauty Stanton's blood had turned to vitriol. Men had wronged her, ruined her, dragged her down into the mire. One by one during her dark career, the long procession of men she had known had each taken something of the good and the virtuous in her, only to leave behind something evil in exchange. She was what they had made her. Her soul was a bottomless gulf, black and bitter as the Dead Sea. Her heart was a volcano, seething, turgid, full of contending fires. Her body was a receptacle into which Benton had poured its dregs. The weight of all the iron and stone used in the construction of the great railroad was the burden upon her shoulders. These dark streams of humanity passing her in the street, these beasts of men, these hairy-breasted toilers, had found in her and her kind the strength or the incentive to endure, to build, to go on. And one of them, stupid, selfish, merciless, a man whom she had really loved, who could have made her better, to whom she had gone with only hope for him and unselfish abnegation for herself. He had put a vile interpretation upon her appeal. He had struck her before a callous crowd. He had called her the name for which there was no pardon from her class, a name that evoked all the furies and the powers of hell. Oh, to cut him, to torture him, to burn him alive! But it would not be enough, she panted. And into the mind that had been lately fixed in happy consciousness of her power of good, there flashed 1,000 scintillating, coruscating gleams of evil thought. And then came a crowning one, an inspiration straight from hell. "By God, I'll make of Allie Lee the thing I am, the thing he struck, the thing he named." The woman in Beauty Stanton ceased to be. All that breathed in that hour was what men had made her. Revenge, only a word. Murder, nothing. Life, an implacable, inexplicable, impossible flux and reflux of human passion. Reason, intelligence, nobility, love, womanhood, motherhood, all the heritage of her sex, had been warped by false and abnormal and terrible strains upon her physical and emotional life. No tigress, no cannibal, no savage, no man, no living creature except a woman of race who knew how far she had fallen could have been capable of Beauty Stanton's deadly and immutable passion to destroy. Thus life and nature avenged her. Her hate was immeasurable. She who could have walked naked and smiling down the streets of Benton, or out upon the barren desert to die for the man she loved, had in her inconceivable and mysterious passion of the fallen woman. She could become a flame, a scourge, a fatal wind, a devastation. She was fire to man, to her own sex, ice. Stanton reached her house and entered. Festivities in honor of the last night of Benton were already riotously in order. She placed herself well back in the shadow and watched the wide door. "The first man who enters, I'll give him this key," she hissed. She was unsteady on her feet. All her frame quivered. The lights in the hall seemed to have a reddish tinge. She watched. Several men passed out. Then a tall, stalking form appeared, entering. A ball of fire in Stanton's breast leaped and burst. She had recognized in that entering form the wildest, the most violent, and the most dangerous man in Benton, Larry Red King. Stanton stepped forward, and for the first time in the cowboy's presence she did not experience that singular chill of gloom which he was wont to inspire in her. Her eyes gloated over King, tall, lean, graceful, easy, with his flushed, ruddy face and his flashing blue eyes and the upstanding red hair. He looked exactly what he was, a handsome red devil, fearing no man or thing, hell-bent in his cool, reckless wildness. He appeared to be half drunk. Stanton was trained to read the faces of men who entered there, and what she saw in King's added the last and crowning throb of joy to her hate. If she had been given her pick of the devils in Benton, she would have selected this stalking, gun-packing cowboy. "Larry, I've a new girl here," she said. "Come." "Evening, Miss Stanton," he drawled. He puffed slightly, after the manner of men under the influence of liquor, and a wicked, boyish, heated smile crossed his face. She led him easily, but his heavy gun bumped against her, giving her little cold shudders. The passage opened into a wide room, which in turn opened into her dancing hall. She saw strange, eager, dark faces among the men present, but in her excitement she did not note them particularly. She led Larry across the wide room, up a stairway to another hall, and down this to the corner of an intersecting passageway. "Take this key," she whispered. Her hand shook. She felt herself to be a black and monstrous creature. All of Benton seemed driving her. She was another woman. This was her fling at a rotten world, her slap in Neale's face. But she could not speak again. Her lips failed. She pointed to a door. She waited long enough to see the stalking, graceful cowboy halt in front of the right door. Then she fled. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For many moments after the beautiful bare-armed woman closed and locked the door, Allie Lee sat in ecstasy, in trembling anticipation of Neale. Gradually, however, in intervals of happy mind wanderings, other thoughts intruded. This little bedroom affected her singularly, and she was at a loss to account for the fact. It did not seem that she was actually afraid to be there, for she was glad. Fear of Durade and his gang recurred, but she believed that the time of her deliverance was close at hand. Possibly Durade, with some of his men, had been killed in the fight with Hough. Then she remembered having heard the Spaniard order Fresno and Mull to go round by the street. They must be on her trail at this very moment. Ancliffe had been seen, and not much time could elapse before her whereabouts would be discovered. But Allie bore up bravely. She was in the thick of grim and bloody and horrible reality. Those brave men, strangers to her, had looked into her face, questioned her, then had died for her. It was all so unbelievable. In another room close by lay Ancliffe, dead. Allie tried not to think of him, of the remorseless way in which he had killed the Mexican, of the contrast between this action and his gentle voice and manner. She tried not to think of the gambler Hough, the cold, iron cast of his face as he won Durade's gold, the strange, intent look which he gave her a moment before the attack. There was something magnificent in Ancliffe's bringing her to a refuge while he was dying. There was something magnificent in Hough's standing off the gang. Allie divined that through her these two men had fought and died for something in themselves as well as for her honor and life. The little room seemed a refuge for Allie, yet it was oppressive, as had been the atmosphere of the parlor where Ancliffe lay. But this oppressiveness was not death. Allie had become familiar with death near at hand. This refuge made her flesh creep. The room was not the home of anyone. It was not inhabited. It was not livable. Yet it contained the same kind of furniture Durade had bought for her, and it was clean and comfortable. Still Allie shrank from touching anything. Through the walls came the low, strange, discordant din to which she had become accustomed, an intense, compelling blend of music, song, voice, and step actuated by one spirit. Then at times she imagined she heard distant hammering and the slap of a falling board. Probably Allie had not stayed in this room many moments, and she began to feel that she had been there hours. Surely the woman would return soon with Neale, and the very thought drove all else out of her mind, leaving her palpitating with hope, sick with longing. Footsteps outside distracted her from the nervous, dreamy mood. Someone was coming along the hall. Her heart gave a wild bound, then sank. The steps passed by her door. She heard the thick, maudlin voice of a man and the hollow, trilling laugh of a girl. Allie's legs began to grow weak under her. The strain, the suspense, the longing grew to be too much for her and occasioned a revulsion of feeling. She had let her hopes carry her too high. Suddenly the door handle rattled and turned. Allie was brought to a stifling expectancy, motionless in the center of the room. Someone was outside of the door. Could it be Neale? It must be. Her sensitive ears caught short, puffing breaths, then the click of the key in the lock. Allie stood there in an anguish of suspense, with the lift of her heart almost suffocating her. Like a leaf in the wind, she quivered. Whoever was out there fumbled at the key. Then the lock rasped, the handle turned, the door opened. A tall man swaggered in, with head bent sideways, his hand removing the key from the lock. Before he saw Allie, he closed the door. With that, he faced around. Allie recognized the red face, the flashing eyes, the flaming hair. "Larry!" she cried, with bursting heart. She took a quick step, ready to leap into his arms, but his violent start checked her. Larry staggered back, put a hand out. His face was heated and flushed as Allie had never seen it. A stupid surprise showed there. Slowly his hand moved up to cross his lips, to brush through his red hair. Then with swifter movement it swept back to feel the door as if he wanted the touch of tangible things. "Reckon I'm seeing him again," he muttered to himself. "Oh, Larry, I'm Allie Lee," she cried, holding out her hands. She saw the color fade out of his face. A shock seemed to go over his body. He took a couple of dragging strides toward her. His eyes had the gaze of a man who did not believe what he saw. The hand he reached out shook. "I'm no ghost. Larry, don't you know me?" she faltered. Indeed, he must have thought her a phantom. Great clammy drops stood out upon his brow. "Dear old redhead," she whispered brokenly, with a smile of agony and joy. He would know her when she spoke that way, called him the name she had tormented him with, the name no one else would have dared to use. Then she saw he believed in her reality. His face began to work. She threw her arms about him. She gave up to a frenzy of long deterred happiness. Where Larry was, there would Neale be. "Allie, it ain't you?" he asked hoarsely as he hugged her close. "Oh, Larry, yes, yes, and I'll die of joy," she whispered. "Then you sure ain't dead," he went on incredulously. How sweet to Allie was the old familiar Southern drawl. "Dead? Never. Why, I've kissed you, and you haven't kissed me back." She felt his breast heave as he lifted her off her feet to kiss her awkwardly, boyishly. "Shore, the world's coming to an end, but maybe I'm only drunk." He held her close, towering over her, while he gazed around him and down at her, shaking his head, muttering again in bewilderment. "Reddy, dear, where's Neale?" she breathed, all her heart in her voice. As he released her, Allie felt a difference. His whole body seemed to gather, to harden, to vibrate as if he had been stung. "My God!" he whispered, in hoarse accents of amaze and horror. "Is it you, Allie? Here?" "Of course it's I," replied Allie blankly. His face turned white to the lips. "Reddy, what in the world is wrong?" she gasped, beginning to wring her hands. Suddenly he leaped at her. With rude iron grasp he forced her back, under the light, and fixed piercing eyes upon her. He bent closer. Allie was frightened yet fascinated. His gaze hurt with its intensity, its strange, penetrating power. Allie could not bear it. "Allie, look at me," he said, low and hard. "For I reckon you mightn't have very long to live." Allie struggled weakly. He looked so gray, grim, and terrible, but she could resist neither his strength nor his spirit. She lay quiet and met the clear, strange fire of his eyes. In a few swift moments he had changed utterly. "Larry, aren't you drunk?" she faltered. "I was, but now I'm sober. Girl, kiss me again." In wonder and fear Allie complied, now flushing scarlet. "I was never so happy," she whispered. "But Larry, you frighten me. I " "Happy!" ejaculated Larry. Then he let her go and stood up, breathing hard. "There's a hell of a lie here somewheres, but it ain't in you." "Larry, talk sense. I'm weak from long waiting. Oh, tell me of Neale." What a strange, curious, incomprehensible glance he gave her. "Allie, Neale's here in Benton. I can take you to him in 10 minutes. You want me to?" "Want you to? Reddy, I'll die if you don't take me. At once!" she cried in anguish. Again Larry loomed over her. This time he took her hands. "How long have you been here before I came?" he asked. "Half an hour, perhaps, maybe less. But it seemed long." "Do you know what kind of house you're in? This your room, what it means?" he went on, very low and huskily. "No, I don't," she replied instantly, with sudden curiosity. Questions and explanations rushed to her lips, but this strangely acting Larry dominated her. "No other man came in here? I was the first?" "Yes." Then Larry King seemed to wrestle with himself, with the hold drink had upon him, with that dark and sinister oppression so thick in the room. Allie thrilled to see his face grow soft and light up with the smile she remembered. How strange to feel in Larry King a spirit of gladness, of gratefulness for something beyond her understanding. Again he drew her close, and Allie, keen to read and feel him, wondered why he seemed to want to hide the sight of his face. "Well, I reckon I was nigh on to being drunk," he said haltingly. "Shore is a bad habit of mine, Allie. Makes me feel a lot of guff, just the same as it makes me see snakes and things. I'll quit drinking, Allie. Never will touch liquor again if you'll just forgive." He spoke gently, huskily, with tears in his voice. and he broke off completely. Forgive? Larry, boy, there's nothing to forgive, except you're not hurrying me to him. She felt the same violent start in him. He held her a moment longer. Then, when he let go of her and stepped back, Allie saw the cowboy as of old, cool and easy, yet somehow menacing, as he had been that day the stranger rode into Slingerland's camp. "Allie, that woman Stanton locked you in here?" queried Larry. "Yes. Then she..." Larry's quick gesture enjoined silence. Stealthy steps sounded out in the hall. They revived Allie's fear of Durade and his men. It struck her suddenly that Larry must be ignorant of the circumstances that had placed her there. The cowboy unlocked the door, peeped out. As he turned, how clear and cold his blue eyes flashed. "I'll get you out of here," he whispered. "Come." They went out. The passage was empty. Allie clung closely to him. At the corner where the halls met, he halted to listen. Only the low hum of voices came up. "Larry, I must tell you," whispered Allie. "Durade and his gang are after me. Fresno, Mull, Black, Davis. You know them." "I reckon," he replied, swallowing hard. "My God, you poor little girl, with that gang after you. And Stanton. I see all now. She says to me, 'Larry, I've a new girl here.' Well, Beauty Stanton, that was a bad deal for you. Damn your soul." Trembling, Allie opened her lips to speak, but again the cowboy motioned her to be quiet. He need not have done it, for he suddenly seemed terrible, wild, deadly, rendering her mute. "Allie, if I call to you, duck behind me and hold on to me. I'll take you out of here." Then he put her on his left side and led her down the right-hand passage toward the wide room Allie remembered. She looked on into the dance hall. Larry did not hurry. He sauntered carelessly, yet Allie felt how intense he was. They reached the head of the stairway. The room was full of men and girls. The woman Stanton was there, and wheeling, she uttered a cry that startled Allie. Was this white, glaring-eyed, drawn-faced woman the one who had gone for Neale? Allie began to shake. She saw and heard with startling distinctness. The woman's cry had turned every face toward the stairway, and the buzz of voices ceased. Stanton ran to the stairway, started up and halted, raising a white arm in passionate gesture. "Where are you taking that girl?" she called, stridently. Larry stepped down, drawing Allie with him. "I'm taking her to Neale." Stanton shrieked and waved her arms. Indeed, she seemed another woman from the one upon whose breast Allie had laid her head just a little while before. "No, you won't take her to Neale!" cried Stanton. The cowboy stepped down slowly, guardedly, but he kept on. Allie saw men run out of the crowded dance hall into the open space behind Stanton. Dark, hateful, well-remembered faces of Fresno, Mull, Black. Allie pressed the cowboy's arm to warn him, and he, letting go of her, appeared to motion her behind him. "Stanton, get out of my way!" yelled Larry. His voice rang with a wild, ruthless note. It carried far and stiffened every figure except that of the frantic woman. With convulsed face, purple in its fury, and the hot eyes of a beast of prey, she ran right up at the cowboy, heedless of the gun he held leveled low down. He shot her. She swayed backward, uttering a low and horrible cry, and even as she swayed, her face blanched and her eyes changed. She fell heavily, with her golden hair loosening and her bare white arms spreading wide. Then in the horror-stricken silence she lay there, still conscious, but with an awful, hunted realization in the eyes fixed upon the cowboy, a great glowing splotch of blood darkening the white of her dress. Larry King did not look at Stanton, and he kept moving down the steps. He was walking faster now, and he drew Allie behind him. The first of that stunned group to awake to action was the giant Fresno, as, with blind, unreasoning passion, he attempted to draw upon the cowboy. The boom of Larry's big gun and the crash of Fresno as he fell woke the spellbound crowd into an uproar. Screaming women and shouting men rushed madly back into the dance hall. Larry turned toward the hallway leading to the street. Mull and Black began to shoot as he turned, and hit him, for Allie, holding fast to him, felt the vibrating shock of his body. With two swift shots Larry killed both men. Mull fell across the width of the hall, and as Allie stumbled over his body she looked down to see his huge head, his ruddy face, and the great ox eyes rolling and ghastly. In that brief glance she saw him die. The cowboy strode fast now. Allie, with hands clenched in his coat, clung desperately to him. Hollow booms of guns filled the passageway, and hoarse shouts of alarmed men sounded from the street. Burned powder smoke choked Allie. The very marrow of her bones seemed curdled. She saw the red belches of fire near and far. She passed a man floundering and bellowing on the floor. She felt Larry jerk back as if struck, and then something hot grazed her shoulder. A bullet had torn clear through him from breast to back. He staggered, but he went on. Another man lay on the threshold of the wide door, his head down the step and his pallid face blood-streaked. A smoking gun lay near his twitching hand. That pallid face belonged to Deas. Larry King staggered out into an empty street, looking up and down. "Well, I reckon that's about all," he drawled with low, strangled utterance. Then, swaying from side to side, he strode swiftly, almost falling forward, holding tight to Allie. They drew away from the brighter lights. Allie was dimly aware of moving forms ahead and across the street. Once fearfully she looked back to see if they were followed. The cowboy halted, tottering against a house. He seemed pale and smiling. "Run, Allie," he whispered. "No, no, no," she replied, clinging to him. "You're shot. Oh, Larry, come on." "Hell, my pard, Neale." His head fell back hard against the wood and his body, sagging, lodged there. Life had passed out of the gray face. Larry Red King died standing, with a gun in each hand, and the name of his friend the last word upon his lips. "Oh, Larry, Larry," moaned Allie. She could not run. She could scarcely walk. Dark forms loomed up. Her strength failed, and as she reeled, sinking down, rude hands grasped her. Above her bent the gleaming face and glittering eyes of Durade. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beauty Stanton opened her eyes to see blue sky through the ragged vents of a worn-out canvas tent. An unusual quietness all around added to the strange unreality of her situation. She heard only a low, mournful seeping of wind-blown sand. Where was she? What had happened? Was this only a vivid, fearful dream? She felt stiff, unable to move. Did a ponderous weight hold her down? Her body seemed immense, full of dull, horrible ache, and she had no sensation of lower limbs except a creeping cold. Slowly she moved her eyes around. Yes, she was in a tent, an abandoned tent, old, ragged, dirty, and she lay on the bare ground. Through a wide tear in the canvas she saw a stretch of flat ground covered with stakes and boards and denuded frameworks and piles of debris. Then grim reality entered her consciousness. Benton was evacuated. Benton was depopulated. Benton, houses, tents, people had moved away. During her unconsciousness, perhaps while she had been thought dead, she had been carried to this abandoned tent. A dressing gown covered her, the one she always put on in the first hours after arising. The white dress she had worn last night was it last night? Still adorned her, but all her jewelry had been taken. Then she remembered being lifted to a couch and cried over by her girls, while awestruck men came to look at her and talk among themselves. But she had heard how the cowboy's shot had doomed her, how he had fought his way out, only to fall dead in the street and leave the girl to be taken by Durade. Now Beauty Stanton realized that she had been left alone in an abandoned tent of an abandoned camp to die. She became more conscious then of dull physical agony. But neither fear of death nor thought of pain occupied her mind. That suddenly awoke to remorse. With the slow ebbing of her life, evil had passed out. If she had been given a choice between the salvation of her soul and to have Neale with her in her last moments, to tell him the truth, to beg his forgiveness, to die in his arms, she would have chosen the latter. Would not some trooper come before she died, someone to whom she could entrust a message, some grave digger? For the great U.P.R. buried the dead it left in its bloody tracks. With strange, numb hands Stanton searched the pockets of her dressing gown, to find, at length, a little account book with pencil attached. Then, with stiffened fingers but acute mind, she began to write to Neale. As she wrote, into each word went something of the pang, the remorse, the sorrow, the love she felt. And when that letter was ended, she laid the little book on her breast and knew for the first time in many years peace. She endured the physical agony. She did not cry out or complain or repent or pray. Most of the spiritual emotion and life left in her had gone into the letter. Memory called up only the last moments of her life, when she saw Ancliffe die, when she folded innocent Allie Lee to her breast that had always yearned for a child, when Neale in his monstrous stupidity had misunderstood her, when he had struck her before the grinning crowd and in burning words branded her with the one name unpardonable to her class, when at the climax of a morbid and all-consuming hate, a hate of the ruined woman whose body and mind had absorbed the vile dregs, the dark fire and poison of lustful men. She had inhumanly given Allie Lee to the man she had believed the wildest, most depraved, and most dangerous brute in all Benton. When this Larry King, by some strange fatality, becoming as great as he was wild, had stalked out to meet her like some red and terrible death. She remembered now that strange icy gloom and shudder she had always felt in the presence of the cowboy. Within her vitals now was the same cold, deadly, sickening sensation, and it was death. Always she had anticipated it, but vaguely, unrealizingly. Larry King had lifted the burden of her life. She would have been glad if only Neale had understood her. That was her last wavering, conscious thought. Now she drifted from human consciousness to the instinctive physical struggle of the animal to live, and that was not strong. There came a moment, the last between life and death, when Beauty Stanton's soul lingered on the threshold of its lonely and eternal pilgrimage, and then drifted across the gray shadows into the unknown, out to the great beyond. Casey leaned on his spade while he wiped the sweat from his brow and regarded his ally, McDermott. Between them yawned a grave they had been digging, and near at hand a long, quiet form wrapped in old canvas. "Mac, I'll be damned if I like this job," said Casey, drawing hard at his black pipe. "Yes, want to be a director of the U.P.R., huh?" replied McDermott. "Sure, and I've did every job but run an engine. It's imposed on we are, Mac. Them troopers never work. Why wouldn't they plant these stiffs?" "Casey, I reckon no one's bossing us. Benton picked up and moved yesterday, and we'll be going soon with a gravel train. It's only decent of us to bury the remains of Benton. And sure yous ought to be glad to see that awful red-head cowboy go under the ground." "And for why?" queried Casey. "Didn't you throw a gun on yez once and scare the daylights out of yez? Mac, I was as cool as a cucumber. And as to burying Larry King, I'm proud and sorry. He was Neale's friend. My God, but he weren't worth chain lightning, Casey. They said he shot the woman Stanton, too." "Mac, that was a dumb lie, I bet," replied Casey. "He shot up Stanton's hall, and a bullet from some of them what was fighting him must have hit her."
Maybe, but it were bad business. That cowboy hit every one of them fellers in the same place. Sure they never blinked afterward. And Mac, the best and dirtiest job we've had on this U.P. was the planting of them fellers."
Casey's huge hand indicated a row of freshly filled graves over which the desert sand was seeping. Then dropping his spade, he bent to the quiet figure.
"Lay hold, Mac."
They lowered the corpse into the hole. Casey stood up, making a sign of the cross before him.
"He were a man."
Then they filled the grave.
"Mac, wouldn't it be decent to mark where Larry King's buried? A stone or a wooden cross with his name."
McDermott winked his red brow and scratched his sandy beard. Then he pointed.
"Casey, what's the use? See, the blowing sands have covered all the graves. Mac, you was always hell at shirking work. Come on now. Drill, you terrier, drill."
They quickly dug another long, narrow hole. Then, taking a rude stretcher, they plodded away in the direction of a dilapidated tent that appeared to be the only structure left of Benton. Casey entered ahead of his comrade.
"That's strange."
"What?" queried McDermott.
"Didn't yez cover her face when we laid her down here?" "Sure and I did, Casey." "And that face had a different look now. Mac, see here."
Casey stooped to pick up a little book from the woman's breast. His huge fingers opened it with difficulty.
"Mac, there's writing in it," he exclaimed. "Well, read, baboon." "Oh, I can read it, though I ain't much of a writer myself,"
replied Casey, and then laboriously began to decipher the writing. He halted suddenly and looked keenly at McDermott.
"What the devil? Begorra, it's to me friend Neale. And a love letter. And well, keep it then, for Neale, and be decent enough to read no more."
Lifting Beauty Stanton, they carried her out into the sunlight. Her white face was a shadowed and tragic record.
"Mac, she was sure a handsome woman," said Casey. "And a lady. Casey was always sorry for somebody. That Stanton was a beauty, and she maybe was a lady, but she was dumb bad. Mac, I knowed long ago that the milk of human kindness had curdled in yez, and yez have no brains." "I'm as intelligent as yous any day," retorted McDermott. "Then why hadn't you seen that this poor woman was alive when we packed her out here? She come to and wrote that letter to Neale. Then she died."
"My God, Casey, you ain't meaning it!" ejaculated McDermott, aghast. Casey nodded grimly and then knelt to listen at Stanton's breast.
"Stone dead now, that's sure."
For her shroud these deliberate men used strippings of canvas from the tent. And then carrying her up the bare and sandy slope, they lowered her into the grave next to the one of the cowboy. Again Casey made a sign of the cross. He worked longer at the filling in than his comrade, and patted the mound of sand hard and smooth. When he finished, his pipe was out. He relighted it.
"Well, Beauty Stanton, sure yous have a cleaner grave than yous had a bed. Nice white desert sand. And presently no man will ever know where yous come to lay."
The laborers shouldered their spades and plodded away. The wind blew steadily in from the desert, seeping the sand in low, thin sheets. Afternoon waned. The sun sank. Twilight crept over the barren waste. There were no sounds but the seep of sand, the moan of wind, the mourn of wolf. Loneliness came with the night that mantled Beauty Stanton's grave. Shadows trooped in from the desert and the darkness grew black. On that slope the wind always blew, and always the sand seeped, dusting over everything, imperceptibly changing the surface of the earth. The desert was still at work. Nature was no respecter of graves. Life was nothing. Radiant, cold stars blinked piteously out of the vast blue-black vault of heaven. But there hovered a spirit beside this woman's last resting place, a spirit like the night, sad, lonely, silent, mystical, immense. And as it hovered over hers, so it hovered over other nameless graves. In the eternal workshop of nature, The tenants of these unnamed and forgotten graves would mingle dust of good with dust of evil, and by the divinity of death resolve equally into the elements again. The place that had known Benton knew it no more. Coyotes barked dismally down what had been the famous street of the camp and prowled in and out of the piles of debris and frames of wood. Gone was the low, strange roar that had been neither music nor mirth nor labor. Benton remained only a name. The sun rose upon a squalid scene. A wide, flat area where stakes and floors and frames mingled with all the flotsam and jetsam left by a hurried and profligate populace moving on to another camp. Daylight found no man there nor any living creature, and all day the wind blew the dust and sheets of sand over the place where had reigned such strife of toil and gold and lust and blood and death. A train passed that day, out of which engineer and fireman gazed with wondering eyes at what had been Benton. Like a mushroom it had arisen, and like a dust storm on the desert wind it had roared away, bearing its freight of labor, of passion, and of evil. Benton had become a name, a fabulous name. But nature seemed more merciful than life, for it began to hide what men had left. The scars of habitations where hell had held high carnival. Sunset came, then night and the starlight. The lonely hours were winged as if in hurry to resolve back into the elements the flimsy remains of that great camp. And that spot was haunted. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Casey left Benton on the work train. It was composed of a long string of box and flat cars loaded with stone, iron, gravel, ties, all necessaries for the upkeep of the road. The engine was at the rear end, pushing instead of pulling, and at the extreme front end there was a flat car loaded with gravel. A number of laborers rode on this car, among whom was Casey. In labor or fighting, this Irishman always gravitated to the fore. All along the track, from outside of Benton to the top of the long, slow rise of desert, were indications of the fact that Indians had torn up the track or attempted to derail trains. The signs of Sioux had become such an everyday matter in the lives of the laborers that they were indifferent and careless. Thus isolated, unprotected groups of men, out some distance from the work train, often were swooped down upon by Indians and massacred. The troopers had gone on with the other trains that carried Benton's inhabitants and habitations. Casey and his comrades had slow work of it, going westward, as it was necessary to repair the track and at the same time to keep vigilant watch for the Sioux. They expected the regular train from the east to overtake them, but did not even see its smoke. There must have been a wreck or telegraph messages to hold it back at Medicine Bow. Toward sunset the work train reached the height of desert land that sloped in long sweeping lines down to the base of the hills. At this juncture a temporary station had been left in the shape of several box cars where the telegraph operators and a squad of troopers lived. As the work train lumbered along to the crest of this heave of barren land, Casey observed that someone at the station was excitingly waving a flag. Thereupon Casey, who acted as brakeman, signaled the engineer. "Dom curious, that," remarked Casey to his comrade McDermott. "Them operators knowed we'd stop anyway." "Injuns!" exclaimed McDermott. That was the opinion of the several other laborers on the front car, and when the work train halted, that car had run beyond the station a few rods. Casey and his comrades jumped off. A little group of men awaited them. The operator, a young fellow named Collins, was known to Casey. He stood among the troopers, pale-faced and shaking. "Casey, who's in charge of the train?" he asked nervously. The Irishman's grin enlarged, making it necessary for him to grasp his pipe.
Sure, the engineer's boss of the train, and I'm boss of the gang."
More of the work train men gathered round the group, and the engineer, with his fireman, approached. "You've got to hold up here," said Collins. Casey removed his pipe to refill it.
"Uh-huh,"
he grunted. "Wire from Medicine Bow. Ordered to stop General Lodge's train. 300 Sioux in ambush near this station. Lodge's train between here and Roaring City," breathlessly went on the operator.
"And the message come from Medicine Bow?"
ejaculated Casey, while his men gaped and muttered. "Yes, but it must have been sent here last night. But O'Neill, the night operator, was dead, murdered by Indians while we slept."
"That's hell,"
replied Casey seriously, as he lit his pipe. "The message went through to Medicine Bow. Stacy down there sent it back to me. I tried to get Hills at Roaring City. No go. The wire's cut."
"And sure the general's train has left. What's that new camp? Roaring what?"
"Roaring City. General Lodge went through 2 days ago with a private train. He had soldiers, as usual, but no force to stand off 300 Sioux, or even 100.
"Well, the general must have left Roaring Camp, else that message never would have come."
"So I think. Now, what on earth can we do? The engineer of his train can't stop for orders short of this station, for the reason that there are no stations."
"And them Sioux is in ambush near here?"
queried Casey reflectively.
"Sure that could be in only one place. I remember that higher, narrow pass."
"Right. It's steep, up grade coming east. Train can be blocked. General Lodge with his staff and party and his soldiers would be massacred without a chance to fight. That pass always bothered us for fear of ambush. Now the Sioux have come west far enough to find it. No chance on earth for a train there, not if it carried 1,000 soldiers."
"Well, if the general and company was stoppage somewhere beyond that pass?"
queried Casey shrewdly as he took a deep pull at his pipe. "Then at least they could fight. They've stood off attacks before. They might hold out for the train following or even run back."
"Then, Collins, we've only got to stop the general's train before it reaches that dumb trap."
"But we can't," cried Collins. "The wire's cut. It wouldn't help matters if it weren't. I thought when I saw your train we might risk sending the engine on alone. But your engine is behind all these loaded cars. No switch. Oh, it's damnable."
"Collins, there's more damnable things than you's ever heard of. I'll stop General Lodge."
The brawny Irishman wheeled and strode back toward the front car of the train. All the crowd, to a man, muttering and gaping, followed him. Casey climbed up on the gravel car.
"Casey, what in hell would yous be after doing?"
demanded McDermott. Casey grinned at his old comrade.
"Mac, yous do me a favor. Uncouple the car."
McDermott stepped between the cars, and the rattle and clang of iron told that he had complied with Casey's request. Collins, with all the men on the ground, grasped Casey's idea. "By God, Casey, can you do it? There's down grade for 20 miles. Once start this gravel car and she'll go clear to the hills. But
Collins, it'll be easy. I'll slip through that pass like oil. Them Sioux won't be watching this way. There's a curve. They won't hear till it's too late. And sure they don't never obstruct a track till the last minute."
"But Casey, once through the pass you can't control that gravel car. The brakes won't hold. You'll run square into the general's train. Wreck it."
"No, I've got a couple of ties, and if that wreck threatens, I'll heave a tie off on the track and derail me private car."
"Casey, it's sure death," exclaimed Collins. His voice and the power of his face and the beads of sweat all proclaimed him new to the U.P.R.
"Me boy, nothing's sure when you's a drilling with the Paddies."
Casey was above surprise and beyond disdain. He was a huge, toil-hardened, sun-reddened, hard-drinking soldier of the railroad, a loquacious Irishman whose fixed grin denied him any gravity, a foreman of his gang. His chief delight was to outdo his bosom comrade McDermott. He did not realize that he represented an unconquerable and unquenchable spirit. Neither did his comrade know. But under Casey's grin shone something simple, radiant, hard as steel.
"Put your shoulders again and shove me off,"
he ordered. Like automatons, the silent laborers started the car.
Drill, you terriers, drill! Drill, you terriers, drill!" sang Casey as he stood at the wheel brake. The car gathered momentum. McDermott was the last to let go. "Good luck to yez!" he shouted hoarsely. "Mac, tell them you saw me," called Casey. Then he waved his hand in good bye to the crowd. Their response was a short, ringing yell. They watched the car glide slowly out of sight. For a few moments Casey was more concerned with the fact that a breeze had blown out his pipe than with anything else. Skillful as years had made him, he found unusual difficulty in relighting it, and he would not have been beyond stopping the car to accomplish that imperative need. When he had succeeded and glanced back, the station was out of sight. Casey fixed his eyes upon the curve of the track ahead, where it disappeared between the sage-covered sandy banks. Here the grade was scarcely perceptible to any but experienced eyes, and the gravel car crept along as if it would stop any moment. But Casey knew that it was not likely to stop, and if it did he could start it again. A heavy laden car like this, once started, would run a long way on a very little grade. What worried him was the creaking and rattle of wheels, sounds that from where he stood were apparently very loud. He turned the curve in a stretch of straight track where there came a perceptible increase in the strength of the breeze against his face. While creeping along at this point, he scooped out a hole in the gravel mound on the car, making a place that might afford some protection from Indian bullets and arrows. That accomplished, he had nothing to do but hold on to the wheel brake and gaze ahead. It seemed a long time before the speed increased sufficiently to insure him against any danger of a stop. The wind began to blow his hair and whip away the smoke of his pipe, and the car began to cover distance. Several miles from the station he entered the shallow mouth of a gully where the grade increased. His speed accelerated correspondingly until he was rolling along faster than a man could run. The track had been built on the right bank of the gully, which curved between two low, bare hills, and which grew deeper and of a rougher character. Casey had spiked many of the rails over which he passed. He found it necessary to apply the brake so that he would not take the sharp curves at dangerous speed. The brake did not work well and gave indications that it would not stand a great deal. With steady, rattling creak and an occasional clank, the car rolled on. If Casey remembered the lay of the land, there was a long, straight stretch of track, ending in several curves, the last of which turned sharply into the narrow cut where the Sioux would ambush and obstruct the train. At this point it was Casey's intention to put off the brake and let his car run wild. It seemed an endless time before he reached the head of that stretch. Then he let go of the wheel, and the gravel car began to roll on faster. Casey appeared to be grimly and conscientiously concerned over his task, and he was worried about the outcome. He must get his car beyond that narrow cut. If it jumped the track or ran into an obstruction, or if the Sioux spied him in time, then his work would not be well done. He welcomed the gathering momentum, yet was fearful of the curve he saw a long distance ahead. When he reached that, he would be going at a high rate of speed, too fast to take the curve safely. A little dimness came to Casey's eyes. Years of hot sun and dust and desert wind had not made his eyes any stronger. The low gray walls, the white bleached rocks, the shallow stream of water, the fringe of brush, and the long, narrowing track, all were momentarily indistinct in his sight. His breast seemed weighted. Over and over in his mind resolved the several possibilities that awaited him at the cut, and every rod of the distance now added to his worry. It grew to be dread. Chances were against him. The thing entrusted to him was not in his control. Casey resented this. He had never failed at a job. The U.P.R. had to be built, and who could tell? If the chief engineer and all his staff and the directors of the road were massacred by the Sioux, perhaps that might be a last and crowning catastrophe. Casey had his first cold thrill, and his nerves tightened for the crisis, while his horny hands gripped at the brake. The car was running wild with a curve just ahead. It made an unearthly clatter. The Indians would hear that, but they would have to be swift if he stayed on the track.
Almost before he realized it, the car lurched at the bend. Casey felt the offside wheels leave the rail, heard the scream of the inside wheels grinding hard. But for his grip on the wheel he would have been thrown. The wind whistled in his ears. With a sudden lurch the car seemed to rise. Casey thought it had jumped the track, but it banged back, righted itself, rounded the curve. Here the gully widened, sent off branches. Casey saw hundreds of horses, but not an Indian. He rolled swiftly on, crossed a bridge, and saw more horses. His grim anticipation became a reality. The Sioux were in the ambush. What depended on him and his luck? Casey's red cheek blanched, but it was not with fear for himself. Not yet on this ride had he entertained one thought concerning his own personal relation to its fragile possibilities. To know the Sioux were there made a tremendous difference. A dark and terrible sternness actuated Casey. He projected his soul into that clattering car of iron and wood, and it was certain he prayed. His hair stood straight up. There! The narrow cut in the hill, the curve of the track. He was pounding at it. The wheels shrieked. Looking up, he saw only the rocks and gray patches of brush and the bare streak of earth. No Indian showed. His gaze strained to find an obstruction on the track. The car rode the curve on two wheels. It seemed alive. It entered the cut with hollow, screeching roar. The shade of the narrow place was gloomy. Here! It must happen. Casey's heart never lifted its ponderous weight. Then, shooting round the curve, he saw an open track and bright sunlight beyond. Above the roar of wheels sounded spatting reports of rifles. Casey forgot to dodge into his gravel shelter. He was living a strange, dragging moment, an age. Out shot the car into the light. Likewise, Casey's dark blankness of mind ended. His heart lifted with a mighty throb. There shone the gray, endless slope, stretching out and down the black hills in the distance. Shrill, wild yells made Casey wheel. The hillside above the cut was colorful and spotted with moving objects. Indians! Puffs of white smoke arose. Casey felt the light impact of lead. Glancing, bright streaks darted down. They were arrows. Two thudded into the gravel, one into the wood. Then something tugged at his shoulder. Another arrow. Suddenly the shaft was there in his sight, quivering in his flesh. It bit deep. With one wrench he tore it out and shook it aloft at the Sioux. "I'll bite you, dumb Sioux!" he yelled in fierce defiance. The long screeching clamor of baffled rage and the scattering volley of rifle shots kept up until the car passed out of range. Casey faced ahead. The Sioux were behind him. He had a free track. Far down the gray valley, where the rails disappeared, were low streaks of black smoke from a locomotive. The general's train was coming. The burden of worry and dread that had been Casey's was now no more, vanished as if by magic. His job had not yet been completed, but he had won. He never glanced back at the Sioux. They had failed in their first effort at ambushing the cut, and Casey knew the troops would prevent a second attempt. Casey faced ahead. The whistle of wind filled his ears. The dry, sweet odor of the desert filled his nostrils. His car was on a straight track, rolling along down grade 1/2 mile a minute. And Casey, believing he might do well to slow up gradually, lightly put on the brakes. But he did not hold. He tried again. The brake had broken. He stood at the wheel, his eyes clear now, watching ahead. The train down in the valley was miles away, not yet even a black dot in the gray. The smoke, however, began to lift. Casey was suddenly struck by a vague sense that something was wrong with him. "What the hell!" he muttered. Then his mind, strangely absorbed, located the trouble. His pipe had gone out. Casey stooped in the hole he had made in the gravel, and there, knocking his pipe in his palm, he found the ashes cold. When had that ever happened before? Casey wagged his head. For his pipe to go cold and he not to know. Things were happening on the U.P.R. these days. Casey refilled the pipe, and with the wind whistling over him, he relit it. He drew deep and long, stood up, grasped the wheel, and felt all his blood change.
"Me pipe's going cold. That were funny,"
Soliloquized Casey. The phenomenon appeared remarkable to him. Indeed, it stood alone. He measured the nature of his job by that forgetfulness, and memories thrilled him. With his eye clear on the track that split the gray expanse, with his whole being permeated by the soothing influence of smoke, with his task almost done, Casey experienced an unprecedented thing for him. He lived over past performances and found them vivid, thrilling, somehow sweet. Battles of the Civil War, the day he saved a flag, and better, the night he saved Pat Shane, who had lived only to stop a damn Sioux bullet. Many and many an adventure with McDermott, who just a few minutes past had watched him with round, shining eyes, and the fights he had seen and shared. All these things passed swiftly through Casey's mind and filled him with a lofty and serene pride. He was pleased with himself, more pleased with what McDermott would think. Casey's boyhood did not return to him, but his mounting exhilaration and satisfaction were boyish. It was great to ride this way. There! He saw a long black dot down in the gray. The train! General Lodge had once shaken hands with Casey. Somebody had to do these things, since the U.P.R. must reach across to the Pacific. A day would come when a splendid passenger train would glide smoothly down this easy grade where Casey jolted along on his gravel car. The fact loomed large in the simplicity of the Irishman's mind. He began to hum his favorite song. Facing westward, he saw the black dot grow into a long train. Likewise, he saw the beauty of the red gold sunset behind the hills. Casey gloried in the wildness of the scene, in the meaning of his ride, particularly in his loneliness. He seemed strangely alone there on that vast gray slope. A man and somehow accountable for all these things. He felt more than he understood. His long-tried nerve and courage and strength had never yielded this wonderful buoyancy and sense of loftiness. He was Casey. Casey, who had let all the gang run for shelter from the Sioux, while he remained for one last and final drive at the railroad spike. But the cool, devil-may-care indifference, common to all his comrades as well as to himself, was not the strongest factor in the Casey of today. Up out of the rugged and dormant soul had burst the spirit of a race embodied in one man. Casey was his own audience, and the light upon him was the glory of the setting sun. A nightingale sang in his heart, and he realized that this was his hour. Here the bloody, hard years found their reward. Not that he had ever wanted one or thought of one, but it had come, out of the toil, the pain, the weariness. So his nerves tingled, his pulses beat, his veins glowed, his heart throbbed, and all the new, sweet, young sensations of a boy wildly reveling in the success of his first great venture, all the vague, strange, deep, complex emotions of a man who had become conscious of what he is giving to the world, these shook Casey by storm, and life had no more to give. He knew that, whatever he was, whatever this incomprehensible driving spirit in him, whatever his unknown relation to man and to duty, there had been given him in the peril just past, in this wonderful ride, a gift splendid and divine. Casey rolled on, and the train grew plain in his sight. When perhaps several miles of track lay between him and the approaching engine, he concluded it was time to get ready. Lifting one of the heavy ties, he laid it in front where he could quickly shove it off with his foot. Then he stood up. It was certain that he looked backward, but at no particular thing, just an instinctive glance. With his foot on the tie, he steadied himself so that he could push it off and leap instantly after. And at that moment he remembered the little book he had found on Beauty Stanton's breast, and which contained the letter to his friend Neale. Casey deliberated in spite of the necessity for haste. Then he took the book from his pocket.
"Begorra, yez never can tell. And them U.P.R. troopers have been known to bury a man without searching his pockets,"
he said, and he put the little book between the teeth that held his pipe. Then he shoved off the tie and leaped. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Neale, aghast and full of bitter amaze and shame at himself, fled from the gambling hall where he had struck Beauty Stanton. How beside himself with rage and torture he had been. That woman to utter Allie Lee's name? Inconceivable. Could she know his story? He tramped the dark streets, and the exercise in the cool wind calmed him. Then the whistle of an engine made him decide to leave Benton at once, on the first train out. Hurriedly he got his baggage and joined the throng which even at that late hour was making for the station. A regret that was pain burned deep in him, somehow inexplicable. He, like other men, had done things that must be forgotten. What fatality in the utterance of a single name! What power to flay! From a window of an old coach he looked out upon the dim lights and pale tent shapes. The last of Benton. Thank God, he murmured brokenly. Well he realized how Providence had watched over him there. And slowly the train moved out upon the dark, windy desert. It took Neale nearly 48 hours to reach the new camp, Roaring City. A bigger town than Benton had arisen, and more was going up. Tents and clapboard houses, sheds and cabins. The same motley jumble set under beetling red Utah bluffs. Neale found lodgings. Being without food or bed or wash for 2 days and nights was not helpful to the task he must accomplish, the conquering of his depression. He ate and slept long, and the following day he took time to make himself comfortable and presentable before he sallied forth to find the offices of the engineer corps. Then he walked on as directed and heard men talking of Indian ambushes and troops. When at length he reached the headquarters of the engineer corps, he was greeted with restraint by his old officers and associates, was surprised and at a loss to understand their attitude. Even in General Lodge there was a difference. Neale gathered at once that something had happened to put out of his chief's mind the interest that officer surely must have in Neale's trip to Washington. And after greeting him, the first thing General Lodge said gave warrant to the rumors of trouble with Indians. "My train was to have been ambushed at Deep Cut," he explained. "Big force of Sioux. We were amazed to find them so far west. It would have been a massacre but for Casey. We have no particulars yet, for the wire's cut, but we know what Casey did. He ran the gauntlet of the Indians through the cut. He was on a gravel car running wild downhill. You know the grade, Neale. Of course his intention was to hold up my train, block us before we reached the ambushed cut. There must have been a broken brake, for he derailed the car not half a mile ahead of us. My engineer saw the runaway flat car and feared a collision. Casey threw a railroad tie on the track in front of him. We found him under the car, crushed, dying." General Lodge's voice thickened and slowed a little. He looked down. His face appeared quite pale. Neale began to quiver in the full presaging sense of a revelation. "My engineer, Tom Daly, reached Casey's side just the instant before he died," said General Lodge, resuming his story. "In fact, Daly was the only one of us who did see Casey alive. Casey's last words were, 'Ambush, Sioux, Deep Cut,' and then, 'Me friend Neale.' We were at a loss to understand what he meant. That is, at first. We found Casey with this little notebook and his pipe tight between his teeth." The chief gave the notebook to Neale, who received it with a trembling hand. "You can see the marks of Casey's teeth in the leather. It was difficult to extract the book. He held on like grim death. Oh, Casey was grim death. We could not pull his black pipe out at all. He left it between his set jaws, where it always had been, where it belonged. I ordered him interred that way, so we buried him out there along the track." The chief's low voice ceased, and he stood motionless a moment, his brow knotted, his eyes haunted, yet bright with the glory of tribute to a hero. Neale heard the ticking of a watch and the murmur of the street outside. He felt the soft little notebook in his hand, and the strangest sensation shuddered over him. He drew his breath sharply. When General Lodge turned again to face him, Neale saw him differently, aloof, somehow removed, indistinct.
Casey meant the notebook for you, said the general. It belonged to the woman Beauty Stanton. It contained a letter evidently written while she was dying. This developed when Daley began to read aloud. We all heard. The instant I understood it was a letter intended for you, I took the book. No more was read. We were all crowded around Daley, curious, you know. There were visitors on my train and your enemy, Lee. I'm sorry, but no matter. You see it couldn't be helped. That's all.
Neale was conscious of calamity. It lay in his hand. Poor old Casey, he murmured. Then he remembered Stanton dying. What had happened? He could not trust himself to read that message before Lodge, and bowing, he left the room. But he had to grope his way through the lobby, so dim had become his sight. By the time he reached the street, he had lost his self-control. Something burnt his hand. It was the little leather notebook. He had not the nerve to open it. What had been the implication of General Lodge's strange words? He gazed with awe at the tooth marks on the little book. How had Casey come by anything of Beauty Stanton's? Could it be true that she was dead? Then again he was accosted in the street. A heavy hand, a deep voice arrested his progress. His eyes, sweeping up from the path, saw fringed and beaded buckskin, a stalwart form, a bronzed and bearded face, and keen gray eyes warm with the light of gladness. He was gripped in hands of iron.
Son, here you are. And it's a saving of me,
exclaimed a deep, familiar voice.
Slingerland,
cried Neale, and he grasped his old friend as a drowning man at an anchor rope.
My God, what will happen next? Oh, I'm glad to find you. All these years.
Slingerland, I'm in trouble.
Son, I reckon I know,
replied the other. Neale shivered. Why did men look at him so? This old trapper had too much simplicity, too big a heart to hide his pity. Come, somewhere, out of the crowd, cried Neale, dragging at Slingerland. Don't talk. Don't tell me anything. Wait. I've a letter here. That's going to be hell. Neale stumbled along out of the crowded street, he did not know where, and with death in his soul he opened Beauty Stanton's book, and he read. You called me that horrible name. You struck me. You've killed me. I lie here dying. Oh, Neale, I'm dying. And I loved you. I came to you to prove it. If you had not been so blind, so stupid, my prayer is that someone will see this I'm writing and take it to you. Ancliffe brought your sweetheart, Allie Lee, to me, to hide her from Durade. He told me to find you, and then he died. He had been stabbed in saving her from Durade's gang, and Huff, too, was killed. Neale, I looked at Allie Lee, and then I understood your ruin. You fool! She was not dead, but alive. Innocent and sweet like an angel. Ah, the wonder of it in Benton. Neale, she did not know, did not feel the kind of woman I am. She changed me, crucified me. She put her face on my breast. And I have that touch with me now, blessed, softening. I locked her in a room and hurried out to find you. For the first time in years I had a happy moment. I understood why you had never cared for me. I respected you. Then I would have gone to hell for you. It was my joy that you must owe your happiness to me, that I would be the one to give you back Allie Lee and hope and the old ambitious life. Oh, I gloried in my power. It was sweet. You would owe every kiss of hers, every moment of pride to the woman you had repulsed. That was to be my revenge. And I found you. And in the best hour of my bitter life, When I had risen above the woman of shame, above thought of self, then you, with hellish stupidity, imagined I was seeking you for myself. Your annoyance, your scorn, robbed me of my wits. I could not tell you. I could only speak her name and bid you come. You branded me before that grinning crowd. You struck me, and the fires of hell, my hell, burst in my heart. I ran out of there, mad to kill your soul, to cause you everlasting torment. I swore I would give that key of Allie Lee's room to the first man who entered my house. The first man was Larry Red King. He was drunk. He looked wild. I welcomed him. I sent him to her room. But Larry King was your friend. I had forgotten that. He came out with her. He was sober and terrible. Like the mad woman that I was, I rushed at him to tear her away. He shot me. I see his eyes now. Oh, thank God he shot me. It was a deliverance. I fell on the stairs, but I saw that flaming-faced devil kill 4 of Durade's men. He got Allie Lee out. Later, I heard he had been killed and that Durade had caught the girl. Neale, hurry to find her. Kill that Spaniard. No man could tell why he has spared her, but I tell you he will not spare her long. Don't ever forget Huck or Ancliffe or that terrible cowboy. Ancliffe's death was beautiful. I am cold. It's hard to write. All is darkened. I hear the moan of wind. Forgive me, Neale. The difference between me and Allie Lee is a good man's love. Men are blind to woman's agony. She laid her cheek here on my breast. I, who always wanted a child, I shall die alone. No, I think God is here. There is someone. After all, I was a woman. Neale, forgive. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Why, there!" echoed McDermott as he wiped the clammy sweat from his face. "Gosh, how were?" It was 5:30. There appeared to be an unusual number of men on the street, not so hurried and businesslike and merry as generally, and given to collecting in groups, low-voiced and excited. General Lodge drew McDermott inside. "Come, you need a bracer. Man, you look sick," he said. At the bar, McDermott's brown and knotty hand shook as he lifted a glass and gulped a drink of whiskey. "General, I ain't the man I was," complained McDermott. "Casey's gone, and we had hell with the Indians getting here. And then just after I stepped off the train, it happened." "What happened?" "I've heard conflicting reports. My men are out trying to get news." "Tell me, Sandy," replied the general eagerly. "After hearing of Casey's finish, I was sure needing stimulants," began the Irishman. "And presently I dropped into that Durade's palace, had my drink, and then went into the big room where the music was. It sure was a palace. A lot of them swells with frock coats was there. Begorra, they ain't above bucking the tiger. Some of them I knew, and Mr. Lee, what was once a commissioner of the U.P., he was there with a party of friends. And I happened to be close by them when a girl come out. She was sure pretty, but not sad. Her eyes was terrible haunting. And right off I wanted to start a fight. She were looking for Durade, as I seen afterwards. Well, the minute that Lee seen the girl, he acted strange. I was standing close, and I went closer. Most extraordinary resemblance, he kept saying. And then he dug into his vest for a pocketbook, and out of that he took a locket. He looked at it, then at the little girl who looked so sad. Right off he turned the color of a sheet. 'Gentlemen, look,' he says. They all looked and sure was struck with something. 'Gentlemen,' says Lee, 'me wife left me years ago. Ran off west with a gambler. If she ever had a child, that girl is that child. She's a living image of me wife,
19 years ago. Some of them laughed at him. Some of them stared. But Lee was dead in earnest and growing more excited every minute. I heard him mutter low, 'My God, it can't be. Her child in a gambling hell. But that face! Ah, where else could I expect the child of such a mother?' And Lee went closer to where the girl was waiting. His party followed, and I followed too. Just when the music stopped and the girl looked up, then she seen Lee. Right out she stepped away from the crowd. He was whiter 'n a ghost, and the girl she seemed paralyzed. Strange it were to see how she and him looked alike then. The crowd seen something amiss and went quiet, staring and nudging. General, darn me if the girl's face didn't blaze. I never seen the like. And she stepped and come straight for Lee. And when she stopped, she was close enough to touch him. Her eyes were great burning holes, and her face shone something wonderful. Lee put up a shaking hand. "Girl," he says, "did yous ever hear of Allison Lee?" And all her body seemed to lift. "He's my father," she cried. "I'm Allie Lee." And then that crowd was split up by a man what hurried through. He was a greaser. One of them dandies on dress and diamonds, a handsome, wicked-looking gambler. Seeing the girl, he snarled, "Go back there," and he pointed. She never even looked at him. "Someone back of me says that's Durade." Well, it was. And sudden he sees who the girl was watching, Lee. That Durade turned green and wild-eyed and stiff, but that couldn't hold a candle to Lee. Sure, he turned into a fiend. He bit out a Spanish name, nothing like Durade. And like a hissing snake, Durade says, "Allison Lee." Then there was a deadlock between them two men, with the crowd waiting for hell to pay. Lifelong enemies, says I to myself, and I had the whole story. Durade began to limber up. Anyone what knows a greaser would have been looking for blood. "She went back to yous," answered Durade. "No thief, Spanish dog. I've not seen her for 19 years," says Lee. The girl spoke up. "Mother's dead, killed by Indians." Then Lee cried out, "Did she leave him?" "Yes, she did," says the girl. "She was going back home, taking me home. But the caravan was attacked by Indians, and all but me was massacred." Durade cut short the girl's speech. "If I ever seen a reptile, it was then. Lee, they both left me," he hisses. "I tracked them. I lost the mother, but caught the daughter." Then that Durade lost his speech for a minute, foaming at the mouth with rage. If yez never seen a greaser mad, then you never seen the real thing. His face turned yellow and old and wrinkled, with spots of red. His lip curled up like a wolf's, and his eyes, they were down to little black points of hell's fire. He was crazy. "Look at her," he yelled. "Allie Lee, flesh and blood you can't deny. Her baby, and she's been my slave, my dog to beat and kick. She's been through Benton, a toy for the riffraff of the camps. She's as vile and black and lost as her treacherous mother." Allison Lee shrunk under that shame. But the girl, Lord, she never looked what she was painted by that devil. She stood white and still, like an angel, above judgment. Durade drew one of them little derringers, and suddenly he held it on Lee, hissing now in his greaser talk. I never seen such hellish joy on a human face. Murder was nothing to that look. Just then I seen Neale and Slingerland, and by God, I thought I'd drop. They seemed to loom up. The girl screamed wild-like, and she swayed about to fall. Neale leaped in front of Lee. "Durade!" he spit out, and damn me if I didn't expect to see the roof fly off.
McDermott wiped his moist face and tipped his empty glass to his lips and swallowed hard. His light blue eyes held a glint.
"General," he went on, "yez knows Neale, how big he is, what nerve he's got. There never was a man his equal on the U.P., excepting Casey. But me, nor anyone, nor yous either, ever seen Neale like he was then. He never hesitated an inch. He went right for Durade. Any dumb fool, even a crazy greaser, would have seen his finish in Neale. Durade changed quick from hot to cold, and he shot Neale. Neale laughed, funny ringing sort of laugh, full of that same joy Durade had sung out to Lee. Hate and love of blood it were. Yez would have thought Neale felt wonderful happy to stop a bullet. Then his hand shot out and grabbed Durade. He jerked him off his feet and swung him around. The little derringer flew, and Sandy McDermott was the one who picked it up. It'll be Neale's when I see him. Durade jabbered for help, but no one come. That big trapper Slingerland stood there with 2 guns, and sure he looked bad. Neale slung Durade around, spilling some fellers who didn't dodge quick, and then he jerked him up backwards. And Durade come up with a long knife in one hand he had free. Neale yelled, "Lee, take the girl out." I seen then she had fainted in Lee's arms. He lifted her, moved away, and then I seen no more of them. Durade made wild and wicked lunges at Neale, only to be jerked off his balance. I heard the bones crack in the arm Neale held. The greaser screamed. Sudden he was turned again and swung backward so that Neale grabbed the other arm, the one what held a knife. It was a child in the grasp of a giant. Neale sure looked beautiful. I never wished so much in my life for Casey as then. He would have enjoyed that fight, for he bragged of his friendship for Neale. And go on, man. End your story, ordered the general breathlessly. Well, by gor, there was more cracking of bones and such screams as I never heard from a man. Terrible, blood curdling. Neale held both Durade's hands and was squeezing that knife handle so the greaser couldn't let go. Then Neale drew out that hand of Durade's, the one what held a knife, and made Durade jab himself, low down. My God, how that genteel Spaniard howled. I seen the blade go in and it come out red. Then Slingerland tore them apart, and the greaser fell. He weren't killed. Maybe he ain't going to croak. But he'll sure have to leave Roaring City, and he'll sure be a cripple for life. McDermott looked at the empty glass. That's all, General. And if it's just the same to yours, I'll have another drink. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The mere sight of Warren Neale had transformed life for Allie Lee. The shame of being forced to meet degraded men, the pain from Durade's blows, the dread that every hour he would do the worst by her or kill her, the sudden and amazing recognition between her and her father, these became dwarfed and blurred in the presence of the glorious truth that Neale was there. She had recognized him with reeling senses and through darkening eyes. She had seen him leap before her father to confront that glittering-eyed Durade. She had neither fear for him nor pity for the Spaniard. Sensations of falling, of being carried, of the light and dust and noise of the street, of men around her, of rooms and the murmur of voices, of being worked over and spoken to by a kindly woman, of swallowing what was put to her mouth, of answering questions, of letting other clothes be put upon her. She was as if in a trance, aware of all going on about her, but with consciousness riveted upon one stunning fact, his presence. When she was left alone, this state gradually wore away, and there remained a throbbing, quivering suspense of love. Her despair had ended. The spirit that had upheld her through all the long, dark hours had reached its fulfillment. She lay on a couch in a small room curtained off from another, the latter large and light, and from which came a sound of low voices. She heard the quick tread of men. A door opened. "Lee, I congratulate you. A narrow escape!" exclaimed a deep voice with something sharp, authoritative in it. "General Lodge, it was indeed a narrow shave for me," replied another voice, low and husky. Allie slowly sat up, with the dreamy, waiting abstraction less strong.
Her father, Allison Lee, and General Lodge, Neale's old chief, were there in the other room.
Neale almost killed Durade. Broke him. Cut him all up, said the general with agitation. I had it from McDermott, one of my spikers. A reliable man. Neale was shot, perhaps cut, too. But he doesn't seem to know it.
Allie sprang up, transfixed and thrilling.
Neale almost killed him, echoed Allison Lee hoarsely.
Then followed a sound of a chair falling.
Indeed, Allison, it's true, broke in a strange voice. The street's full of men, all talking, all stirred up.
Other men entered the room.
Is Neale here?
Queried General Lodge sharply.
They're trying to hold him up in the office. The boys want to pat him on the back. Durade was not liked, replied someone.
Is Neale badly hurt?
I don't know. He looked it. He was all bloody. Colonel Dillon, did you see Neale? Went on the sharp, eager voice. Yes, he seemed dazed, wild, probably badly hurt. Yet he moved steadily. No one could stop him, answered another strange voice. Ah, here comes McDermott, exclaimed General Lodge.
Allie's ears throbbed to a slow, shuffling, heavy tread. Her consciousness received the fact of Neale's injury, but her heart refused to accept it as perilous. God could not mock her faith by a last catastrophe.
Sandy, you've seen Neale?
Allie loved his sharp, keen voice for its note of dread.
Sure. Begorra, you couldn't help seeing him. He's as big as a hill, and his shirt's as red as Casey's red wand. I went to give him a little gun what Durade pulled on him. Dum me, he looked right at me and never seen me, replied the Irishman.
Lee, you will see Neale? Queried General Lodge. There was a silence.
No, presently came a cold reply. It's not necessary. He saved me, injury perhaps. I'm grateful. I'll reward him.
How? Rang General Lodge's voice.
Gold, of course. Neale was a gambler, probably had a grudge against this Durade. I need not meet Neale, it seems. I'm somewhat overwrought. I wish to spare myself further excitement.
Lee, listen, returned General Lodge violently. Neale is a splendid young man, the nerviest, best engineer I ever knew. I predicted great things for him. They've come true.
That doesn't interest me. You'll hear it anyhow.
He saved the life of this girl who has turned out to be your daughter. He took care of her. He loved her, was engaged to marry her. Then he lost her, and after that he was half mad. It nearly ruined him.
I do not credit that. It was gambling, drink, and bad women that ruined him.
No!
But pardon me, General. If, as you intimate, there was an attachment between him and my unfortunate child, would he have become an associate of gamblers and vicious women?
He would not. The nature of his fury, the retribution he visited upon this damned Spaniard, proved the manner of man he is.
Wild indeed, but hardly from a sense of loyalty.
These camps breed blood spillers. I heard you say that.
You'll hear me say something more presently, retorted the other with heat scarcely controlled. But we're wasting time. I don't insist that you see Neale. That's your affair. It seems to me the least you could do would be to thank him. I certainly advise you not to offer him gold. I do insist, however, that you let him see the girl.
No, but man, say, McDermott, go fetch Neale in here.
Allie Lee heard all this strange talk with consternation. An irresistible magnet drew her toward those curtains which she grasped with trembling hands, ready, but not able, to part them and enter the room. It seemed that in there was a friend of Neale's whom she was going to love, and an enemy whom she was going to hate. As for Neale seeing her at once, only death could rob her of that.
General Lodge, I've no sympathy for Neale,
came the cold voice of Allison Lee. There was no reply. Someone coughed. Footsteps sounded in the hallway, and a hum of distant voices.
You forget, continued Lee, what happened not many hours ago when your train was saved by that daredevil Casey. The little book held tight in his locked teeth. The letter meant for this Neil from one of Benton's camp women.
Your engineer read enough. You heard. I heard.
A letter from a dying woman. She accused Neil of striking her, of killing her. She said she was dying, but she loved him. You remember that, General Lodge? Yes, alas. Lee, I don't deny that, but there are no buts. Lee, you're hard as steel. Appearances seem against Neil. I don't seek to extenuate them. But I know men. Neil might have fallen. It seems he must have. These are terrible times. In anger or drink, Neil might have struck this woman. But kill her? No. A gleam pierced Allie Lee's dark bewilderment. They meant Beauty Stanton, that beautiful, fair woman with such a white, soft bosom and such sad eyes, she whom Larry King had shot. What a tangle of fates and lives! She could tell them why Beauty Stanton was dying. Then other words, like springing fire, caught Allie's thought, and a sickening ripple of anguish convulsed her. They believed Beauty Stanton had loved Neil.
Had.
Allie would have died before admitting that last thought to her consciousness. For a second the room turned black. Her hold on the curtains kept her from falling. With frantic and terrible earnestness, the old dominance Neil had acquired over her, she clung to the one truth that mattered. She loved Neil, belonged to him, and he was there. That they were about to meet again was as strange and wonderful a thing as had ever happened. What had she not endured? What must he have gone through? The fiery, stinging nature of her new and sudden pain she could not realize. Again the strong speech became distinct to her. "You'll stay here. And you, Dillon. Don't anyone leave this room. Lee, you can leave if you want. But we'll see Neil, and so will Allie Lee." Allie spread the curtains and stood there. No one saw her. All the men faced the door, through which sounded slow, heavy tread of boots. An Irishman entered. Then a tall man. Allie's troubled soul suddenly calmed. She saw Neil. Slowly he advanced a few steps. Another man entered, and Allie knew him by his buckskin garb. Neil turned, his face in the light, and a poignant cry leaped up from Allie's heart to be checked on her lips. Was this her young and hopeful and splendid lover? She recognized him, yet now did not know him. He stood bareheaded, and her swift, all-embracing glance saw the gray over his temples, and the eyes that looked out from across the border of a dark hell, and a face white as death and twitching with spent passion. "Mr. Lee," he panted, very low, and a bloody patch on his shirt heaved with his breath. "My only regret is I didn't think to make Durade tell the truth. He lied. He wanted to revenge himself on Allie's mother through Allie. What he said about Allie was a lie, as black as his heart. He meant evil for her, but somehow she was saved. He was a tiger, playing, and he waited too long. You must realize her innocence and understand. God has watched over Allie Lee. It was not luck nor accident, but innocence. Huff died to save her, then Ancliffe, then my old friend Larry King. These men, broken, gone to hell, out here, felt an innocence that made them mad, as I've just been. That's proof if you need it. Men of ruined lives could not rise and die as they did, victims of a false impression of innocence. They knew. Neale's voice sank to a whisper, his eyes intent to read belief in the cold face of Allison Lee. "I thank you, Neale, for your service to me and your defense of her," he said. "What can I do for you?" "Sir, can I reward you in any way?" The gray burned out of Neale's face. "I ask nothing, except that you believe me." Lee did not grant this, nor was there any softening of his cold face. I would like to ask you a few questions," he said. "General Lodge here informed me that you saved my daughter's life long ago. Can you tell me what became of her mother?" "She was in the caravan, massacred by Sioux," replied Neale. "I saw her buried. Her grave is not so many miles from here." Then a tremor changed Allison Lee's expression. He turned away an instant. His hand closed tight. He bit his lips. This evidence of feeling in him relaxed the stony scrutiny of the watchers, and they shifted uneasily on their feet.
Allie stood watching, waiting, with her heart at her lips.
"Where'd you take my daughter?" queried Lee presently. "The home of a trapper, my friend Slingerland," replied Neale, indicating the buckskin-clad figure. "She lived there, slowly recovering. You don't know that she lost her mind for a while. But she recovered, and during an absence of Slingerland's she was taken away." "Were you and she sweethearts?" "Yes." "And engaged to marry?" "Of course," replied Neale, dreamily. "That cannot be now. I understand. I didn't think." Allie Lee had believed many times that her heart was breaking, but now she knew it had never broken till then. Why did he not turn to see her waiting there, stricken, motionless and voiceless, wild to give the lie to those cold, strange words? "Then, Neale, if you will not accept anything from me, let us terminate this painful interview," said Allison Lee. "I'm sorry. I only wanted to tell you and ask to see Allie a moment," replied Neale. "No. It might cause a breakdown. I don't want to risk anything that might prevent my taking the next train with her." "Going to take her back east?" asked Neale, as if talking to himself. "Certainly." "Then I won't see her," Neale murmured, dazedly. At this juncture General Lodge stepped out. His face was dark, his mouth stern. His action caused a breaking of the strange, vice-like clutch, the mute and motionless spell that had fallen upon Allie. She felt the gathering of tremendous forces in her. In an instant she would show these stupid men the tumult of a woman's heart. "Lee, be generous," spoke up General Lodge, feelingly. "Let Neale see the girl." "I said no," snapped Lee. "But why not, in Heaven's name?" "Why? I told you why," declared Lee, passionately. "But, Lee, that implication may not be true. We didn't read all that letter," protested General Lodge. "Ask him." Then the general turned to Neale. "Boy, tell me, did this Stanton woman love you? Did you strike her? Did you?"
The general's voice failed.
Neale faced about with a tragic darkening of his face. "To my shame, it's true," he said, clearly. Then Allison Lee swept forward. "Oh, Neale!" He seemed to rise and leap at once, and she ran straight into his arms. No man, no trouble, no mystery, no dishonor, no barrier, nothing could have held her back the instant she saw how the sight of her, how the sound of her voice had transformed Neale. For one tumultuous, glorious, terrible moment she clung to his neck, blind, her heart bursting. Then she fell back with hands seeking her breast. "I heard," she cried. "I know nothing of Beauty Stanton's letter. But you didn't shoot her. It was Larry. I saw him do it." "Allie!" he whispered. At last he had realized her actual presence, the safety of her body and soul. And all that had made him strange and old and grim and sad vanished in a beautiful transfiguration. "You know Larry did it," implored Allie. "Tell them so." "Yes, I know," he replied. "But I did worse. She saw him shaken by an agony of remorse, and that agony was communicated to her. "Neale!"
"She loved you?"
He bowed his head.
"Oh!"
Her cry was almost mute, full of an unutterable realization of tragic fatality for her.
"And you?"
Allison Lee strode between them, facing Neale. See, she knows. And if you would spare her, go," he exclaimed.
"She knows what?" gasped Neale in a frenzy between doubt and certainty. Allie felt a horrible, nameless, insidious sense of falsity, a nightmare unreality, an intangible Neale, faded, drifting away from her. "Good bye, Allie. Bless you. I'll be happy knowing you're..." He choked, and the tears streamed down his face. It was a face convulsed by renunciation, not by guilt. Whatever he had done, it was not base. "Don't let me go. I forgive you," she burst out. She held out her arms. "There's no one in the world but you." But Neale plunged away, upheld by Slingerland, and Allie's world grew suddenly empty and black. The train swayed and creaked along through the night with all that strain and effort which told of upgrade. The oil lamps burned dimly in corners of the coach. There were soldiers at open windows looking out. There were passengers asleep, sitting up and lying down and huddled over their baggage. But Allie Lee was not asleep. She lay propped up with pillows and blankets, covered by a heavy coat. Her window was open, and a cool desert wind softly blew her hair. She stared out into the night, and the wheels seemed to be grinding over her crushed heart. It was late. An old moon, misshapen and pale, shone low down over a dark, rugged horizon. Clouds hid the stars. The desert void seemed weirdly magnified by the wan light. And all that shadowy waste, silent, lonely, bleak, called out to Allie Lee the desolation of her soul. For what had she been saved? The train creaked on, and every foot added to her woe. Her unquenchable spirit, pure as a white flame that had burned so wonderfully through the months of her peril, flickered now that her peril ceased to be. She had no fount of emotion left to draw on. Else she would have hated this creaking train. It moved on, and there loomed bold outlines of rock and ridge familiar to her. They had been stamped upon her memory by the strain of her lonely wanderings along that very road. She knew every rod of the way, dark, lonely, wild as it was. In the midst of that stark space lay the spot where Benton had been, a spot lost in the immensity of the desert. If she had been asleep she would have awakened while passing there. There was not a light. Flat patches and pale gleams, a long, wan length of bare street, shadows everywhere. These marked Benton's grave. Allie stared with strained eyes. They were there, in the blackness, those noble men who had died for her in vain. No, not in vain. She breathed a prayer for them, a word of love for Larry. Larry, the waster of life, yet the faithful, the symbol of brotherhood. As long as she lived she would see him stalk before her with his red, blazing fire, his magnificent effrontery, his supreme will. He who had been the soul of chivalry, the meekest of men before a woman, the inheritor of a reverence for womanhood, had ruthlessly shot out of his way that wonderful white-armed Beauty Stanton. She, too, must lie there in the shadow. Allie shivered with the cool desert wind that blew in her face from the shadowy spaces. She shut her eyes to hide the dim, passing traces of terrible Benton and the darkness that hid the lonely graves. The train moved on and on, leaving what had been Benton far behind. And once more Allie opened her weary eyes to the dim, obscure reaches of the desert. Her heart beat very slowly under its leaden weight, its endless pang. Her blood flowed at low ebb. She felt the long forgotten recurrence of an old morbid horror, like a poison lichen fastening upon the very spring of life. It passed and came again, and left her once more. Her thoughts wandered back along the night track she had traversed, until again her ears were haunted by that strange sound which had given Roaring City its name. She had been torn away from hope, love, almost life itself. Where was Neale? He had turned from her, obedient to Allison Lee and the fatal complexity and perverseness of life. The vindication of her spiritual faith and the answer to her prayers lay in the fact that she had been saved. But rather than to be here in this car, daughter of a rich father but separated from Neale, she would have preferred to fill one of the nameless graves in Benton. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The sun set pale gold and austere as Neale watched the train bear Allie Lee away. No thought of himself entered into that solemn moment of happiness. Allie Lee, alive, safe, her troubles ended, on her way home with her father. The long train wound round the bold bluff and at last was gone. For Neale the moment held something big, final, a phase, a part of his life ended there.
"Son, it's over,"
said Slingerland, who watched with him.
"Allie's gone home, back to where she belongs, coming to her own, thank God. And you, why, this day turns you back to where you was once. Allie owes her life to you and her father's life. Think, son, of these here times. How much was it might have been."
Neale's sense of thankfulness was unutterable. Passively he went with Slingerland, silent and gentle. The trapper dressed his wounds, tended him, kept men away from him, and watched by him as if he were a sick child. Neale suffered only the weakness following the action and stress of great passion. His mind seemed full of beautiful, solemn bells of blessing, resonant, ringing the wonder of an everlasting, unchangeable truth. Night fell, the darkness thickened. The old trapper kept his vigil, and Neale sank to sleep, and the sweet, low-toned bells claimed him in his dreams. How strange for Neale to greet a dawn without hatred. He and Slingerland had breakfast together.
"Son, will you go into the hills with me?"
asked the old trapper.
"Yes, some day,
When the railroad's built," replied Neale, thoughtfully. Slingerland's keen eyes quickened.
But the railroad's about done, and you need a vacation, he insisted.
"Yes," Neale answered, dreamily.
"Son, maybe you ought to wait a while. You're packing a bullet somewhere in your carcass."
"It's here," said Neale, putting his hand to his breast, high up toward the shoulder. "I feel it, a dull, steady, weighty pain. But that's nothing. I hope I always have it."
"Well, I don't. And, son, you ain't never going back to drinking cards and all that hell. Not now."
Neale's smile was a promise, and the light of it was instantly reflected in the rugged face of the trapper.
"Reckon I needn't ask that. Well, I'll be saying good bye. You can expect me back some day to see the meeting of the rails from east and west and to pack you off to my hills."
Neale rode out of Roaring City on a work train, sitting on a flat car with a crowd of hairy-breasted, red-shirted laborers. That train carried hundreds of men, tons of steel rails, thousands of ties, and also it was equipped to feed the workers and to fight Indians. It ran to the end of the rails, about 40 miles out of Roaring City. Neale sought out Riley, the boss. This big Irishman was in the thick of the start of the day, which was like a battle. Neale waited in the crowd, standing there in his shirt sleeves, with the familiar bustle and color strong as wine to his senses. At last Riley saw him and shoved out a huge paw.
"Hello, Neale. I'm glad to see you. They tell me you did a damn fine job."
"Riley, I need work," said Neale.
"But, man, you was shot!"
ejaculated the boss. "I'm all right."
"You look, that ain't no mistake. Sure now you ain't serious about work? You that chafed of all them engineer jobs?"
"I want to work with my hands. Let me heave ties or carry rails or swing a sledge for just a few days. I've explained to General Lodge. It's a kind of vacation for me." Riley gazed with keen, twinkling eyes at Neale.
You can't be drunk and look sober."
"Riley, I'm sober and in dead earnest," appealed Neale. "I want to go back, be in the finish, to lay some rails, drive some spikes." The boss lost his humorous, quizzing expression. "Sure, sure," replied Riley, as if he saw but failed to comprehend. "You're on, and more power to you." He sent Neale out with the gang detailed to heave railroad ties. A string of flat cars loaded with rails and ties stood on the track where the work of yesterday had ended. Beyond stretched the roadbed, yellow, level, winding as far as eye could see. The sun beat down hot. The dry, scorching desert breeze swept down from the bare hills, across the waste. Dust flew up in puffs. Uprooted clumps of sage like balls went rolling along, and everywhere the veils of heat rose from the sun-baked earth.
"Drill, you terriers, drill!"
rang out a cheery voice, and Neale remembered Casey. Neale's gang was put to carrying ties. Neale got hold of the first tie thrown off the car.
"What the hell's your hurry?"
protested his partner. This fellow was gnarled and knotted, brick red in color, with face a network of seams and narrow sunburnt slits for eyes. He answered to the name of Pat. They carried the tie out to the end of the rails and dropped it on the level roadbed. Men there set it straight and tamped the gravel around it. Neale and his partner went back for another, passing a dozen couples carrying ties forward. Behind these staggered the rows of men burdened with the heavy iron rails. So the day's toil began. Pat had glanced askance at Neale and then had made dumb signs to his fellow laborers, indicating his hard lot in being yoked to this new wild man on the job. But his ridicule soon changed to respect. Presently he offered his gloves to Neale. They were refused.
"But, friend, you ain't tough like me,"
he protested. "Pat, they'll put you to bed tonight if you stay with me," replied Neale.
"The hell you say? Come on, then."
At first Neale had no sensations of heat, weariness, thirst, or pain. He dragged the little Irishman forward to drop the ties, then strode back ahead of him. Neale was obsessed by a profound emotion. This was a new beginning for him. For him the world and life had seemed to cease when yesternight the sun sank and Allie Lee passed out of sight. His motive in working there, he imagined, was to lay a few rails, drive a few spikes along the last miles of the road he had surveyed. He meant to work this way only a little while, till the rails from east met those from west. This profound emotion seemed accompanied by a procession of thoughts, each thought in turn, like a sun with satellites, reflecting its radiance upon them and rousing strange, dreamy, full-hearted fancies. Allie lived, as good, as innocent as ever, incomparably beautiful, sad-eyed, eloquent, haunting. From that mighty thought sprang both Neale's exaltation and his activity. He had loved her so well that conviction of her death had broken his heart, deadened his ambition, ruined his life. But since, by the mercy of God and the innocence that had made men heroic, she had survived all peril, all evil, then had begun a colossal overthrow in Neale's soul of the darkness, the despair, the hate, the indifference. He had been flung aloft into the heights and he had seen into heaven. He asked for nothing in the world, all satisfied, eternally humble, grateful with every passionate drop of blood throbbing through his heart. He dedicated all his spiritual life to memory. And likewise there seemed a tremendous need in him of sustained physical action, even violence. He turned to the last stages of the construction of the great railroad. What fine comrades these hairy-breasted toilers made! Neale had admired them once. Now he loved them. Every group seemed to contain a trio like that one he had known so well, Casey, Shane, and McDermott. Then he divined that these men were all alike. They all toiled, swore, fought, drank, gambled. Hundreds of them went to nameless graves. But the work went on. The great, driving, united heart beat on. Neale was under its impulse in another sense. When he lifted a tie and felt the hard, splintering wood, he wondered where it had come from, what kind of a tree it was, who had played in its shade, how surely birds had nested in it and animals had grazed beneath it. Between him and that square log of wood there was an affinity. Somehow his hold upon it linked him strangely to a long past intangible spirit of himself. He must cling to it, lest he might lose that elusive feeling. Then when he laid it down, he felt regret fade into a realization that the yellow gravel roadbed also inspirited him. He wanted to feel it, work in it, level it, make it somehow his own. When he strode back for another load, his magnifying eyes gloated over the toilers in action, the rows of men carrying and laying rails and the splendid brawny figures of the spikers, naked to the waist, swinging the heavy sledges. The blows rang out, spang, 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 strong music full of meaning. When his turn came to be a spiker, he would love that hardest work of all. The engine puffed smoke and bumped the cars ahead, little by little as the track advanced. Men on the train carried ties and rails forward, filling the front cars as fast as they were emptied. Long lines of laborers on the ground passed to and fro, burdened going forward, returning empty-handed. The rails and the shovels and the hammers and the picks all caught the hot gleam from the sun. The dust swept up in sheets, the ring, the crash, the thump, the scrape of iron and wood and earth in collision filled the air with a sound rising harshly above the song and laugh and curse of men. A shifting, colorful, strenuous scene of toil. Gradually Neale felt that he was fitting into this scene, becoming a part of it, an atom once more in the great whole. He doubted while he thrilled. Clearly as he saw, keenly as he felt, he yet seemed bewildered. Was he not gazing out at this construction work through windows of his soul, once more painted, colored, beautiful, because the most precious gift he might have prayed for had been given him, life and hope for Allie Lee? He did not know. He could not think. His comrade Pat wiped floods of sweat from his scarlet face. "I'll be damned if you ain't a son of a gun for work," he complained. "Pat, we've been given the honor of pacemakers. They've got to keep up with us. Come on," replied Neale. "Begad, there ain't a man in the gang what I'll trade for me honor then," declared Pat. "Friend, I'd like to live till next payday." "Come on, then. Work up an appetite," rejoined Neale. "Sure I'll die. And I'll like to ask, begging your pardon, haven't you got some Irish in you?" "Yes, a little." "I knowed that. All right. I'll die with you then." In half an hour Pat was in despair again. He had to rest. "What's your name?" he queried. "Neale." "It ought to be Casey, for there is never but one like you. And he was Casey. Man, you're sweating blood right now." Pat pointed at Neale's red, wet shirt. Neale slapped his breast, and drops of blood and sweat spattered under his hand. "And sure your hands are bleeding, too," ejaculated Pat. They were indeed, but Neale had not noticed that. The boss, Riley, passing by, paused to look and grin. "Pat, you've got someone to keep up with today. We're half a mile ahead of yesterday this time." Then he turned to Neale. "I've seen one in your class, Casey by name, and that's talking." He went his way, and Neale, plodding on, saw the red face of the great Casey with its set grin and the black pipe. Swiftly then he saw it as he had heard of it last, and a shadow glanced fleetingly across the singular radiance of his mind. The shrill whistle of the locomotive halted the work and called the men to dinner and rest. Instantly the scene changed. The slow, steady, rhythmic motions of labor gave place to a scramble back to the long line of cars. Then the horde of sweaty toilers sought places in the shade, and ate and drank and smoked and rested. As the spirit of work had been merry, so was that of rest, with always a dry, grim earnestness in the background. Neale slowed down during the afternoon to the unconcealed thankfulness of his partner. The burn of the sun, the slippery sweat, the growing ache of muscles, the never-ending thirst, the lessening of strength, these sensations impinged upon Neale's emotion and gradually wore to the front of his consciousness. His hands grew raw, his back stiff and sore, his feet crippled. The wound in his breast burned and bled and throbbed. At the end of the day he could scarcely walk. He rode in with the laborers, slept 12 hours, and awoke heavy-limbed, slow, and aching. But he rode out to work, and his second day was one of agony. The third was a continual fight between will and body, between spirit and pain. But so long as he could step and lift, he would work on. From that time he slowly began to mend. Then came his siege with the rails. That was labor which made carrying the ties seem light. He toiled on, sweating thin, wearing hard, growing clearer of mind. As pain subsided and weariness of body no longer dominated him, slowly thought and feeling returned until that morning dawned when, like a flash of lightning illuminating his soul, the profound and exalted emotion again possessed him. Soon he came to divine that the agony of toil and his victory over weak flesh had added to this strange happiness. Hour after hour he bent his back and plodded beside his comrades, doing his share, burdened as they were, silent, watchful, listening, dreaming, keen to note the progress of the road, yet deep in his own intense abstraction. He seemed to have two minds. He saw every rod of the 10 miles of track laid every day, knew, as only an engineer could know, the wonder of such progress. And likewise always in his sight and his mind shone a face, red-lipped, soulful, lovely like a saint's, with mournful, violent eyes, star-sweet in innocence. Life had given Allie Lee back to him, to his love and his memory, and all that could happen to him now must be good. At first he had asked for nothing, so grateful was he to fate. But now he prayed for hours and days and nights to remember. The day came when Neale graduated into the class of spikers. This division of labor to him had always represented the finest spirit of the building. The drivers, the spikers, the men who nailed the rails, who riveted the last links, these brawny, half-naked welders of the sledges, bronzed as Indians, seemed to embody both the romance and the achievement. Neale experienced a subtle perception with the first touch and lift and swing of the great hammer. And there seemed born in him a genius for the stroke. He had a free, easy swing with tremendous power. He could drive so fast that his comrade on the opposite rail and the carriers and layers could not keep up with him. Moments of rest seemed earned. During these he would gaze with glinting eyes back at the gangs and the trains, at the smoke, dust, and movement, and beyond toward the east. One day he drove spikes for hours with the gangs in uninterrupted labor around him, while back a mile along the road the troopers fought the Sioux. And all this time, when any moment he might be ordered to drop his sledge for a rifle, he listened to the voice of his memory and saw the face. Another day dawned in which he saw the grading gangs return from work ahead. They were done. Streams of horses, wagons, and men on the return. They had met the graders from the west, and the two lines of roadbed had been connected. As these gangs passed, cheer on cheer greeted them from the rail layers. It was a splendid moment. From lip to lip, then, went the word that the grading gangs from east and west had passed each other in plain sight, working on, grading on for 100 miles farther than necessary. They had met and had passed on, side by side, doubling the expense of construction. This knowledge gave Neale a melancholy reminder of the dishonest aspect of the road building. And he thought of many things. The spirit of the work was grand, the labor heroic. But alas! Side by side with these splendid and noble attributes stalked the specters of greed and gold and lust of blood and of death. But neither knowledge such as this, nor peril from Indians, nor the toil pangs of a galley slave had power to change Neale's supreme state of joy. He gazed back toward the east, and then with mighty swing he drove a spike. He loved Allie Lee beyond all conception, and next he loved the building of the railroad. When such thoughts came he went back to pure sensations, the great bold peaks looming dark, the winding level roadbed, the smoky desert land reflecting heat, the completed track, and gangs of moving men like bright ants in the sunlight, and the exhaust of the engines, the old song,
Drill, ye terrier, drill! The ring and crash and thud and scrape of labor, the whistle of the seeping sand and the wind, the feel of the heavy sledge that he could wield as a toy, the throb of pulse, the smell of dust and sweat, the sense of his being there, his action, his solidarity, his physical brawn, once more manhood.
but at last human instincts encroached upon Neale's superlative detachment from self. It seemed all of a sudden that he stepped toward an eastbound train. When he reached the coach something halted him, a thought. Where was he going? The westbound work train was the one he wanted. He laughed a little grimly. Certainly he had grown absent-minded. And straightway he became thoughtful, in a different way. Not many moments of reflection were needed to assure him that he had moved toward the eastbound train with the instinctive idea of going to Allie Lee. The thing amazed him. "But she's gone out of my life," he soliloquized. "And I was glad." The lightning swift shift to past tense enlightened Neale. He went out to work. That work still loomed splendid to him, but it seemed not the same. He saw and felt the majesty of common free men, sweating and bleeding and groaning over toil comparable to the building of the pyramids. He felt the best that had ever been in him quicken and broaden as he rubbed elbows with these simple elemental toilers. With them he had gotten down to the level of truth. His old genius for achievement, the practical and scientific side of him, still thrilled with the battle of strong hands against the natural barriers of the desert. He saw the thousands of plodding, swearing, fighting, blaspheming, joking laborers on the field of action. Saw the picture they made, red and bronzed and black, dust grimmed, and how here with the ties and the rails and the roadbed was the heart of that epical turmoil. What approach could great and rich engineers and directors have made to that vast enterprise without these sons of brawn? Neale now saw what he had once dreamed, and that was the secret of his longing to get down to the earth with these men. He loved to swing that sledge, to hear the spang of the steel ring out. He had a sheer physical delight in the power of his body, long since thinned out, hardened, tough as the wood into which he drove the spikes. He loved his new comrade Pat, the gnarled and knotted little Irishman who cursed and complained of his job and fought his fellow workers, yet who never lagged, never shirked, and never failed, though his days of usefulness would soon be over. Soon Pat would drop by the roadside, a victim to toil and whiskey and sun. And he was great in his obscurity. He wore a brass tag with a number. He signed his wage receipts with a cross. He cared only for drink and a painted hag in a squalid tent. Yet in all the essentials that Neale now called great, his friend Pat reached up to them. The spirit to work, to stand his share, to go on, to endure, to fulfill his task. Neale might have found salvation in this late developed and splendid relation to labor and to men. But there was a hitch in his brain. He would see all that was beautiful and strenuous and progressive around him, and then In a flash, that hiatus in his mind would operate to make him hopeless. Then he would stand as in a trance, with faraway gaze in his eyes, until his fellow spikers would recall him to his neglected work. These intervals of abstraction grew upon him until he would leave off in the act of driving a spike. And sometimes in these strange intervals he longed for his old friend, brother, shadow, Larry Red King. He held to Larry's memory, though with it always would return that low, strange roar of Benton's gold and lust and blood and death. Neale did not understand the mystery of what he had been through. It had been a phase of wildness never to be seen again by his race. His ambition and effort, his fall, his dark siege with hell, his friendship and loss, his agony and toil, his victory, were all symbolic of the progress of a great movement. In his experience lay hid all that development. The coming of night was always a relief now, for with the end of the day's work he need no longer fight his battle. It was a losing battle, that he knew. Shunning everybody, he paced to and fro out on the dark, windy desert under the lonely, pitiless stars. His longing to see Allie Lee grew upon him. While he had believed her dead, he had felt her spirit hovering near him, in every shadow, and her voice whispered on the wind. She was alive now, but gone away, far distant, over mountains and plains, out of his sight and reach, somewhere to take up a new life alien to his. What would she do? Could she bear it? Never would she forget him, be faithless to his memory. Yet she was young and her life had been hard. She might yield to that cold Allison Lee's dictation. In happy surroundings her beauty and sweetness would bring a crowd of lovers to her. But that's all only natural, muttered Neale in perplexity. I want her to forget, to be happy, to find a home, for her to grow old alone. No, she must love some man, marry. And with the spoken words Neale's heart contracted. He knew that he lied to himself. If she ever cared for another man, that would be the end of Warren Neale. But then he was ended anyhow. Jealousy, strange, new, horrible, added to Neale's other burdens, finished him. He had the manhood to try to fight selfishness, but he had failed to subdue it. And he had nothing left to fight his consuming love and hatred of life and terrible loneliness and that fierce thing, jealousy. He had saved Allie Lee. Why had he given her up? He had stained his hands with blood for her sake. And that awful moment came back to him when, maddened by the sting of a bullet, he had gloried in the cracking of Durade's bones, in the ghastly terror and fear of death upon the Spaniard's face, in the feel of the knife blade as he forced Durade to stab himself. Always Neale had been haunted by this final scene of his evil life in the construction camps. A somber and spectral shape, intangible, gloomy-faced, often attended him in the shadow. He justified his deed, for Durade would have killed Allison Lee. But that fact did not prevent the haunting shape, the stir in the dark air, the nameless step upon Neale's trail. And jealousy, stronger than all except fear, wore Neale out of his exultation, out of his dream, out of his old disposition to work. He could persist in courage, if not in joy. But jealous longing would destroy him. He felt that. It was so powerful, so wonderful that it brought back to him words and movements which until then he had been unable to recall. And he lived over the past. Much still baffled him. Yet gradually more and more of what had happened became clear specifically in his memory. He could not think from the present back over the past. He had to ponder the other way. One day, leaning on his sledge, Neale, torturing self, morbid, inquisitive, growing by what it fed on, whispered another question to his memory. What were some of the last words she spoke to me? And there, limned white on the dark background of his mind, the answer appeared. Neale, I forgive you. He recalled her face, the tragic eyes, the outstretched arms. "Forgive me? For what?" Neale muttered. Dazed and troubled, he dropped his sledge and remained standing there, though the noon whistle called the gang to dinner. Looking out across the hot, smoky, arid desert, he saw again that scene where he had appealed to Allison Lee. The picture was etched out vividly, and again he lived through those big moments of emotion. The room full of men, Lee's cold acceptance of fact, his thanks, his offer, his questions, his refusal, General Lodge's earnest solicitation, the rapid exchange of passionate words between them, the query put to Neale and his answer, the sudden appearance of Allie, shocking his heart with rapture, her sweet, wild words, and so the end. How vivid now, how like flashes of lightning in his mind. "Lee thought I'd killed Stanton," muttered Neale in intense perplexity. "But she told them Larry did it. What a strange idea Lee had. And General Lodge, too. He defended me. Ah!" Suddenly Neale drew from his pocket the little leather notebook that had been Stanton's, and which contained her letter to him. With trembling hands he opened it. Again this letter was to mean a revelation. General Lodge had said his engineer had read aloud only the first of that message to Neale, and from this Allison Lee and all of the listeners had formed their impressions. Neale read these first lines. "No wonder they imagined I killed her," he exclaimed. "She accuses me, but she never meant what they imagined she meant. Why, that evidence could hang me. Allison told them she saw Larry do it. And it's common knowledge now. I've heard it here. What then had Allie to forgive? To forgive with eyes that will haunt me to my grave." Then the truth burst upon him with merciless and stunning force. My God! Allie believed what they all believed, what I must have blindly made seem true, that I was Beauty Stanton's lover. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The home to which Allie Lee was brought stood in the outskirts of Omaha upon a wooded bank above the river. Allie watched the broad, yellow Missouri swirling by. She liked best to be alone outdoors in the shade of the trees. In the weeks since her arrival there, she had not recovered from the shock of meeting Neale, only to be parted from him. But the comfort, the luxury of her home, the relief from constant dread, such as she had known for years, the quiet at night, these had been so welcome, so saving, that her burden of sorrow seemed endurable. Yet in time she came to see that the finding of a father and a home had only added to her bitterness. Allison Lee's sister, an elderly woman of strong character, resented the home bringing of this strange lost daughter. Allie had found no sympathy in her. For a while neighbors and friends of the Lees flocked to the house and were kind, gracious, attentive to Allie. Then somehow her story, or part of it, became gossip. Her father, sensitive, cold, embittered by the past, suffered intolerable shame at the disgrace of a wife's desertion and a daughter's notoriety. Allie's presence hurt him. He avoided her as much as possible. The little kindnesses that he had shown and his feelings of pride in her beauty and charm soon vanished. There was no love between them. Allie had tried hard to care for him, but her heart seemed to be buried in that vast grave of the West. She was obedient, beautiful, passive, but she could not care for him. And there came a day when she realized that he did not believe she had come unscathed through the wilds of the gold fields and the vileness of the construction camps. She bore this patiently, though it stung her. But the loss of respect for her father did not come until she heard men in his study, loud voiced and furious, wrangle over contracts and accuse him of double dealing. Later he told her that he had become involved in financial straits, and that unless he could raise a large sum by a certain date he would be ruined. And it was this day that Allie sat on a bench in the little arbor and watched the turbulent river. She was sorry for her father, but she could not help him. Moreover, alien griefs did not greatly touch her. Her own grief was deep and all-enfolding. She was heartsick and always yearning for that she dared not name. The day was hot, sultry. No birds sang. But the locusts were noisy. The air was full of humming bees. Allie watched the river. She was idle because her aunt would not let her work. She could only remember and suffer. The great river soothed her. Where did it come from? And where did it go? And what was to become of her? Almost it would have been better. A servant interrupted her. "Missy, here's a gentleman to see you," announced the negro girl. Allie looked. She thought she saw a tall, buckskin-clad man carrying a heavy pack. Was she dreaming, or had she lost her mind? She got up, shaking in every limb. This tall man moved. He seemed real. His bronzed face beamed. He approached. He set the pack down on the bench. Then his keen, clear eyes pierced Allie. "Well, lass," he said gently. The familiar voice was no dream, no treachery of her mind. Slingerland! She could not speak. She could hardly see. She swayed into his arms. Then when she felt the great, strong clasp and the softness of buckskin on her face and the odor of pine and sage and desert dust, she believed in his reality. Her heart seemed to collapse. All within her was riot. "Neale!" she whispered in anguish. "All right, and working hard. He sent me," replied Slingerland, swift to get his message out. Allie quivered and closed her eyes and leaned against him. A beautiful something pervaded her soul. Slowly the tumult within her breast subsided. She recovered. "Uncle Al!" she called him tenderly. "Well, I should smile. And glad to see you. Why, Lord, I'd never tell you. You're white and shaky, lass. Sit down here on the bench beside me. There. Allie, I've a powerful lot to tell you." "Wait. To see you and to hear of him almost kills me with joy," she panted. Her little hands, once so strong and brown, but now thin and white, fastened tight in the fringe of his buckskin hunting coat. "Lass, sight of you sort of makes me young again. But, Allie, those are not the happy eyes I remember." "I am very unhappy," she whispered. "Well, if that ain't too bad. Sure, it's natural you'd be downhearted losing Neale that way." "It's not all that," she murmured, and then she told him. "Well, well!" ejaculated the trapper, stroking his beard in thoughtful sorrow. "But I reckon that's natural, too. You're strange here, and that story will hang over you. Lass, with all due respect to your father, I reckon you'd better come back to me and Neale." "Did he tell you to say that?" she whispered tremulously.
"Lord, no!"
ejaculated Slingerland. "Does he care for me still?"
"Lass, he's dying for you. And I never spoke a truer word."
Allie shuddered close to him, blinded, stormed by an exquisite, bittersweet fury of love. She seemed rising, uplifted, filled with rich, strong joy. "I forgave him," she murmured dreamily low to herself.
"Well, maybe you'll be right glad you did presently," said Slingerland with animation. "Especially when there wasn't nothing much to forgive."
Allie became mute. She could not lift her eyes.
Lass, listen, began Slingerland.
After you left Roaring City, Neale went at hard work. Began by heaving ties and rails, and now he's slinging a sledge. This was amazing to me. I've seen him only once since, and that was the other day. But I heard about him. I rode over to Roaring City several times, and I made it my business to find out about Neale. He never came into the town at all. They said he worked like a slave that first day, bleeding hard. But he couldn't be stopped, and the work didn't kill him, though there were some as swore it would. They said he changed, and when he toughened up, there was never but one man as could equal him, and that was an Irish fellow named Casey. I heard it was something worthwhile to see him sling a sledge. Well, I never seen him do it, but maybe I will yet. A few days back, I met him getting off a train at Roaring City. Lord, I hardly knowed him. He stood like an Injun with big muscles bulging, and his face was clean and dark, his eye like fire. He nearly shook the daylights out of me. "Slingerland, I want you," he kept yelling at me. And I said, "So it appears, but what for?" Then he told me he was going after the gold that Horn had buried along the old Laramie Trail. Well, I took my outfit and we rode back into the hills. You remember them. Well, we found the gold, easy enough, and we packed it back to Roaring City. There Neale sent me off on a train to fetch the gold to you. And here I am, and there's the gold. Allie stared at the pack, bewildered by Slingerland's story. Suddenly she sat up. She felt the blood rush to her cheeks. "Gold! Horn's gold! But it's not mine. Did Neale send it to me?" "Every ounce," replied the trapper soberly. "I reckon it's yours. There was no one else left. And you recollect what Horn said. Lass, it's yours, and I'm going to make you keep it."
How much is there? Queried Allie, with thrills of curiosity. How well she remembered Horn. He had told her he had no relatives. Indeed, the gold was hers.
Well, Neale and me couldn't calculate how much, having nothing to weigh the gold, but it's a fortune.
Allie turned from the pack to the earnest face of the trapper. There had been many critical moments in her life, but never one with the suspense, the fullness, the inevitableness of this. "Did Neale send anything else?" she flashed.
"Well, yes, and I was coming to that,"
replied Slingerland as he unlaced the front of his hunting frock. Presently he drew forth a little leather notebook, which he handed to Allie. She took it while looking up at him. Never had she seen his face radiate such strange emotion. She divined it to be the supreme happiness inherent in the power to give happiness. Allie trembled. She opened the little book. Surely it would contain a message that would be as sweet as life to dying eyes. She read a name written in ink in a clear script, Beauty Stanton. Her pulses ceased to beat, her blood to flow, her heart to throb. All seemed to freeze within her except her mind, and that leaped fearfully over the first lines of a letter, then feverishly on to the close, only to fly back and read again. Then she dropped the book. She hid her face on Slingerland's breast. She clutched him with frantic hands. She clung there, her body all held rigid, as if some extraordinary strength or inspiration or joy had suddenly inhibited weakness.
"Well, lass, you're taking it powerful hard, and I made sure."
"Hush!" whispered Allie, raising her face. She kissed him. Then she sprang up like a bent sapling released. She met Slingerland's keen gaze, saw him start, then rise as if the better to meet a shock. "I'm going back West with you," she said coolly.
"Well, I knowed you'd go."
"Divide that gold. I'll leave half to my father." Slingerland's great hands began to pull at the pack.
"There's a train soon. I calculated to stay over a day, but the sooner the better. Lass, will you run off or tell him?"
"I'll tell him. He can't stop me even if he would. The gold will save him from ruin. He will let me go." She stooped to pick up the little leather notebook and placed it in her bosom. Her heart seemed to surge against it. The great river rolled on, magnified in her sight. A thick, rich, beautiful light shone under the trees. What was this dance of her blood while she seemed so calm, so cool, so sure? "Does he have any idea that I might return to him?" she asked.
None, lass, none. That I'll swear," declared Slingerland. "When I left him at Roaring City the other day he was well, like he used to be. The boy come out in him again, not just the same, but brave. Sending that gold and that little book made him happy. I reckon Neale found his soul then, and he never expects to see you again in this here world."
End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Building a railroad grew to be an exact and wonderful science with the men of the Union Pacific, from engineers down to the laborers who ballasted and smoothed the roadbed. Wherever the work trains stopped, there was a hum like a beehive. Gangs loaded rails on a flat car, and the horses and mules were driven at a gallop to the front. There two men grasped the end of a rail and began to slide it off. In couples, other laborers in that particular gang laid hold, and when they had it off the car, they ran away with it to drop it in place. While they were doing this, other gangs followed with more rails. 4 rails laid to the minute. When one of the cars was empty, it was tipped off the track to make room for the next one. And as that next one passed, the first was levered back again on the rails to return for another load. 4 rails down to the minute. It was Herculean toil. The men who fitted the rails were cursed the most frequently because they took time, a few seconds, when there was no time. Then the spikers, these brawny, half-naked, sweaty giants. What a grand spanging music of labor rang from under their hammers. 3 strokes to a spike for most spikers. Only 2 strokes for such as Casey or Neale. 10 spikes to a rail, 400 rails to a mile. How many million times had brawny arms swung and sledges clanged? Forward every day the work trains crept westward, closer and closer to that great hour when they would meet the work trains coming east. The momentum now on the road laying was tremendous. The spirit that nothing could stop had become embodied in a scientific army of toilers, a mass, a machine, ponderous, irresistible, moving on to the meeting of the rails. Every day the crisscross of ties lengthened out along the winding roadbed, and the lines of glistening rails kept pace with them. The sun beat down hot. The dust flew in sheets and puffs. The smoky veils floated up from the desert. Red-shirted toilers, blue-shirted toilers, half-naked toilers, sweat and bled and laughed grimly and sucked at their pipes and bent their broad backs. The pace had quickened to the limit of human endurance. Fury of sound filled the air. Its rhythmical pace was the mighty gathering impetus of a last heave, a last swing. Promontory Point was the place destined to be famous as the meeting of the rails. On that summer day in 1869, which was to complete the work, special trains arrived from west and east. The governor of California, who was also president of the western end of the line, met the vice president of the United States and the directors of the Union Pacific. Mormons from Utah were there in force. The government was represented by officers and soldiers in uniform, and these, with their military band, lent the familiar martial air to the last scene of the great enterprise. Here mingled the Irish and Negro laborers from the east with the Chinese and Mexican from the west. Then the eastern paddies laid the last rails on one end, while the western coolies laid those on the other. The rails joined. Spikes were driven until the last one remained. The territory of Arizona had presented a spike of gold, silver, and iron. Nevada had given one of silver and a railroad tide of laurel wood. And the last spike of all, of solid gold, was presented by California. The driving of the last spike was to be heard all over the United States. Omaha was the telegraph center. The operator here had informed all inquirers. When the last spike is driven at Promontory Point, we will say, "Done." The magic of the wire was to carry that single message abroad over the face of the land. The President of the United States was to be congratulated, as were the officers of the Army and the engineers of the work. San Francisco had arranged a monster celebration, marked by the booming of cannon and enthusiastic parades. Free railroad tickets into Sacramento were to fill that city with jubilant crowds. At Omaha, cannons were to be fired, business abandoned, and the whole city given over to festivity. Chicago was to see a great parade and decoration. In New York, 100 guns were to boom out the tidings. Trinity Church was to have special services, and the famous chimes were to play Old Hundred. In Philadelphia, a ringing of the Liberty Bell in Independence Hall would initiate a celebration. And so it would be in all prominent cities of the Union. Neale was at Promontory Point that summer day. He stood aloof from the crowd on a little bank, watching with shining eyes. To him the scene was great, beautiful, final. Only a few hundred of that vast army of laborers were present at the meeting of the rails, but enough were there to represent the whole. Neale's glances were swift and gathering. His comrades, Pat and McDermott, sat near, exchanging lights for their pipes. They seemed reposeful, and for them the matter was ended. Broken hulks of toilers of the rails. Neither would labor any more. A burly Negro with crinkly, bullet-shaped head leaned against a post. A brawny spiker, naked to the waist, his wonderful shoulders and arms brown, shiny, knotted, scarred, stood near, sledge in hand. A group of Irishmen, red and blue-shirted, puffed their black pipes and argued. Swarthy, slow-eyed Mexicans with huge sombreros on their knees lolled in the shade of a tree, talking low in their mellow tones and fingering cigarettes. Chinamen with long pigtails and foreign dress added strangeness and colorful contrast. Neale heard the low murmur of voices of the crowd and the slow puffing of the two engines, head on, only a few yards apart, so strikingly different in shape. Then followed the pounding of hoofs and tread of many feet, the clang of iron as the last rail went down. How clear, sweet, spanging the hammer blows. And there was the old sighing sweep of the wind. Then came a gunshot, the snort of a horse, a loud laugh. Neale heard all with sensitive, recording ears.
"Mac, yez are so damn smart. Now tell me who built the U.P.?" demanded Pat. "That's easy. My friend Casey did, b'gorra," retorted McDermott. "Like hell he did. It was the Irish." "Sure, that's what I said," McDermott replied. "Well, then, what built the U.P.? Tell me that. Yez know so much."
McDermott scratched his sun-blistered, stubble-field of a face and grinned.
"Whiskey built the eastern half, and cold tay built the western half."
Pat regarded his comrade with considerable respect.
"Mac, sure as yez intelligent," he granted. "The Irish lived on whiskey and the Chinamans on tea. Well, yours is so damn awful smart, maybe yez could tell me who got the money for that work." "B'gorra, I know where every dollar went," replied McDermott.
And so they argued on, oblivious to the impressive last stage. Neale sensed the rest, the repose and the attitude of all the laborers present. Their hour was done, and they accepted that with the equanimity with which they had met the toil, the heat and thirst, the Sioux. A splendid, rugged, loquacious, crude, elemental body of men, unconscious of heroism. Those who had survived the 5 long years of toil and snow and sun and the bloody Sioux and the roaring camps bore the scars, the furrows, the gray hairs of great and wild times. A lane opened up in the crowd to the spot where the rails had met. Neale got a glimpse of his associates, the engineers, as they stood near the frock-coated group of dignitaries and directors. Then Neale felt the stir and lift of emotion, as if he were on a rising wave. His blood began to flow fast and happily. He was to share their triumph. The moment had come. Someone led him back to his post of honor as the head of the engineer corps. A silence fell then over that larger, denser multitude. It grew impressive, charged, waiting. Then a man of God offered up a prayer. His voice floated dreamily to Neale. When he had ceased, there were slow, dignified movements of frock-coated men as they placed in position the last spike. The silver sledge flashed in the sunlight and fell. The sound of the driving stroke did not come to Neale with the familiar spang of iron. It was soft, mellow, golden. A last stroke. The silence vibrated to a deep, hoarse acclaim from hundreds of men, a triumphant, united hurrah, simultaneously sent out with that final message, "Done." A great flood of sound, of color, seemed to wave over Neale. His eyes dimmed with salt tears, blurring the splendid scene. The last moment had passed, that for which he had stood with all faith, all spirit, and the victory was his. The darkness passed out of his soul. Then as he stood there bareheaded, at the height of this all-satisfying moment, when the last echoing melody of the sledge had blended in the roar of the crowd, a strange feeling of a presence struck Neale. Was it spiritual? Was it divine? Was it God? Or was it only baneful, fateful, the specter of his accomplished work, a reminder of the long, gray future? A hand slipped into his, small, soft, trembling, exquisitely thrilling. Neale became still as a stone, transfixed. He knew that touch. No dream, no fancy, no morbid visitation. He felt warm flesh, tender, clinging fingers, and then the pulse of blood, that beat of hope, love, life. Allie Lee. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Slingerland saw Allie Lee married to Neale by that minister of God whose prayer had followed the joining of the rails. And to the old trapper had fallen the joy and the honor of giving the bride away, and of receiving her kiss as though he had been her father. Then the happy congratulations from General Lodge and his staff. The merry dinner given the couple, and its toast warm with praise of the bride's beauty and the groom's luck and success. Neale's strange, rapt happiness and Allie's soul shining through her dark blue eyes. This hour was to become memorable for Slingerland's future dreams. Slingerland's sight was not clear when, as the train pulled away, he waved a last good bye to his young friends. Now he had no hope, no prayer left unanswered, except to be again in his beloved hills. Abruptly he hurried away to the corrals, where his pack train was all in readiness to start. He did not speak to a man. He had packed a dozen burros, the largest and completest pack train he had ever driven. The abundance of carefully selected supplies, tools, and traps should last him many years, surely all the years that he would live. Slingerland did not intend to return to civilization, and he never even looked back at that blotch on the face of the bluff, that hideous, roaring city. He drove the burros at a good trot, his mind at once busy and absent, happy with the pictures of that last hour, gloomy with the undefined, unsatisfied cravings of his heart. Friendship with Neale, affection for Allie, acquainted him with the fact that he had missed something in life. Not friendship, for he had had hunter friends, but love, perhaps of a sweetheart. Surely love of a daughter. For the rest, the old trapper was glad to see the last of habitations and of men and of the railroad. Slingerland hated that great shining steel band of progress connecting east and west. Every ringing sledge-hammer blow had sung out the death knell of the trapper's calling. This railroad spelled the end of the wilderness. What one group of greedy men had accomplished, others would imitate, and the grass of the plains would be burned, the forests blackened, the fountains dried up in the valleys, and the wild creatures of the mountains driven and hunted and exterminated. The end of the buffalo had come. The end of the Indian was in sight, and that of the fur-bearing animal and his hunter would follow soon with the hurrying years. Slingerland hated the railroad, and he could not see as Neale did, or any of the engineers or builders. This old trapper had the vision of the Indian, that far-seeing eye cleared by distance and silence, and the force of the great lonely hills. Progress was great, but nature unspoiled was greater. If a race could not breed all stronger men through its great movements, it might better not breed any. For the bad overmultiplied the good, and so their needs magnified into greed. Slingerland saw many shining bands of steel across the plains and mountains, many stations and hamlets and cities, a growing and marvelous prosperity from timber, mines, farms, and in the distant end, a gutted West. He made his first camp on a stream watering a valley 20 miles from the railroad. There were Indian tracks on the trails, but he had nothing to fear from Indians. That night, though all was starry and silent around him as he lay, he still held the insupportable feeling. Next day he penetrated deeper into the foothills, and soon he gained the fastnesses of the mountains. No longer did he meet trails except those of deer and lion and bear. And so day after day he drove his burros, climbing and descending the rocky ways, until he had penetrated to the very heart of the great wild range. In all his roaming over untrodden lands he had never come into such a wild place. No foot, not even an Indian's, had ever desecrated this green valley with its clear, singing stream, its herds of tamed deer, its curious beaver, its pine-covered slopes, its looming gray protective peaks. And at last he was satisfied to halt there, to build his cabin and his corral. Discontent and longing and then hate passed into oblivion. These useless passions could not long survive in such an environment. By and by the old trapper's only link with the past was memory of a stalwart youth and of a girl with violet eyes, and of their sad and wonderful romance, in which he had played a happy part. The rosy dawn, the days of sun and cloud, the still, windy nights, the solemn stars, the moon-blanched valley with its grazing herds, the beautiful wild mourn of the hunting wolf, and the whistle of the stag, and always and ever the murmur of the stream. In these and in the solitude and loneliness of their haunts, he found his goal, his serenity, the truth and best of remaining life for him. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A band of Sioux warriors rode out upon a promontory of the hills, high above the great expanse of plain. Long, lean arms were raised and pointed. A chief dismounted and strode to the front of his band. His war bonnet trailed behind him. There were unhealed scars upon his bronze body. His face was old, full of fine, wavy lines, stern, craggy, and inscrutable. His eyes were dark, arrowy lightnings. They beheld far out and down upon the plain a long, low, moving object leaving a trail of smoke. It was a train on the railroad. It came from the east and crept toward the west. The chief watched it, and so did his warriors. No word was spoken, no sign made.
No face changed.
But what was in the mind and the heart and the soul of that great chief? This beast that puffed smoke and spat fire and shrieked like a devil of an alien tribe, that split the silence as hideously as the long tracks split the once smooth plain, that was made of iron and wood, this thing of the white man's coming from out of the distance where the Great Spirit lifted the dawn, meant the end of the hunting grounds and the doom of the Indian. Blood had flowed. Many warriors lay in their last sleep under the trees. But the iron monster that belched fire had gone only to return again. Those white men were many as the needles of the pines. They fought and died, but always others came. This chief was old and wise, taught by sage and star and mountain and the wind and the loneliness of the prairie land. He recognized a superior race, but not a nobler one. White men would glut the treasures of water and earth. The Indian had been born to hunt his meat, to repel his red foes, to watch the clouds and serve his gods. But these white men would come like a great flight of grasshoppers to cover the length and breadth of the prairie land. The buffalo would roll away like a dust cloud in the distance and never return. No meat for the Indian, no grass for his mustang, no place for his home. The Sioux must fight till he died or be driven back into waste places where grief and hardship would end him. Red and dusky, the sun was setting beyond the desert. The old chief swept aloft his arm, and then in his acceptance of the inevitable bitterness he stood in magnificent austerity, somber as death, seeing in this railroad train creeping, fading into the ruddy sunset, a symbol of the destiny of the Indian. Vanishing, vanishing, vanishing. End of the UP Trail by Zane GREY.